Do you want to pass? I'm here. Yeah, I'll do the beginning. I'll mention in the evening the cinema. Yes. 1, 2. Hi, good morning, everyone. So, there have been rumors that somebody has seen sun today in the morning. We're not sure, but one person said that there was something that looked like sun. Thank God we are inside, so we're not bothered by any of that. I'm very happy to see you all here to start our second day in the Neurocine Conference. Little bit of housekeeping. So today we end the day at cinema again. Yesterday we went for the lectures to the Nova Building Cinema. Today we have a screening of a film called Smoke Sauna Sisterhood. It is a documentary made in Estonia, has been extremely successful on festivals this year, and it is a very unique documentary. There is a lot of embodiment, a lot of female bodies and a lot of sauna, fitting to the weather outside and also fitting to the next topic. So I'm very happy to ask Maud here to talk about gendered violence in the film Mother.
Yes. Hi. Oh yeah, you do hear me well, I think. I'm really happy to be here, mostly because I'm from Montreal, so you could guess it's a long way from here, but I'm happy to be here. Those are the subjects I want to do research on, so I'm quite happy. I do have a loaded subject this morning to go with your coffee and sun. Don't worry, there will not be explicit scenes of violence in the presentation, but I'm treating embedded thoughts and metaphors in gendered violence. So, a little bit about me. I'm a PhD student in film studies for the University of Montreal. I do an artistic research thesis in which I use neuroscience studies to develop creative tools in script writing to elicit empathy with an embodied connective approach. And this is not what I will talk about today directly, but instead I will present a formal analysis of Mother through a feminist approach and an embodied connective theory framework. So the 2017 movie Mother is one of the examples, I think, of the creative tools I can use in script writing that is embodied in film. To my knowledge, well, this particular movie was not made with neuroscience as a background, but I would guess that the embodiment was a really good consideration part for Aronofsky and his colleagues when they made the film. So why I say that? Well, for example, when Darren Aronofsky presented the film at the Toronto Film Festival, he said to the viewers, "I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you with this movie." A critic in La Presse wrote that Aside Mother, Rosemary's Baby was a Disney movie. And in Vanity Fair, they also titled an article that said Black Swan looks as straightforward as a Disney movie compared to Darren Aronofsky Mother. So, well, how did the viewers receive the movie? Well, Mother is one of the 21 movies that receive an F score from the Cinema Score, a score based on viewer experience. And, well, the F score is the worst one. So why is that so? So Aronofsky himself stated that the biblical allegory cast Jennifer Lawrence in the role of motherhood, and that the film Violence parallels society and environmental ambivalence. What the film accomplishes is more than impressive than any of these formulations. It's a traumatic, affective encounter with the cyclical nature of gendered violence that anticipates the event of 2017. So this is a quote, to which I agree, and I would say, well, maybe this is why the film received an F score, because the viewers, well, did not want to sit through an embodied affective encounter with gender violence. I do understand why, but this is really good for analysis. So what this movie is about for people who don't know, well, this is, I will tell you the premise, it's a mother and him, so they do not have names. The main characters lives in an isolated home while mother works on renovating the house, and him, as a well-known author, works on writing his next masterpiece, but faces a creative blocks when, well, there's a stranger that turned up unannounced. So the story is structured in two parts, I do think, and all the cycle phases are basically the same in the two parts. So we have a birth, intrusion, invasion, and a rejection of invasions by mother, and the destruction part. So this is how it's structured. And while the two phases looks alike, at the end, we have a new birth of a new mother. So at the end of the movie completely, him kills mother, and we have a new birth of a different woman that represents mother. So we can see that a structural analysis can show this cyclical gendered violence, but how does embedded thoughts and metaphors support that? See, this is why I'm talking today. I have 3 examples. So first, cyclical sound. We talked about metaphor in sound yesterday. So we have image of the film here, shows the house that is surrounded by the trees. It's quite isolated, everything is in cycle in the movie, but I do think the sound also shows that. So in the first movement that I showed, on 5 occasions, mother is overcome by unease, exemplified with the sound of a glass oscillating. So, you know, a wine glass when you put your damn finger on it and you goes in circle. So this is exemplified by that. It's a very high pitch sound that, well, I think resembles tinnitus, while also being in a circular movement. Each time this sound occurs, it is after an intrusion into the character's privacy, so after the man has entered the house and has commented on the age difference between him and her. When the mother finds the man's ashtray, the doctor's ashtray, the introduced ashtray, even though she asks him not to smoke inside, a woman and the man have a sexual relations in the house, even though mother asked them to leave before. So each time is an intrusion, well, there is that sound. I do have a clip to show you. It's quite dark, so if we can dim the light.
Sit for a second, can we get you anything to drink?
No, that's fine.
Some tea? Some tea?
No. I don't. I don't want to be a bother.
But you must. A guest and a doctor, I mean, who knows, I might trip down the stairs one day.
Let's hope not.
I'll go make some.
Thank you.
This way, please.
Sorry for the mess. We're moving in after months of construction.
It's an incredible place.
My wife loves having company.
Your wife?
Yes. Thought it was your daughter.
Sit down. Thank you very much. Sure.
Fine.
So we heard the high pitch sound, which looks like coming from the diegetic of the movie, from the teacups, for example, but also seems like it is something that is interoceptive of the woman, because, for example, we hear it when there's no more cups, and also we hear a heartbeat after that, so it seems like an interoceptive sound. At the same time. Yesterday, Professor Novak referenced to the semiotician triad icon symbol in index. That would be a great analysis to make, as it is an index or a symbol in that case. But I do think that it represents a form of tinnitus, and also it's repetitive through the movie. It is a manifestation of the psychological discomfort, but also has the function of disturbing the listener viewer of the film in that case. Another thing that shows empathetic view of the movie Mother is the sensory-motor complex. So in the book Empathic Screen by Garese and Guerra, they have an entire chapter dedicated to hands and faces, while stating that it is more appealing to the sensory motor complex when you have those kind of shots, and close-up also. So we see, for example, here 2 instances of editing that shows the mother touching the wall. After that, we have an extreme close-up of the eyes, and we have an heart beating. So these 2 times, mother is alone in the house. There's no intruders. For me, it's kind of an embedded metaphors of the link that mother has with the house, and therefore later on, well, it shows that when there are intruders in the house, they are intruders in mother's intimacy, for example. The use of close-up, well, there's a lot of close-up in the movie Mother. So emphasis on the main character. I have another clip here. It's quite dark, so we can dim the lights, but I do not need the sound. It's only to show you the extent of the use of close-up. So this is...
I got it. Where are you going? Don't go. Come here. Come here. Listen, I have to tell you something. What? The baby? The baby? Hey, come here. Come this way. We need space. I'll be right back.
So in the 2 clips I showed you, approximately on the 32 shots of those 2 clips, there was, I said approximately because when I did my paper, it was not exactly the same clips, but on the 32 shots, in the 2 clips, I showed 27 are close-up or extreme close-up, which represent 84% of the shots. So often the close-up are using on a touching gesture, often violent, numerous through mother the film over, which involves the spectator physically through the sensory motor complex. In the chapter by Galese and Guerra, they also talk about the intention of the movement. So if the movement is intentional, so if it's a human doing the movement with an intention behind, those kind of movements are the most impactful on the sensory motor complex. And I do think that there's a use for that, for an embedded thoughts in the movie, or representing the mother's character's mind and how she thinks. And I would say this is mostly in what we saw in the climax. So there's a lot of close-up, but there's also a lot of informations behind the main character. And there's also a lot of visual clutter during that time. So multiple studies on attention argue that it can cause confusion among the viewer if there's a lot of visual clutters. Usually it's not the intention of the filmmakers to cause confusion, but in that case I think it can serve as an embedded representation of the character's mind. Also, there's a large number of complex and close visual elements in the film. It has effects on perception and cognition. Visual overload limits the amount of information assimilated, and those that are assimilated are not necessary in an orderly and coherent manner. So indeed, clutter disrupts the perception of distance, depth, and spatial relationships. Also, on attention studies, there's a different smaller studies, so there's still place to explore the use of color, but those smaller studies says it has an effect on attention, suggesting that, well, contrasted image can direct the attention, and so the visual clutter does not have the same effect. We can imagine why, but in the movie Mother, there's a lot of, well, in the climax part, there's a lot of monochromatic shots. So, and even the use of lighting lightning is, well, sometimes not directly toward the main character. So we have all the information, visual information, on the same distance. So I think it adds to the effect of confusion. So we could explore that maybe in later studies. I would like to end my presentation on, on a note. Today I propose an interpretation with a formal analysis of the movie model with an embodied cognitive approach. But before going to questions, I would like to acknowledge that, well, due to my specialization and the subject of this conference, I didn't address a critical theory around the making of the movie. This movie was written, directed, and co-produced by a man whom is in a romantic relationship with the main character, the actress of the main character at that time. I do think that there's questions that we could address with that, but I don't think I'm the good person maybe to address it today. But I would like to point toward the power structure that could be legitimately questioned behind mother also. So, thank you, and thank you to University of Montreal and the Center for Interdisciplinary Research that allows me to be there today. Thank you.
We have time for a couple of questions, but before I give it to the audience, can you very briefly speak about your research in script writing? Because it's also very interesting what you do.
Yes, so like I said, it's an artistic-based research. I do use neuroscience. I do use visual clutter, for example, in my script writing. It does change the format of the script. So, example for visual clutters, I use multiple columns inside my scripts to have different cognitive loads at the front and the back of the scene. Right now, I do use sound also in my script that I put maybe in some place to spatialize the sound and give a visual feeling, embodied feeling to the reader/viewer. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any questions about the presentation or Maud's topic?
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. I thought it was very interesting. I was wondering, when you were checking the ratings of spectators about the film, they rated it really bad. Yeah. But I'm wondering whether it was because they got confused with the whole film in general, or whether they had a hard time with this embodied part that you're speaking about. Because I feel that I really liked this film, but of course I love film and I love cinema. And I'm wondering, people, when they went to see this film, I think there's two sources of confusion, which is the fact that the characters don't have names apart from mother and him, and obviously there's this metaphor, but that to a certain extent you can only really understand it after the film, or while you're watching the film, if you're into trying to figure out the metaphor. But I see two sources of confusion. One, understanding the whole plot and what's going on, and the other one is, as you say, the visual clutter and everything that is on purpose, making you anxious and confused. And I wonder if there's an interaction between them, or what are.
I do think that both are true, because, like you said, the characters doesn't have name. They don't have name, each character. Also, there's a lack of past information. So she's she doesn't have a past. The main character doesn't have a past. So also, there's a part in the movie that, we go kind of very more allegory kind of phase that is not maybe really narrative driven for the viewers. But I also think that this lack of past and maybe cognitive elements plays with the fact that is an affective encounter. So in empathy, you have cognitive empathy and you have affective empathy. And I think in that case, in this movie, there's an emphasis on the affective empathy. And if I speak for myself, truly, when I watched the movie for the first time, and I'm really used to watch hard movie, I had to stop the movie at some point because it was too hard for me. So I know that there's people that I didn't see it in a cinema theater, so I could do that. But I know in the cinema theater there was a lot of people leaving the place, and also there was a lot of people that were maybe even laughing at that because it was too strange for them. So I have some friends that went to the movie theater and said that in the movie theater, people were laughing at some point because it was too out there. So I do think that the two are true, yeah.
Thank you, Maud.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then it's time to move our third keynote philosopher. Michael Powen comes from the Berlin School of Mind and Brain, and we are really excited to welcome you on the stage.
Okay, it works. So, welcome everybody. Thanks for the invitation to this inspiring conference. Today I'm trying to apply a framework, second-person perspective framework that tries to distinguish different perspectives, particularly in social interaction. To filmic experience. That has already been done, among others, by Pia herself, and I try to show what is the difference. I try to explain the framework, try to show what is the difference between second-person or paradigmatic second-person perspective taking in everyday life, in social communication or social interaction, and then try to say something about the underlying neural mechanisms. Okay, so second-person perspective taking can be distinguished from the first and third-person perspective. It's relevant in social and developmental psychology, particularly paradigmatic situations are mind reading or communication in social situations. So, for instance, if you talk to somebody else, I will apply, as I already said, the second-person perspective framework to filmic experience for obvious reasons, because in filmic experience you have interaction, social interaction, and particularly, and that's even more important, you can apply the second-person framework to the relationship between the author and the protagonist and the spectator and the protagonist. And it's even a bit more complicated, as you will see in a minute. So, and I will also talk about the underlying mechanisms. In many cases, social interactions are understood on a mainly theoretical level, and I would like to convince you that this is not such a very good idea. It's more a relationship on an intuitive level, and that has certain consequences also for the underlying brain mechanisms. So, my claims will be that second-person perspective taking is essential for the spectator's filmic experience, particularly for empathy, for effects that the film has on the spectator, and also for the emotional effects. It works mainly subpersonal, intuitive, rather than based on some kind of theory of mind or something like that. And it's based on activities, and that's also part of the claims that I make regarding neuroscientific mechanisms. It's based on activity in related areas of the motor system and on mirror neurons. So the basic idea there is that if you, for instance, empathize with the person feeling pain, then your pain areas will become active as well. So those areas will become active, that would become active if you have a pain experience, and that enables empathizing with the protagonist, for instance. Okay, so in the first part of my talk, I'm going to explain the second-person perspective framework. In the second part, I will talk about the underlying neural mechanisms, and in the third part, I'm going to apply this framework and the underlying assumptions regarding the neural mechanisms to filmic experience. Okay, let's first talk about the second-person perspective. So second-person perspective can be distinguished from the first and from third-person perspective. For a paradigmatic example of first-person perspective taking is if you say, I feel pain. And you could say this taking the perspective of, that's a picture that you probably all know from Ernst Mach, and it shows his first-person perspective on on the room where he works, and you see his mustache down there, etc., etc. The object of first-person perspective taking. So what you are talking about, if you are talking about from your first-person perspective, is your own experience. So in this case, your experience of pain, or it could also be some kind of proprioceptive experience. What is the evidence? Well, obviously, the evidence is your own experience. There is a trick. So with respect to first-person perspective taking, and that's a trick that is relevant for second-person perspective as well. It does not suffice talking about your first-person experience for having a first-person perspective. But what is important for having a real, genuine first-person perspective is that you recognize your first-person perspective as a first-person perspective, or that you recognize your experience as your experience. And the counterexample, and that will become important for second-person perspective taking as well. So having a first-person perspective requires having some at least basic understanding of having a second-person perspective, first-person perspective. So the paradigmatic example for a child that talks about recognizes her first-person experience, but does not understand them as a first-person perspective, as a child that tries to hide themselves by closing their eyes. In this case, the child doesn't have visual experience at all, but because the child doesn't understand that this is her or his perspective, it assumes that everybody else doesn't have that kind of experience as well. Yeah, that is what happens, and I will show you that this happens in second-person perspective taking as well, and I will present you an example, or give you an example from the theory of tragedy, from French tragedy from the 17th century, where the theorists didn't understand the perspective either. Okay, so that's first-person perspective taking, talking about your own experience, which includes that you understand your own experience as your own experience, as something special. Second example, that's something obvious, taking a third-person perspective. So an example, she's injured or it is damaged. The object may be anything, some object, cameras here in the room or whatever you would like. The evidence is almost everything else as well. So it could be observation of objects, theories, etc. And the relation is objective. So that is something that's that's the typical scientific perspective. What is interesting here is the second-person perspective. So in second-person perspective taking, you ascribe a mental state in a social context to another person. So you may ascribe a certain, for instance, you could ascribe to me, if I would be a bit more, what should I say, agitated. You could describe the state of being nervous to me. And you would do this by putting yourself into my shoes. So what you try to do is to take my perspective. Examples are you feel pain, or you obviously believe that Rome is a beautiful city. The object in this case, so what we are talking about when taking a second person perspective, is another person's experience, another person's beliefs, or another person's intention, so another person's mental state. And how would you know about this? Well, you would use your own experience in order, or your own fictitious experience, in order to figure out what the other person thinks, believes, or feels. So you try to simulate the other person's the mental state. And the relation is intersubjective. It's a relation between subjects who are able to feel something, think about something, etc. Well, the cognitive mechanism, or let's focus a bit more on the cognitive mechanism. So, as I've already indicated, so the cognitive mechanism can be described as kind of a simulation. What would I feel, what I think, if I were in the other situation? Note that this is not necessarily intentional. So you're not sitting in a movie and asking yourself, well, what would I think if I were in this situation? This is something that goes on automatic, but still, so it's something where you are not aware of the underlying cognitive or emotional processes. And I will explain this in a bit more detail in the second part of my talk. But you will, in some sense, use your own experience, your own knowledge, and your own dispositions to put yourself in the other shoes, and what is even more important, to adjust them to the other's situation. So you do not only, or if you ask yourself, well, what would I feel in the situation, then you obviously have to take into account, well, what is the difference between my situation right now and the other situation? And this is something, and that is meant by taking the other's perspective. So let's look a bit more closely what that perspective taking means. And maybe I've also already presented an example when you fail to do perspective taking, then it may happen that you come to completely false results. And the child who closes their eyes and thinks they can hide herself is a very good example for that. So my daughter did this when she was 2 or 3 years old, and I said, Helena, she tried to hide herself, and we were playing around, and I said, Helena, I've always found you. Don't you understand that I can see you? And she continued doing this. Yeah. So there is an obvious, and that's well researched in developmental psychology. So there are certain stages of development where you are able to understand that your perspective is a perspective. And maybe the most interesting step there is, or has been, or most interesting kind of type of research are false belief tasks. That's something where you can take this apart very, very well. So the first experiments were done in the 1980s by Wimmer and Perner, and probably you all know these experiments, right? So basic idea is 2 kids are in a room, then a certain object is put into a drawer. There are 2 drawers or some containers in the room, and an object, let's say an apple, is put into one of these containers. And then one of the kids leaves the room, and the apple is displaced from one container to the other container. And then the child who is still in the room is asked, well, when the other child comes back, where is she looking for the object, for the apple? Is the child looking for the object in the first container where it was put when the child left the room, or is it looking in the second container where the apple actually is? And kids, and that's a question of perspective taking, because the child in the room has to account for the fact that the situation or the information of the child who has left the room is different from her own situation. So that's the perspective taking. Perspective taking with respect to the level of information that you have. And kids below 4 years of age are not able to do this. They would say, well, it's in the second container, where it obviously is. So the child confuses her own perspective or just takes her knowledge as the knowledge of the other child. And only after 4 years of age, children are able to do this in this specific experimental setup. So there are different ways to do this experiment, and then children are able to do this earlier. But that's basically the setup. So perspective taking in this case means being able to account for differences in the, let's say, epistemic or emotional situation of the other. And that is something making a difference between your own situation and the other situation, and then simulate the rest that you can simulate. And interestingly, this is something that does not only happen to children, that happens to everyone. That even happens to scientists, and that's the example. So in the 17th century theory of tragedy in France, one of the important backgrounds was Aristotle's Poetics, which allegedly, I mean, that's not so clear, demanded 3 unities: the unity of place, the unity of time, and the unity of action. And then why would you, and of course the scholars tried to justify it, and one scholar said, well, it's clear that we need the unity of time, and unity of place, because the spectator sits in one place over the entire tragedy, so we can move this. So that's obviously not taking into account for the situation of the spectator, because the spectator obviously intuitively knows that there is a difference between his or her own situation sitting in the theater and what goes on the stage. That there is a different time frame and a place on the screen than his own situation. But the theoretician did not understand this. Yeah? That's a lack of perspective taking. Okay, so and that's important, this kind of perspective taking has to be understood in second person perspective taking. That's an important point. So it's not only that you take some other's perspective, but you have to understand the differences. Okay. Normally, second person perspective taking is done in interactive situations, but that's not necessarily the case. So in interactive situations, if you talk to somebody else and you make a certain assumption about the feelings or the beliefs of the other person, then of course the feedback gives you the possibility of correcting your assumptions about the other's perspective. But as you see, for instance, a previous German government, it can happen that you think about another person without communicating with them. And that happens also in other situations, for instance, in hermeneutics, in ethnology, in history, or just if you read a letter from your friend. If you read a letter from your friend, you will use the letter to take the perspective of the writer of this letter. You will try to find out, well, what did she want to tell me? What were her feelings or whatever? And you will do so without directly interacting with the person. Yeah? So you can take another perspective without direct interaction, but in typical situation, you will interact. How can this be applied to films? Well, one obvious area where we have second-person perspective taking is the author. The author just taking shorthand for the scriptwriter or the director. The author puts themselves in the protagonist's shoes. So when writing a script or when directing a film, one of the considerations, conscious or subconscious, will be, well, what would I do? What would I feel in that situation? So keep in mind, there's no interaction with the protagonist. The author can do with the protagonist whatever they want. There will be no feedback, obviously, from the protagonist to the author, and therefore no correction if the author makes unplausible assumption about what somebody would do in a specific situation. It would just be bad for the film. The author also has, in some sense, a second-person relation to the spectator as well. So if the author puts intuitively or explicitly him or herself into the spectator's shoes, how would I respond to this situation if I were the spectator? And that is maybe one of the mechanisms. So one of the things I read when preparing for this talk was Pia's piece about perspective taking in films from last year or 2 years before, where she described this second-order authorship. The author just not creates a situation which is, what should I say, which has emergent properties due to the intrusion of the activity of or driven by the perspective of the spectator. And one of the factors in this system is the second-person perspective taking of the author with respect to the protagonist and with respect of the spectator. So the author, in some sense, tries to anticipate how the spectator will react. So anticipate how the system will develop, even because it's an emergent or dynamic system. That's not possible completely, at least. Second area where the framework can be applied, and that's what I will focus on, I think it's more fruitful here, is the spectator. So obviously the spectator puts themselves in the protagonist's shoes. What would I do? What I would feel if I would be in the protagonist's situation? What has to be taken into account, or what is different in the filmic experience from everyday experience, is that the spectator's attention is guided by the author. And that's also important, and there are studies on that you probably know, on the differences in response depending on the different types of camera. There's also publication in Vittorio Galese's and Guerra's book about the empathic screen. There's an experiment, and there's another experiment done also by Pickard last year, which shows what the effect on immersion is when you take either a static camera or a Steadicam. So we have a second-person perspective taken by the spectator, guided by the camera to some extent, but there is, unlike in the social situation, there is no interaction. There is no direct feedback from the protagonist to the spectator. There is indirect feedback if the spectator makes some assumption about the feelings or intentions of the spectator, which get falsified in the subsequent parts of the plot, but it's not directly, not a direct reaction to the spectator, obviously. And of course, there is also a second-person relation with respect to the author. So if you're sitting in, what should I say, Oppenheimer, you might ask yourself, well, what does the author tries to tell me about the psychological situation or the intentions of Oppenheimer? Yeah, it's not only that the spectator tries to find out, well, what does Oppenheimer want to do, or what does Leonard Bernstein wants to do, what are his intentions, his beliefs, but it's also what is the specific perspective or the specific intention of the author in showing me Oppenheimer in this situation. What does he want to tell me about Oppenheimer's situation, Oppenheimer's belief, or Oppenheimer's character, or whatever? Okay, now that looks like a complicated, like a quite complicated framework, and I think it is a complicated framework. And the question is, well, how would that work? I mean, how would you deal with all these different factors when you're sitting in a movie? You're probably not thinking about theories, about theory of mind, about what the author did. So we have two alternatives. One alternative, and that's classical psychology, is that we understand second-person perspective taking as a conscious cognitive process based even on a folk psychological theory, generalizations of what people do in certain situations. So in this case, we would sitting in a movie theater drawing inferences based on general rules, etc. So that's the scientist perspective. That is something that's not very likely. So it's much more likely that we understand second-person perspective taking as a non-conscious, intuitive process that works automatically. But how does it work? So, and I would like to, and that's what I would like to show in the second part of my talk. And I would like to draw inferences from the neural mechanisms underlying second-person perspective taking on to the phenomenology of second-person perspective taking. In order to do so, I would like to show you two pictures. That's a picture of the fight between Garry Kasparov, then the world champion of chess in, I think, I wrote it down, 1996 or something like that, against a computer by IBM Deep Blue. And that's a similar situation. That's the game of Lee Sedol against AlphaGo. Lee Sedol was the current champion of Go against a computer program developed by Google, which was focused on playing Go. And in both cases, the computer won. But that's not what is interesting in these two pictures. Is there anything else that strikes you as remarkable if you look at these two pictures? This one and this one. The computers won in both types. Computers beat the champions. And that was taken as an important event that could take human self-understanding, could deal a blow to human self-understanding. Yeah?
There's a person seated in front.
You're right, there's a person in front, right?
Yes, sitting with a gamer, right?
Yeah.
That's not a computer.
Right, and what are the persons doing?
Staring at the moves of the other.
Yeah, not only staring. Look at this one here. I mean, in this case, it's clear. Garry Kasparov is moving his own pieces. He is the human. But the interesting thing is, it's not the computer who is moving the pieces. It's the guy. They need a guy sitting in front.
Okay.
And the reason is, I mean, they could have constructed, obviously in 2006 could have, but it would appear ridiculous because there would be a soft hand which would be would kind of tremor and would maybe sometimes just mess around with the pieces, etc., etc. And therefore, they had another guy sitting there. And that's the point that I would like to draw your attention to. Namely, that we have a knowledge hierarchy. We think that explicit, formal, symbolic cognition, math, logic, philosophy, that's the particularly intelligent stuff and the difficult stuff. And then you have this implicit, non-formal, non-symbolic cognition that, for instance, soccer player excel on, and that's easy. Or drivers. And that's false. That's completely false. So if you what has turned on, and that is something that has been called Moravec's paradox, computers are really bad at driving. Computers are really bad at moving simple chess pieces. Computers are also bad at walking. I don't know whether you know that there's a nice collection of failures of what is Boston Dynamics company, which produces animal-like robots who try to climb stairs, etc., and they fall down every second minute. Yeah, it's extremely difficult, and that's the point that I would like draw your attention to. So, formal symbolic knowledge, the complexity is not higher. We take this as more important because it's consciously accessible for us. And when we try to improve our formal, or if we want to create this formal symbolic knowledge, we have to go through all the difficulties consciously. And it's a recent evolutionary development. The non-formal, non-symbolic knowledge, that's automatic, that's subconscious. We are born with this knowledge. We are born with the knowledge how to walk. If you take very, very young children and you put them into a situation where they could walk, then we start walking as they start swimming. And then that's an older evolutionary process. And many animals start walking from the first day on. So they are born with this knowledge. And this knowledge includes billions of years of experience about the world, in our perceptual system, in our motor system, and in our affective system. That's the important point. This knowledge is automatic, subconscious. We are unaware of the difficulties, and that's why we think that this mathematical or philosophical or logical knowledge is so much more complicated. The other one is automatic, but it's not. We'll be happy to talk about this difference. I mean, there's an obvious question: why did we invite, with our formal knowledge, Tetra Paks and computers, and not the animals who are much better in moving, and not the soccer players, for instance? That's an interesting. But it's not because the so-called higher formal knowledge is more complicated. So, the important point that I would like to, where this attaches to second-person perspective taking, is that our higher cognitive abilities, language, perception, emotion, visual recognition, employ or capitalize on this informal knowledge. That's important. So, let's first another quote by Hans Moravec, that's a computer scientist from Canada, who was the first to focus on this. Encoded in the large, highly involved sensory and motor portions of the human brain is a billion years of experience about the nature of the world. The deliberate process, by contrast, the deliberate process we call reasoning is, I believe, the thinnest veneer of human thought, effective only because it's supported by this much older and much more powerful, though unusually unconscious sensory motor knowledge. So the reason why you can create philosophical or mathematical theories is that these mathematical theories can capitalize, or the philosophical theories can capitalize on this older sensory motor knowledge. And you may have a suspicion how that connects to second-person perspective taking. Second-person perspective taking capitalizes on this subconscious knowledge as well. We are all prodigious Olympians in perceptual and motor areas. Abstract thought, though, is a new trick, perhaps less than 100,000 years old. I don't think it's a bit older, probably. We have not yet mastered it. It is not at all intrinsically difficult. It just seems so when we do it. Okay, so what does it mean? Well, if we have such a highly developed motor and perceptual knowledge, is there a way that this knowledge can support our formal abilities? And can this help to answer our questions regarding the neural mechanisms underlying our second-person perspective abilities? I would like to show you one interesting example how this motor knowledge, embodied cognition, I prefer the expression motor knowledge, but we can talk about these differences later, how this is involved in language understanding. Language understanding taken as a paradigmatic example of higher cognition. So there are experiments by Friedemann Pulvermüller, a guy who is currently in Berlin and has done research in Cambridge before. And what he did is he presented his experimental subjects. He asked his experimental subjects to understand or decode either leg-related words, arm-related words. So leg-related words, some kind of words referring to the movement of your leg. Arm-related words related to the movement of your arm, face-related words, smiling, something like this, to the movement. And then he put them in a scanner, and what turned out is, as you would expect, that you have activities in the language system, Brodmann and Wernicke area. But in addition, you had activity in the motor system. That's the part of the motor system that controls your legs. That's the part of your motor system controls your arm, and that's the one that controls your face. Now, you might think that this is just an associative relationship. So the words, you have some kind of theoretical understanding of leg-related or leg movement-related words, and they, by some mechanism, activate the motor system. But it seems that it works the other way around. The understanding, the theoretical, linguistic understanding is based to some extent, at least, on activity in the motor system. And that's where what I want to show in that's the basic point I want to make, namely that this older, unconscious knowledge about the motor system, the affective system, the pain system supports the so-called higher knowledge. And that's an experiment that they did later. So in this case, they activated areas, motor areas, and then had their subject decode leg-related or arm-related words. And the assumption is if the activity in these motor areas supports, for instance, the understanding of leg-related words, then subjects should be faster in decoding this or understanding these words, and slower in understanding words which are related to another part of the motor system, so in arm-related movements. And that's what actually came up. So you see again the activity in the different areas of the brain, and that's the result of the decoding experiment. So they had to understand words, and if they activated the arm part of the motor system, that's here, then they were faster, that's the gray bar here, then they were faster in understanding arm-related words and more slow in understanding leg-related words. And it was the other way around. If they stimulated the leg area of the motor system, then they were faster in understanding leg-related words and more slowly in understanding arm-related words. Yeah? It's not an eternal truth, it's scientific research, but it's a strong indicator that the motor system is really involved in supporting higher cognition. And now I come to some experiments showing that this is true for social cognition as well. Now, the first one is an experiment that you probably all know. It's a study by Meltzer from the 1980s, Meltzer and Moore, 1983. And what they found out is that newborn babies, I think 6 or 9 hours old, so really, really newborn. If you look at them and poke out your tongue, then they will do the same. And that may not strike you, but if you really imagine what you would have to do in order to imitate this behavior, it's really, particularly if you try to do it consciously, it's really, really complicated. Imagine that you listen to a melody and you have a guitar in your hand and you try to copy this melody. Yeah? You first have to understand what the melody is. You have to transfer this knowledge into movement on your guitar, and then you have to play it. And I think there are people who are able to do this instantly, but in most cases, that goes wrong. But the babies are able to do this. Why is this possible? Well, it is possible because there is a mechanism in our brain that engages these motor areas for perceptual and motor and empathic reasons in these situations. Namely, that if you perceive another person's actions, emotions, intentions, that is, if you perceive other person's mental activities that you have yourself or that you can engage in yourself, then this will activate those areas of the brain that are corresponding with these activities. That is, if you perceive a person feeling pain, then your pain areas will be activated. Or if this baby sees the other person poking out their tongue, then the areas will be activated that would control the tongue movement of the baby itself. And that's why it's so easy for the baby to poke out their tongue. And the important point here is, so this idea, that's the so-called principle of common coding, that goes back to James and Sperry, and more recently has been developed by Wolfgang Prinz. The basic idea there is that motor and other forms, if you observe a person engaging in a certain activity, then this will activate the corresponding brain areas in your brain. And obviously, this will not only help you to engage in the same activity, it also helps you to identify this activity. That's the first thing that happens in the baby. And then this will also create empathy, because, and we'll show you an experiment on that. So motor and other forms of subpersonal knowledge can thus be used to identify related movement, emotions, and intentions, and they are relevant for the interaction and empathy. In order to show you this, let's look at an experiment by Tanja Singer. There is quite a sequence of experiments showing that empathy in general is supported by this mechanism. The mechanism is called common coding. And the activity of the mirror neurons is one example of common coding, but that's quite a specific activity because it's related to activities in the motor system. And the mirror neurons, the basic function of the mirror neurons is that they distinguish between intentional actions and non-intentional movement. So this mechanism is more general, but it's basically the same story. So empathy in general, so if you observe, I still have 6 minutes? Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you observe the emotional experience of others, this activates the corresponding areas in the observer. That has been shown by, for instance, if you with odors, with tactile sensations, and with pain. We look. Yeah. Let's look at. Okay, no, it works. Let's look at an experiment by Tanja Singer. In this experiment, she invited romantic couples to her lab. And one of the partners was put into a scanner, and the other partner was outside the scanner, and he or she was administered pain, such that the partner in the scanner could see this. What was happening there is that the partner of course, the pain areas of the partner outside the scanner who felt the pain themselves were activated. But what was interesting and what supports the theory is that the partner inside the scanner had activated basically the same areas, pain areas themselves. Yeah. So you again this principle of common coding. It's not completely the same. I would be happy to talk about the details, but let's keep in mind that's to an important extent, it's the same area. So, Tanja Singer concludes, in sum, these findings suggest that we use representations reflecting our own emotional responses to pain to understand how the pain of others feels. You will already suspect what that has to do with second-person perspective taking. Second-person perspective taking with respect to pain, emotion, perception is supported by exactly this mechanism. Yeah, that's the important one. Interesting, however, is it doesn't always work automatically. So you have control over this, and that's a follow-up experiment. So she did do the same experiment and distinguish between women and men, and in both cases, before undergoing this experiment, where they saw that somebody else was administered pain, they had to play a game with this person who was administered pain. And sometimes the guy played fairly, and in other cases the guy did not play, cheated. And what was interesting, the women, when they put the women in the scanner, they empathized with the fair players when the fair players felt pain, and they emphasized even to a lesser degree. I mean, I don't know whether this is significant or not. There's no asterisk, so it might not be significant. But there is at least a tendency that the women displayed to a lesser extent with the unfair players. When they put the men in the scanners, the men sympathized with the fair players, but they did not sympathize at all with the unfair players. And it was even so that the reward system of the men was activated when they saw the unfair players suffering. So there might be interesting gender differences. Okay, so I come to the final part of my talk, which is quite brief. So let's apply this a bit more explicitly to second-person perspective taking in filmic experience. So what I try to show is that social abilities are supported by subconscious, particularly motor cognition, and this obviously enables second-person perspective taking, and my example was second-person perspective taking in the case of pain. So you can empathize with others' affect. Due to this mechanism, you can subconsciously, automatically empathize with others' affect, with others' intentions, and others' movement. And how does it? Well, the brain activity underlying our own experience represents a corresponding experience in others. So my pain activity represents the pain activity of others with whom I sympathize. And so the claim that I would like to defend in the last minutes is that second-person perspective taking is a paradigmatic way of interpreting filmic experience, and the motor experience, the motor information and the subconscious information that we've talked about before plays an important role. Before I come to filmic experience specifically, I would like to draw your attention to this painting by Roger van der Weyden from the 15th century. What you see here is the descent from cross of Jesus Christ. There is Jesus Christ, and that's Maria. And the picture is interesting, not only because it shows us that Maria sympathizes, has an empathic relation to her son, which is expressed by her bodily posture. It's exactly the same like Jesus Christ was. It's also because obviously Roger van der Weyden already had a theory, or at least an understanding of this relationship, of the empathy driven by, in this case, by a motor expression of the emotion that you are in. And that means also that it's, again, driven by this mechanism. It's similar to the mechanism in the Malthof experiment where the baby takes out their tongue. Okay, but, and for the last part, I will refer to some extent on Victoria Gallese and Guerra's book on the empathic screen. So they show the relevance of motor cognition, of empathy driven by a system that I think it's not only mirror neurons, but it's the entire spectrum of common coding, which allows for an intuitive automatic interpretation of motion signals that obviously you can much better pursue in a movie than you can do it on a painting. And the mechanism, again, is that the visual system uses information in the motor system to decode motor-related visual information, as I've shown. So it's absolutely similar to the examples in the experiments I've shown before. And Gallese shows how this, he takes the Hitchcock Notorious from 1946 as an example how this mechanism works. It does not work via the part of the film that you can represent consciously, the dialogue or the plot. It works by very, very, what should I say, by subpersonal cues that are normally not consciously reflected, but have an effect on those areas that are relevant for the representation of emotion, of affect, or subconscious interpretation. So, and they show that, for instance, that Hitchcock's attention also is not on the plot, not so much on the dialogue, on personal cues that you would interpret consciously, but more on those which are subpersonal and therefore are decisive for empathy and suspense. And yeah, last point, an experiment by Gallese and Guerra, which shows that these subpersonal cues have an effect on the spectator's empathy. They compare two situations or two films. One is done with a static camera, and the other one is done with a Steadicam, and they show that the immersion is much higher in the case of the Steadicam. And there's a similar experiment done by Tika, which has been published last year. Okay, let's sum up. I try to show that second-person perspective taking is essential for the role, or plays an essential role in filmic experience and authorship. I did focus on the filmic experience by the spectator, but both the spectator and the author take a second-person perspective regarding the protagonist. The second-person perspective is mainly explained by, or particularly the abilities of the spectator, but also to some extent of the author, is mainly explained by a principle of common coding, which allows to capitalize or to use subconscious knowledge, such subconscious knowledge in a motor and affective system for the interpretation of filmic experience. This motor information enables subpersonal automatic decoding of emotion, intention, pain from visual stimuli. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, fantastic talk. And of course, everybody in the audience, especially filmmakers who work with exactly on these non-verbal areas of, in some sense, they were like really excited about this. So talking about the second-person perspective, something that is of interest maybe to many researchers here is how does then, if we think of the second-person interviews, such where another person interviews another person for that person's experiences. So how I can understand that interview kind of plays along with the interviewed, the person that she's interviewing. But what about, what is your idea, how would you describe the abilities of the first person to actually put in words their experiences of some non-verbal or motor aspects? And this is like a really big question. We know about how introspective methods were like criticized in previous and there are some concerns related to it, but now there are new attempts to come back to the first person descriptions of experience. So maybe you can say something about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's really a tricky question. So, I mean, it refers to the interaction. So, I mean, take my talk. Yeah, that was exactly an effort to translate all this subpersonal stuff to a conscious description. And, I mean, there are some tricks. One of the tricks, is an old trick in psychology, is not asking people, observing their behavior. And the interesting stuff about observing behaviors is that all the biases and all the errors that I have about myself don't play a role. You just observe. The disadvantage is that only a limited part of information that is available will become apparent in the talk. I mean, my introspective perspective is relevant, but you have to interpret it in the light of objective evidence. So we need both. I mean, in the end, as scientists, we almost only have the theoretical formal perspective, but we have to take the other perspective as important and as relevant as possible. That's a general. So.
Yes, I mean, follow-up question, like, we can understand that, of course, for example, in scientific domain, so the biases are present when the researchers interpret the data, though they often, maybe want to see or see in the data something that maybe is not there so explicitly. So these biases are present. But do you think that these interviewing methods provide information of the embodied experience?
Yeah, I mean, we must be aware, and therefore this kind of research, also about the shortcomings of interviews or introspective reports, are important. I mean, Nisbet and Wilson telling more than we can know. This paper from 1972, where they show that almost everything we tell about ourselves is false. If we know the typical errors that we make, then we can first ask questions in ways that might evade these errors. And we might also apply this knowledge in our interpretation of the responses of subjects. Yeah, and also we might also use this information in order to evade the errors ourselves.
Yes, very crucial questions. Any question from the audience? Yes, please. On the table.
You probably have to press a button.
It's green.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to thank you for your presentation. My background is in cognitive neuroscience, and my thesis is a little bit also about films and mind reading or theory of mind. So I wanted to ask you a question because, I have two questions. The first one would be related to how we use the terms of first, second, and third person perspectives in social neuroscience. So basically, as you say, second person neuroscience would be like this sort of like interaction between us and the other person.
Yeah.
And when we think about theory of mind and we observe someone else, we usually think about a third person perspective, as you say, without this interaction. No? In cinema, you wouldn't have this interaction. But my question is, or sort of like a note, I guess, would be, you say that of course, in cinema, you don't have feedback. But I think that specific feedback you have in interaction is extremely relevant. Like, this is sort of like what the experiments are showing, that it's not exactly the same thing. And an example would be like kind of the experiments you showed with the camera movements. If the camera movements are already sort of influencing how our brain processes a film, imagine how much the interaction with a person would influence, no? So like just the eye movements and so on. And I wonder, like, no one has done this experiment that I know, but like the difference that it would be to actually see a theater play where the actors are aware that they can look back at you. And in comparison with cinema, like that would actually be super different in terms of like the cognitive processes that you're doing when interacting with the film. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah.
And let me make my second question, because otherwise they're going to take my mic. So my second question would be related to the fact, it's kind of comment question, to see what you think about this. So I agree with the fact that motor cognition, of course, or embodied cognition, or similar processes, implicit and you would say automatic processes, of course, have an influence on our social cognition. But I do think, and it's been proven, that it's not the only way, it's not the only, and even authors such as, that obviously are very, that discuss this, such as Sean Gallagher, he discusses all of these embodied processes and so on. But even he says that there's certain circumstances and situations where we cannot just use this motor cognition, right? So one of the examples he puts is when the behavior of someone is out of context. And I believe that in cinema, most of what we are, inferring is us judging someone that is acting out of context in the sense that we know almost always more than the actors. So almost always we won't be able to just use our motor cognition to actually understand what's going on. There needs to be some sort of inference.
So your question is, just in terms of time.
Anyway, yeah, so that was sort of like adding to that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I tried to be very brief.
Your question, you had a question. Okay.
Yeah, well, basically what he thinks about these two things.
First answer to the last question, well, it's absolutely clear. We need both kind of knowledge, yeah? Also Galeza and Gara show that, for instance, if you really want to have a genuine filmic experience, you need both. You need an understanding, a conscious understanding of the plot of certain problems. Think about looking detective film, then you have to understand the plot otherwise. But that's something we know anyway. Therefore, I did focus, and many people focus on the subconscious part because that is something that's largely unknown. Yeah. So we need both, but the focus on the unknown stuff is because it is unknown. That's where it's important to find more information. That's the answer to the second question. First question. Interaction is necessary. In order to be able to take or to learn how to take a second-person perspective, you need interaction. Otherwise, so Robinson Crusoe won't have a second-person perspective. Yeah, you need this, and there is evidence also from cultures where talk about second-person perspective taking is not accepted. That it takes for kids from these cultures much longer to pass the false belief task or something like that. Last part, theater. Yes, the interaction between actors and the audience in a theater is obvious. Yeah, I mean, they speak in a completely different way. Yeah, in German television, all the actors also in films spoke. There were theater plays, and they spoke like theater plays. Never dialect. All this high, etc. This is something funny if you see German movies from the 1960s or so. Today, this is different. Yeah, so that reflects the awareness that there is an audience in the room, and the audience in the room has to understand what you are saying. Therefore,
beautiful. Thank you. So, and Michael will be here around the whole day, and so please use this possibility to grab him and go more deeply into your different questions. Yeah. I'm sure you're happy to answer. Thank you so much. And our next speaker will be, yes, he's fine. Yes, thanks. Ruta Kazlauskaite. Did I pronounce it beautifully?
Yes, that's good.
Kazlauskaite. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Pia. So, hello everyone. I'm Ruta Kazlauskaite. I'm a political scientist from the University of Helsinki. And I'm very much an interdisciplinary scholar. That's probably why I'm here. I draw on different disciplines in my work, mostly media and communication studies, political psychology and memory studies, so just to give you a little bit of background of where I'm coming from. And I will talk about the themes that have been touched upon yesterday and today, but from a slightly different angle and a complementary angle. So I will talk about perceptual and emotional engineering of memory in the metaverse, and I will be talking about the perhaps societal implications of watching cinematic virtual reality films. The premise of my work is this idea, very old idea of pseudo-environments. So there's this classical text in communication studies, The Public Opinion by Walter Lippmann. And Walter Lippmann reflected on the state of American democracy already 100 years ago, and he observed that the media put pictures in our heads, forming a kind of pseudo-environment that shapes how people perceive themselves, how people perceive others, who they vote for, and what issues they see as important. So naturally, those who create and disseminate those images wield significant influence over the political landscape. So my question is, what does this pseudo-environment entail in the age of immersive digital technologies when media not only transmit images into people's heads, but also offer a bodily and multisensory encounter, allowing to touch, allowing to interact and move within a pseudo-environment. So one case where this has been unraveling is Poland, and most of you probably know little about it. So already for a number of years, the liberal right-wing Law and Justice government has made investments into production of virtual reality content, cinematic virtual reality content, as well as the dissemination of this technology and content in educational and cultural fields. And these new virtual reality films, they present an interpretation of Polish history. So they're very much focused on the Polish past, and they convey narratives, primarily narratives that focus on the themes of victimhood, suffering, injustice, patriotic heroism. And last year, actually, the government in Poland changed. But these films are still very much there. they're being disseminated and used. So just to give you some idea of, okay, how does this function? How does this operate? There are a number of different initiatives, public-funded initiatives and programs. One of them is Virtual Theater of History. It's funded by Minister of Culture and National Heritage. Here's a poster of this thing. It's a kind of mobile exhibition, a kind of mobile museum that travels around the country, oftentimes goes to smaller towns and even villages and displays these films free of charge to anybody who wants to see them, so they're accessible. Then there's in the center of Warsaw a gallery that displays virtual reality films free of charge daily, whether you're Polish or you're a tourist in Poland, anybody can go and see them. But I would say one of the most significant ways to disseminate this content is school history education. So Polish government has signed an agreement last year with Meta, so a company that is very much invested in XR, in VRs, this next big computing platform, and they want to mainstream virtual reality in school history education, I think also in biology and geography. They're training teachers how to use VR in school history education, so they really want to bring this technology into schools. There's also a virtual reality film festival that took place, I think, for a couple of years, organized, surprise, surprise, by Institute of National Remembrance in Poland, which is a kind of, you could say, Ministry of Memory in Poland, and they have an entire new department, Department of New Technologies, that, as they state, they want to show history that affects you. But this is not something that only happens in Poland. So Saudi Arabia announced recently virtual reality history tours in the metaverse. Russia has a whole network of immersive history museums that also use virtual reality. They opened a museum in the occupied territories of Ukraine as well. In a slightly different context, Ukraine has adopted virtual reality to communicate about the war, so in its kind of strategic communication tool. So one thing to understand, I'm sorry, I'm clicking the wrong buttons. So yes, these were the slides. I should click the wrong, I'm clicking the wrong button. So one thing to understand about VR is how it shapes memory. So VR experiences are remembered as an integrated part of the personal biography. So not merely as sort of something I have seen on the screen. So there's emerging empirical research that shows that when users undergo a VR experience, it kind of becomes part of their personal narrative. So this is the thing that happened to me, the user. It foregrounds the experiencer of the event. And autobiographical memory is distinctive in that it links past events together into a personal history that relates self through past, present, and future, forming a life narrative. So autobiographical memory, it shapes processes of self-definition, so how I perceive myself, self in relation, how I perceive others, relate to them, and self-regulation, so in terms of emotional regulation and emotional processes. And I think very helpful in understanding what's happening with virtual reality and user experience and users' memory is this predictive processing framework, a theory that many of you probably know about, a theory in cognitive science and neuroscience that talks about how perception, human perception, is shaped by predictive models of the brain. So predictive models, it's a constant balancing act between these predictive models and incoming sensory information. And a crucial thing, as Andy Clark points out here, is that these predictive models, they are built out of the accumulated past experiences. So these expectations, anticipations, predictions of the brain, they are rooted in our past histories of what has happened to us. And so memory is not just a record of what happened, but it is a foundational element in the predictive machinery guiding perception and action. So a immersive virtual reality experience is an experience too, and it feeds into the brain's predictive models, into these anticipations of what we think might happen and how we might need to prepare for this future. So immersive virtual experiences, I would argue, they shape users' body, memory, emotions, and can, as a result, shape how users make sense of the past, the present to the future and themselves. So VR, in a way, conditions the brain to anticipate the story-lived virtual scenarios to unfold in the physical reality, encourages to interpret current events through the lens of the acquired virtual experiences. And VR memories are, in a way, similar to this idea of false or implanted memories, but the difference here is very often that in this literature of false or implanted memories, it's usually done through suggestion, through conversation, perhaps, or social media. But here in virtual reality, we have to do with like an immersive, perceptually rich experience, something that I went through, like I lived through. This becomes even more concerning if we look where you could say, XR market is going in which direction? Like, what is the trend? And the trend is of integrating neurotechnology, various neural interfaces into VR. So Meta, for example, is set to launch its neural interface wristband next year. But I think one illustrative example is this OpenBCI Galea headset, which combines mixed reality and neurotechnology. So OpenBCI actually collaborates with a Finnish company, Varjo. Varjo makes these professional-grade virtual reality headsets. And every year there's a big global tech and startup event called Slush in Helsinki. It's an annual event, and OpenBCI representatives, the CEO was there, and statements are being made in a number of his talks that I've listened to. So statements like this, and I will read this out. When we know what the data of an emotion or a feeling looks like, and we know how to make that data go up or down, then using AI, we can build constructive or destructive interference patterns to either amplify or suppress those emotions or feelings. In the very near future, we will have computers that we are resonantly and subconsciously connected to, enabling empathetic computing for the very first time. So this is very problematic. It's a kind of, what they build is a perfect Skinner box where you can condition human beings. If you have data, like access to two different kinds of data, like the data, they have like brain sensors in this device. I believe they use EEG. So if you have data, like access to brain data, as well as data to what the viewers or the users, what they're seeing, what is this virtual environment, you can really kind of, you can elicit desired emotion, desired cognitive patterns in these users. So it is hugely, it's very problematic, and I wish we would be talking more about it. And so in Poland, just last year, Institute of National Remembrance made a survey on young people. In this case, representatives of Gen Z and millennials, and asked them, would they be willing to use wearable technologies to learn about contemporary history? Where they define wearable technologies as solutions equipped with a series of sensors that can communicate with each other and influence users' experiences in positive ways. And of course, 82% said yes, they are happy to. And also this report pointed out that the majority of young people, and that included also, I think, Generation Alpha, not just Z and millennials, they pointed out that this distinction between the physical and the physical and the digital world is blurring. So VR is a spatial medium, and so just as spaces and places are basic components of the lived world, spaces turn into places when people become familiar with them and attach value and meaning to spaces. In the realm of XR, spaces and places are basic components of the story-lived world. So these virtual story places, they are designed by their creators to evoke a particular sense of place, to evoke certain feelings, to evoke certain thoughts, and the way in which they are designed, they organize how users see, how they behave, how they relate to the past as well as the present. The blending of these two selves depends on really the sense, and the virtual place usually comes with a particular virtual self. So it's a kind of, it comes together, the place and the self. So what kind of places do these, for example, Polish story worlds offer? They immerse users in places that are devastated, that are invaded, that are under threat from enemy others. This organizes the relation of users to the surrounding space, prompting them to mobilize, to control, to take control of our space from them, to reclaim control. And the dichotomy of the good us against the evil them is then story lived in VR spatially. So this is not just something that you read in a book, you get to experience it. Also, these virtual reality films, they convey ideas of how personal survival hinges on this in-group loyalty and belonging to a group. So if we think of what kind of stories they feed into the brain's predictive models, these are threat-based stories. And if we look at research, what does perception of threat do? Perception of threat encourages people to learn, to organize, and implement behavioral plans aimed at attaining safety and security. And so simulation of threatening experiences of past conflicts, they may compel people to mobilize in pursuit of safety, security, and connection to their peers. But if we want people to, for example, if we want to teach multi-perspectivity, let's say, openness to a different perspective, you need people to feel safe, because that is an element, like a foundation for individuals to want to engage and explore diverse perspectives. And so, yes, while these thread-based VR experiences, they may promote solidarity within the in-group, they may simultaneously reinforce emotional and cognitive distancing from out-groups and drive intergroup hostility. So another thing that these Polish story worlds offer is victimhood, like victimhood stories. And I find it really problematic, this reliving of past victimization in the present in VR, reinforcing embodied memories through the virtual reenactment, because there's lots of research that shows that the spread of victimhood identities, this idea, that I am a victim, we are a victim, is very much linked with phenomena like intergroup hostility, beliefs in conspiracy theories, disinformation, fake news, and effective polarization. And and this is something that is very often done in virtual reality. So virtual reality is being used very often to tell stories of people who have been victimized, marginalized, oppressed, experienced some kind of injustice. And we think of it as a good thing. This teaches empathy, we get to understand other people's experience. And actually, I would like to suggest that this is not necessarily a good thing to do, to use these stories thinking that this is a great pro-social application of this technology. So one of the last points before I conclude, I will just say that in these virtual reality story worlds, even though you interact with fictional others, it's still, you put a headset on, and it's a kind of solitary private experience. And Fitzgerald notes, for example, that support for right-wing populist parties, it correlates with strong positive sentiments towards one's community and locality, but actual participation and engagement in community life, so not in a headset, make people less likely to support these parties. So this technology might be very much conducive to this kind of populist politics. So to conclude, VR is a tool with potentially significant dystopian implications. VR experiences may shape how users make sense of the past, present, and future, how they perceive themselves and others. And being present in the virtual story reduces the perceived distance, both in space, in time, but also the psychological distance. So what happens is essentially that the cultural memory narratives are transformed into a personal experience, into personal experiences and memories. And this might be very, very problematic if we think about this being used in school education, like school history, educating kids. And then becomes kind of modern technology for modern national myth-making and myth-living. So I will still reiterate this danger of reliving past victimizations in the present, reinforcing embodied memories through the virtual reenactment and its effects. And I think the question then is, how could we use this technology to engineer solidarity across difference, engineer trust, and multi-perspectivity? So thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Extremely important topic. I was about to ask you, why do you think that virtual reality films would be more dangerous than any other film that introduces a mainstream perceptions to aspects? But actually, you quite nicely replied in the argue that VR has specific ability to immerse you in present in that situation where you either witness somebody being victimized in front of you in that space, or you see somebody victimizing you. So do you have just a short reply to I guess. Do you have scientific background for that, like a neuroscientific background, or have you looked at this kind of psychological?
So I have looked at many different backgrounds.
Yes.
I do not have a neuroscientific background.
We'll look at that together. We look at that together, but it's very. And there's a question there, and then next, Michael. Yes, please.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a very fascinating, very fascinating presentation. My own area, I would be social psychology and cyber psychology as well. So I have to say, you presented that and the issues, especially the ethical issues surrounding the use of VR, etc., and the use of the fact that there are many theories like social psychology, social identity theory, which actually shows that when you link a cultural narrative or a group narrative, people, and you particularly make personal links and make it more personalized, that it becomes part of the person's subconcept, that it does become more intense and personal for them, and therefore we can create extremism in terms of beliefs, etc., by that linkage. So what I want to ask you is, in all the readings and what you've and the case studies you presented, okay, is there any recommendations in terms of policing this? And I don't want to use the word policing, but is there any recommendations or suggestions about how we can try and police this a little bit, or even put in some ethical guidelines for uses of VR films and VR games, etc.?
Yeah, I think this is still like a quite uncharted territory in terms of these, guidelines or how it should be done. There is a number of researchers in the field, of history education, memory studies, who think about these subjects, like how to ethically use VR for representing the past, and what are the ways to engage with the past in VR that are appropriate. So this is something that's still being developed. I'm also thinking about these subjects, how to use this technology, because the problem I see is that we talk about empathy and the way that this technology is being promoted. It's marketed as a time-traveling machine sometimes. And this is wrong. This is very, very wrong. We cannot time travel. These are representations. But the problem is that some studies show that users are not really aware or able to properly distance themselves. So I think the primary guideline would be on how to use this technology that provides experiential proximity, but maintain, really preserve a critical distance. So this is something to work on.
Thank you. And Michael, next, yes?
Yeah, I had a similar question like Pia and the other participant, namely whether you have special data, but maybe asking this question from another perspective. So, there's a more than 2,000 years old discussion about new media. One first medium was writing. There's a discussion between Socrates and Plato about the dangers of writing. The only reason why we still know about this discussion is that Plato wrote it down. The danger was that people lose their memory if they are not. And then you had discussions about the dangers of novels, which take people away. And the topics are very, very similar to the topics that came up then in the discussion about the dangers of cinema and TV. And we now have with virtual reality. Now my question: don't you think that we normally have an ability to distinguish between that virtual, and now let's think virtual reality in a more general sense, including novels, theater, and cinema, and the reality outside this virtual place. And however we are, and that holds for all these spaces as well, there is a possibility that we can be tricked into believing this virtual stuff. Yeah, there is, for instance, a study on followers of the Democrats and the Republicans who look at. You may have seen the pictures of the inauguration of Trump and Obama, with the inauguration of Obama having 10 times more visitors. But if you show these pictures to Republicans, they say in the Trump case it's much more. So this shows then in the Democrats see it in a different way. So is it not necessary not only to look at what the media do? Photo is a very, very old medium, but also what the the strategies that are used to employ these media in order to place false politics or false memories, that would be a strategy that would be independent of the difference between the different media. So even photos or novels can be used in order to place false memories.
Absolutely. Like, you're absolutely right. So it's not just something that can be done with virtual reality, obviously. But I think there is still something about this immersiveness of the virtual reality, that the perceptual immersion, the proximity of it, that contributes. And so some of these studies that I showed, like by Benjamin Schone, I don't know if I pronounce his name correctly, he's a psychologist and studying memory, how memory is shaped by VR. So it shows that still these differences between, like, how, for example, 2D media are remembered and how like experiences in virtual reality are remembered. There are still notable differences that point perhaps that immersive VR is in a way like stronger, you could say, yeah, in how it shapes memory.
And of course gets stronger and stronger, as you anticipated in this model, in these new models of actually then affecting the brain with some
yes, so
some
it kind
ways.
Of reinforces,
yes,
it feeds into.
Yes.
And
so there are dangers seen, but we need to continue fighting against this kind of dangers and try to keep our society in a like, everybody is going to do their best. Yes, thank you. So
thank
also
you.
this talk
yes.
contributes to that best. Thank you. And our next speaker is Katarina Mishikova. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present a part of my research here that's dedicated to Slovak social film dramas. And I have a presentation that I could use. Yeah. So the research I'm going to present here is an ongoing project dedicated to a body of Slovak films that take place in present day and deal usually with social issues and rely on realistic style. And in connection to the main subject of this conference, I decided to, I would say, maybe gather feedback for one of the aspects of these films, and that's the way they use poetic tropes to convey meanings about reality. And one of the questions I'm asking is whether the usage of poetic tropes differs in realistic representations like these to, let's say, more poetic or more stylized films. That's one of the questions. And then the other question is what kind of tropes and how they use them. So that's what I'm, interested. And I will proceed with giving you just a very brief overview of the characteristic of Slovak social film dramas, because I suppose you might not be familiar with this trend, although it's already, a reasonable number of films, and it's a trend that's been around from the beginning of millennium, and it's often connected to fiction film debuts by filmmakers who previously gained experience in documentary filmmaking. So it's a very hybrid trend, I would say, and it's very connected to the documentary works, and it often tries to refer to actual reality, and I would say elicit an engagement from viewers that could be in one way or another compared to engagement of documentary film viewers, because these films are trying to say, like, we're not only fiction films, we are referring to reality as well. And I mean, I don't want to go very deeply into how I would characterize Slovak social film, drama, or Slovak social realism, and it's just, you know, like one strand of contemporary social realism that's been around in European art cinema for several decades now. But I came up with this sort of improvised semantic triangle of Slovak social realism that relies on 3 points or 3 main characteristics. So the first characteristic is interaction. These films are often very interactive, and that has to do with the documentary quality, or I would say maybe documentary approach of the filmmakers, because they use very similar methods in constructing the fiction films and their scripts of these fiction films that can be compared to doing research when preparing a documentary film. So they often, you know, like interact with their characters, or they even use real-life protagonists and try to, you know, fictionalize their real-life stories. And they often transfer the relationship from the filmmaking or production stage into real life. So these are, you know, like continuous relationships. So they sort of, I would say, often feel binded by a sort of responsibility towards the protagonists, who are real life people, or the protagonists can be inspired by real life people. Okay, the second point is social subject matter. I mean, this is quite self-explanatory. Probably these films usually deal with, typical social phenomena connected to economic and political transformation. They often deal with families or disintegrating families. They often use teenage protagonists that grapple with entering life in challenging social environments. Of course, subjects as drug abuse or prostitution or unemployment and other related subjects are very common. And this also has to do with the tradition of social documentary filmmaking in Slovak cinema. Okay, and the third point is the how. So how do they narrate these stories of real-life people dealing with real-life situations? And the answer is, or the method is hybridization. So they really blend conventions of fiction and non-fiction. Some of them do this more consistently than others, or self-cautiously. So it, of course, differs, but I would say this is a very, visible trend. And of course, several of the films would have more central place in the triangle I proposed than others, because Slovak social realism, as social realism per se, is a discursive term. It's a fuzzy concept. I don't want to put it into a box. I would say it's not a genre. It's a trend. It's something that we can observe. But my point here is that, or the claim that what all these films have in common is how they use poetic tropes and how they imply them. And I think this is quite interesting, or maybe not, you will tell me in the Q&A. Because it might seem that realistic mode of representation that relies on description and refrains from employment of poetic tropes or stylized poetic tropes. And usually these films stick to literal and transparent images, because in many of these films, real people portray themselves in stories inspired by their real lives to propose an account of actual world. But when it comes to figurative meaning in film, metaphorical intent doesn't really need to always be signaled by some kind of tension between object depicted and its mode of depiction. It can blend very seamlessly, I would say. And I would claim that in realistic films, such tension is often not present, not because realism is reluctant to using of poetic tropes, but because it makes them, so to say, transparent, usually by realistic motivation. So these tropes are used as literal depictions of the actual world, as well as figural signs that expand on literal understanding of reality. And this is where I thought that I might use the conceptual metaphor theory, because it would allow me to examine tropes of social realism and show how these tropes are blended into reality, or even maybe how they stem from reality, and how filmmakers make use of our understanding of reality through these metaphorical or metonymic projections. And I would, proceed, because a lot has been already said about metaphors yesterday, and a lot has been written in a more I would say, in-depth way, as I will deliver here. And my I would say, aim here is a more modest one. I'm trying to combine what could be seen as a traditional poetics or analysis of poetic tropes with the conceptual metaphor theory. And when I looked at the body of films, I recognized 4 types of prevalent poetic figures, or ways to convey figurative meanings, and I'm mostly going to concentrate today on the first 2 groups for the time's sake, basically, and these are landscape metonymies and embodied metaphors. And probably for the written part of this project, I will try to develop 2 other types of poetic tropes that are spatial allegories and self-cautious metalepsies that use the shift of meaning in a much more self-cautious way, and that really distances from the physical world much more. So let's start with landscape metonymies. I only have pictures in the presentation, so that's a good news, I hope. And as you can see, these are examples from 4 films, but of course there are much more of them. And I've observed that Slovak social film dramas recurrently use these long shots of urban or rural landscapes. Of course, they typically serve as establishing shots, which provide basic orientation, but they can also be used as leitmotifs that structure, usually episodic narratives, or are used to characterize protagonists by depicting their natural environment, thus reinforcing the reality effect. And these landscape metonymies are based on usually part-whole schema, where the landscape shot serves to exemplify the whole social world and to present the film story as part of it. So it, I would say, enhances the reference to reality. The usage of long shots stems from observational realism, of course, which prefers description over narration. Description is metonymic in the sense that it connects 2 elements by the principle of contiguity, by syntagmatic inversion and association of certain aspects of 2 conceptual domains belonging to some kind of bigger structure. For example, the long shot of parking lot in the film Fine Thanks, that's top left. And it's a film, a story of a family that is disintegrating due to economic downfall, and connects the characters to stories this shot connects the characters to stories of many other people living in the same suburban blocks of flats, thus emphasizing the ordinary and everyday quality of their lives. And in some instances, these long shots become emotional landscapes which show limited life horizons of protagonists, whether it's a suburban area as bottom right or rural Slovakia as bottom left. So these are very enclosed spaces where the characters are, I would say, trapped, and they usually cannot escape this environment. Social drama deals with current social issues and uses the pars pro toto principle of synecdoche, a subgroup of metonymy. This tendency is manifested in titles of some films like Gypsy or Children, which portray certain typical social phenomena. A primary function of metonymy is referential, as it is tied to physical or causal associations. However, metonymy can also serve understanding in similar ways as metaphor because it emphasizes a specific aspect of a certain phenomenon. And I would like to have a look at several borderline cases in which metonymy is transformed into metaphor. And I have 3 examples here. The first one being the film House. It's a story of a high school student living in a rural area who falls in love with her married teacher and dreams of working abroad. In the finale, the main protagonist escapes from safe, however limiting, family nest and abandons the unfinished house which her father is building for her, even though she has no intentions to stay in her birthplace and plans to work as an au pair in the UK. The house constructed by the father next to his own house is not only a metonymy of family home, representing a traditional way of village life, typical of multi-generational families. It is also a metaphorical prison of a carefully constructed future of the daughter. Abandoning this project sets the protagonist free, escaping from the physical walls of the house, abstractly liberates her from this tradition as well, so she can pursue her life freely. The second example is the film Let There Be Light, which is a story of a man from religious milieu who supports his family by working in Germany, as many Slovak fathers do. There he builds homes for other people, but his own house is still under scaffolding. While he is forced to neglect his family, his eldest son seeks compensation for the lack of paternal authority in a paramilitary extremist group. And during Christmas time, the family finally comes together, but the idyll soon reveals as an illusion because the father finds out what's happening in his family, and he realizes this is because of his absence. The elusive element of home blessings is represented by the wallpaper depicting heavenly skyscape. The abstract falsity of their life is visualized by a concrete photographic illusion, turning the family gathering into a staged scene. Another instance of visual landscape metaphor is the playground labyrinth in Fine Thanks. 3 interrelated stories of members of one family show the impact of economic transformation on human relationships. The labyrinth metonymically refers to suburbs built in socialist era, like this is very typical post-socialist or socialist playground. But it also metaphorically refers to symbolic walls the characters build in relationships, one replacing communication by miscommunication and sharing by transactions. In Koza, which means goat, but it's a nickname of the main protagonist, and it's a story of the last boxing tour of a former Olympic champion, by the way, who is of Romani descent. And this tour turns literally into Calvary. And in this film, the director used spiritual landscapes to implicitly represent the evolution of relationship between the martyrish boxer and his unscrupulous manager. The manager exploits the boxer in fixed matches, keeping all the money to himself and mercilessly letting his champion to be beaten almost to death. The tonality of these physical landscapes replicates the emotional coldness of the manager. Long shots in which the van the characters travel by is almost lost, use limited color palette in cold fog and snow, as you can see on the left. Only the last shot on the beach, the one on the right, deploys warmer tones thanks to sunshine peeking through the flying clouds, giving hope for awakening of empathy and compassion by the manager. While the verticality of the steep road implicates struggles of the protagonist, the horizontal orientation of the seaside shot evokes a sense of calmness and reconciliation. And I would now like to move to the second type, which are embodied metaphors. And of course, as you know, metaphors are produced by paradigmatic inversion, in which the meaning is produced by comparing two aspects of two different conceptual domains, and embodied metaphors use the physical source domain in order to say something about an abstract concept, or to convey an abstract feeling, emotion, etc. Several titles of films provide example for the use of metaphor. The City of the Sun, for example, a story of 4 unemployed metal workers in the Moravian town Ostrava who decide to turn their own business, to run their own business. And this title refers to the utopian work of Tommaso Campanella as an ironic metaphor of the post-socialist era. Title Foxes compares Eastern European girls who struggle for economic survival in Ireland to foxes looking for food in the garbage. The house in the process of construction in the eponymic film I've already mentioned is both a complex metaphor and metonymy, as I explain. Metonymically, it refers to the family, metaphorically to Slovakia, a country still, so to say, in construction, rebuilding the traditions that restrain instead of providing safety. The most recurrent metaphorical figures of Slovak social film dramas are embodied metaphors that use the mapping from sensory motor source domain onto abstract target domain when mediating protagonists' emotional states through their bodily experiences or sensations. This technique is often used in observational realist style instead of traditional character psychology through facial or verbal expression or subjective storytelling. And I've selected several examples of embodied metaphors that are very much connected to strong iconographic dimension, as you can see. These are, of course, conventional metaphors tied to mythological or biblical concept of martyrdom. Although they are conventionalized in Western culture, their filmic images preserve a quality of poetic abstraction thanks to realistic motivations and elements of chance. In the film Made in Ash, top left, which is a story of a young Romani girl who comes from Slovakia to the Czech town of Aš on the border with Germany to work as a seamstress in a textile factory, and later, as many other inexperienced girls, loses her job and resorts to prostitution. And then becomes a kept woman for one of the many German sex tourists, which a sort of happy ending, we could say. And the sex business milieu is presented by scenes from pubs and nightclubs. In one of them, a metaphor of crucifixion occurs in the image of a stripper that is literally crucified to the dancing pole. Another example could be the film Miracle, whose protagonist is a teenage girl and a future single mother who flees from a re-education center where her mother left her against her will. After seeking refuge in her drug-addict boyfriend, she decides to be sold as a prostitute to pay for his debts and plans to flee again just to get back with him. Before executing the transaction, they visit a swimming pool together. She asks her boyfriend to teach her how to swim, since no one literally and metaphorically told her, thus leaving her to drown as a victim of her own fate. Koza presents its real-life hero as a martyr. As I already said, this is a real-life protagonist, a real former Olympic champion of Romani ethnicity who participated in Atlanta Olympic Games and now lives deeply below poverty line in a Romani settlement in northern Slovakia. And it's someone the director knows from his childhood because he's also from the same, I would say, area or region. So the real-life hero is presented as a martyr. He carries heavy burdens to junkyard as the mythical Sisyphus. He experiences hunger and thirst as Tantalus on left bottom when he tries to drink from a bottle of frozen Coke or get a taste of lollipop stolen from his manager during sleep. He also runs with a heavy tire tied by a rope to his body, similarly as the Christ carrying his cross. While the above-mentioned figures are literal metaphors transferred to film and have a very strong iconographical, I would say, load to them, one film deploys mythological associations without resorting to traditional iconography. And that's the film Punk Never Ends, a film about a drug addict hero who is torn between his fatherly duties and his drug addiction. And this anti-hero in the finale drives off a cliff in his car. And it's a suicide committed out of despair, or maybe in a narcotic delirium. We don't really know, but it seems like a cathartic ending, a sort of maybe epiphany or a catharsis in the end. However, after a short while, the door of the smashed car opens and the protagonist crawls out of it with a half self-mocking, half relieved laughter. He is like the mythical Sisyphus, doomed to push his own fate uphill until the end of the world. And I've also selected several metaphors that are activated by sensory motor and kinesthetic experience and that evoke internal states of the protagonists through embodied simulation. The first example is the film My Dog Killer, a story of a young neo-Nazi who lets his pit bull to kill his Romani half-brother, and we don't really know if it was unplanned or unknown or deliberately or by accident. The film doesn't really solve this. But the director in this film used really extensive use of follow shots, as you can see. She depicts her protagonist from the back, following him constantly on the move from one errand to another. This technique disorients the viewer, who only sees the top of his shaved head, with limited view on the world around him and almost no access to his facial expressions or emotional reactions. So we don't really know that much about this protagonist. We don't really know how he feels. We only observe him, and he almost doesn't communicate. He's not really very talkative. And this spatial disorientation metaphorically refers to his moral disorientation and unstable identity, which he tries to anchor externally through tattoos of his avatar, the dog killer, who in the end kills the small boy. Sensory image schema, seeing is understanding, can be traced not only in the title of the film, Let There Be Light, but also in its climax scene. When the father finds out that his son is not only a member of an extremist paramilitary group which exerts bullying on his members, but that he also engaged in sodomization of a boy who subsequently committed suicide, the father figuratively sees the situation in a new light and realizes his own guilt because of being absent, and finds both the compassion with his son and the determination to let him face the consequences of his wrongdoings. So this is the knowledge visualized through warm light of emotional proximity and of course, divine forgiveness, as the title suggests as well. Similar image schema is present in the film Victim, about a Ukrainian single mother living in Czech Republic with her son, who was supposedly beaten up by Romani boys. The boy and his hard-working mother become exemplary victims in the eyes of the media, and latent racism rises among white inhabitants of the town. And unfortunately, thanks to this, the mother gets a new flat, and her chances for obtaining Czech citizenship suddenly rise. So, in a way, yes, I'm going to proceed.
Maybe we go
yes.
to conclusions. Thanks.
So, I'm just going to close this part and go to conclusion. So, it's a favorable situation for her, but she learns that her son fell from the stairway while fooling around, and that the accusation of the Romani boys was made up. And then suddenly she gets a different view on the whole situation and her role in it. And this realization is visualized in the scene in hospital, where the mother is looking at the son, depicted only through a reflection in the mirror. The mirror image transspatial orientation as well as moral situation of the scene, referring not only to new way of seeing, but also to the complicated self-reflection both characters must face. And I would just, close with the last two examples of embodied metaphors. The first example is film Eva Nova. It's a story about a former actress who used to be famous during socialist times, but for years she struggled with alcoholism, and nowadays she's completely estranged from her already adult son, and she tries to, rebuild her life again. So she carries this heavy burden of her past, always the suitcase, the trolley, and she realized that she is old and as the spoiled fruit that she sorts in supermarket in her new job, and she tries to replace the diet plants in her apartment by new ones. And in the film's finale, it's a very symbolic scene in which the bond between mother and son is reborn again through, I would say, metaphorical meanings. It's an inflatable swimming pool that the son bought for his wife, but in the meantime, the wife left to work as a caretaker in Austria. And in her new home, in the picture on the top, she also has a swimming pool, but it's empty, whereas the swimming pool in Slovakia is still full, and the mother uses it. And the circular shape of this swimming pool refers to the broken family circle of the family. The content, the water, refers to oblivion and alcohol that both mother and son use very heavily. And the final embrace, that is maybe an embrace or maybe a fight, we don't really know, is a sort of a bond that is reborn in a sort of amniotic fluid in mother's womb. And I know I have to stop, so I'm not going to go into another water metaphors that are connected to motherhood or child-mother relationship. And I would, like just ask you to bear with me and wait for the written version of it. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So lunch is served, but if anybody has a question for Katarina, so you can put it out now. One question. Yes, please.
Hello, thank you. I'm curious, thank you for the talk, and I think that's interesting how we might interpret and how we might use metaphors that are not considered metaphors in the sense that they are part of the unfolding of a world that we perceive as reality in front of the camera. But I'm wondering how you think about where they are placed in the narrative, give sort of the activation of the audience co-creation of thinking about this as metaphor in terms of does the event unfolding stop for a minute or like the timing and rhythmical pacing and interspersing of these types of images into the narrative?
Yeah, thank you. That's an interesting question because I think it quite differs not only from one film to another, but also in connection to the type of trope that is used. Because I think, or that's at least my claim in this project, that the metonymies and metaphors are blended seamlessly, so we don't really have to pause, we don't have to reflect. The reflection only comes afterwards, when we try to, like, interpret the story or, like, put a finger around the emotion of the characters. Whereas in the allegories and metalepsis, there's a much stronger, like, bracketing of the poetic trope, a sort of, like, a shout out, like, here's figurative meaning taking place. Whereas in metonymies and metaphors in these social film dramas, we don't really need to. We can, like, proceed with narrative comprehension of the story without resorting to figurative meaning.
Okay, thank you. More talks during the lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
about it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging or painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. You're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose. about it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. Because you're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
Hello, welcome back everybody. Let's start gathering. I will do very, very quick housekeeping. Some things that I wanted to mention. First thing is that in the front desk we have this special edition of Baltic Screen Media Review that we co-edited together with Pia and Martin last year. So if you're interested in any of these neurocinematic topics, there is a whole special edition that we have already done, and one is coming up for another journal during this year. As mentioned yesterday, we have a small change in the program in the afternoon. So to replace Sampsa Huttunen, who fell ill, Pia is going to give a presentation. One note on being green. So all of you go to conferences and you get name tags, and sometimes you have to throw them away or leave them in the hotel. So if you want, once these days here in Tallinn are over, you can leave your this tag in the reception desk and they can recycle them. And also some of the presenters who have arrived later, the tech team asks you to go up there and have yourself mic'd by about 5 minutes before your presentation. That's it for housekeeping. Now, Pia and Bruce.
So, excited to invite to the stage Bruce Sheridan, president of a select organization, but also filmmaker, producer, and a lot of more. Please join us.
Okay.
Stage is yours.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to probably do a mixed, something that's rather mixed. There's a little clicker here. A little bit covering, connecting to things that other people have done without going anywhere near the depth, like particularly what Michael was talking about before. So there's a nice picture from where I live, so we can get that started. So I don't usually use this slide, but I feel like I have to today because it gives some background very, very quickly that's important for what I'm going to talk about. If you want to look at the first part of it, you're welcome to, but I'm really going to talk about the middle to bottom. I did 2 philosophy degrees, and then I was teaching and making films at the same time. And I felt that what was going on in the research environment that I was in was not getting into the world of making films, or even the world of film schools very quickly. It was taking decades sometimes for that research and all that great stuff to get into that environment. So I kind of dedicated the rest of my career to staying in the field, staying up with what was going on in the areas that I'd worked in academia, but taking it into the educational environment and taking it into my work as a filmmaker. So I've published over the last few years papers and like a few book chapters on the creativity research that I did, and you can find that or find me on academia.edu or things like that. But my main concern in the last 5 years has been that pedagogy hasn't tracked developments in theories of mind and cognition. So we're still working with somewhat dated ideas about the way that cognition works in our film schools and how we teach filmmakers, especially directors. So I've been working on building what I call a maximally dynamic and adaptable 4E cognition pedagogy for temporal media, so for visual media, oral media, and you'll see why I don't want to get fixated on 4E cognition. But there are 4 mechanisms that I'm currently focused on, which are the predictive, well, it's often called predictive mind, but we really mean predictive coding, and particularly the prediction error minimization aspect of predictive coding, what's called action inference framework, which some people may know about or not, and the idea of computational phenomenology, which has a lot of promise for visual phenomenology. And the little piece in red that says, I'm not going to talk about Mary. Anybody who's studied functionalism in philosophy of mind in the last 30 years will know Frank Jackson's wonderful thought experiment about qualia, which stars a woman named Mary. And I have been preparing a thought experiment about the impact of viewing on cognition of people as they come to film school and then as they become filmmakers and as they function as filmmakers. So I just want to make a note that cognition's really a flat word for me. It's this kind of noun thing that doesn't do anything. So I like to turn things into present participles. In English, put the ing ending on. So the act of coming to know rather than just the knowing. Learning, making, watching. And that's where I think pedagogy and experience become important, and it's where the overlap between what I'm doing and what Pierre and Ellen and other people are doing in the area of neurocinematics comes. They talk about that later. So neurocinematics, I'm just going to show you a very brief, maybe controversial thing. Maybe Pierre will jump over and kick me in the shins. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Pierre, you stay there. So like I always do, I looked at the call for proposals, and I went in there and tried to find a language that would give me a target. And so the question that I posed to myself was, how and where do data gathered and experiences reported come apart in relation to a narrative that is their shared source and target? So I want to think about these things that should be together coming apart, rather than how to put them together. Then I do a translation into a schematic, because I'm a filmmaker. So this is, the bottom right there is just language directly out of the proposal. And so this is just a way of, on white space, I start with a lot of white space, and I'm just looking at it. Okay, we have a couple of people who are, they're embodied, their neurology and their physiology and their embodiment is being measured. That's being stored or not, it doesn't matter, it could be real time. And for some reason, it's not particularly clear how it connects to the experience, which I think has to be reported. I don't know how you can get at the experience if it's not reported. And this is done in the context of ISC, of intersubject correlation. I'm going to move on from this now, we'll come back to it later, but you may argue with me, like my students sometimes do, about putting narrative in one direction and time in another direction, but there's a reason for it, and I'll come back to that later on too. So now I'm going to do the bit that I was just talking to Maria about before, and just beat up on metaphors a little bit, very quickly. But there's a reason, and it's not particularly nasty. The reason is that we can very easily just take metaphors about the mind and then particularly the brain for granted and just keep using them. So if you look at it closely through the history, once people were not focused so much on not knowing where they thought the mind was, in the heart, wherever else it is, and they were thinking that it's in the brain. At that point, the metaphors were pretty much always the most sophisticated machine of the time. So that was what the brain was. The philosopher John Searle, American philosopher John Searle, talks about when he was a kid, it just was a telegraph machine, because that was the most sophisticated machine that was known. And John Searle knows a thing or two about philosophy of mind. The dominant model for some time now has been the computer, obviously, and I guess the point for me is that they never go away. There's always some legacy from a metaphor that stays, that hangs around. And I think right now we have to be very careful about this idea of wired. The piece from the computer metaphor that tells us, makes us say something is wired. I can talk about that later. And while I'm at it, I've never understood why we need the word artificial That seems chauvinistic from a human point of view. Intelligence is intelligence, and then we figure out it's an animal, it's a human, it's a machine. So next, Anil Seth, we've just been having a conversation about this. I think everybody or most people in the room know about Andy Clark, who kind of kicked off the predictive mind model, or predictive coding model in 2013 with a paper called Whatever Next. Well, that's the early part of the title. He's at the University of Sussex, and so is Anil Seth, who's a very good cognitive science, who also writes a lot about, researches a lot about consciousness. And for what I'm talking about, this is very important. What we consciously experience is not a readout of the sensory data in a kind of outside-in direction. It's the predictions themselves. It's the brain's best guess of what's going on. I would add a word momentarily. It's the brain's best guess of what's going on momentarily. But maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not. So now I want to move to what I want to say is the next metaphor, the metaphor that we don't even know yet as a metaphor, which is I'm going to call 4E cognition, because I think it's really 4. And I know I work within it, I like it, I think it's got a lot of value, but it is a metaphor. And I've got another slide coming up where I think I'll illustrate that more. But when I first got involved with the work I do, the people I worked with tended to kind of extrapolate to one of the E's. Okay, the brain in this case is extended. We'll look at that. Or we'll talk about it being embodied, and we'll consider its embodiment, or things like this. And there were interactions, like let's look at inactive and how it interacts with extended. And then there were diagrams that were linear. It was almost like the early human walking up out of the sea and becoming a modern human or whatever. So now I'm going to go to this slide, which is kind of animated. So my son calls this the messy slide. So there's a physical environment, and then along come human beings with a brain, and so the brain is embodied. I don't think there was ever a brain that wasn't embodied, but I don't know, you could argue with me about that. And then from the human beings comes a human environment, social environment, cultural environment. And human beings are embedded in the physical environment and the human environment, and I used to think they always would be, but people tell me now they might not always will be. I hope it doesn't happen in my lifetime. And then on top of all of this, we can overlay, we can add the extension, which that starts for me with Andy Clark and the Clark and Chalmers paper from 1998 called The Extended Mind. So, this all happened quite a long time ago. And then we get the whole idea of inaction, and my computer always wants to put the I instead of the E, but, that's a problem. And from my point of view, in the work that I do, the whole thing doesn't work without the inactive piece. Like, it has to be happening, and then everything comes together. So I don't like the linear or the circular or the flat idea of this cognizing model. I like to think of this messy idea that it's three-dimensional, it's a matrix, and you are moving around in it in ways that you can't always pin down. It's almost Heisenbergian in the way that it functions. So now I want to go to this concept that has been really the way that human beings have thought about their own perceptual processes for a long, long time. It's called the bottom-up model now, particularly in predictive coding, but I wanted to show that it's all of the senses, not just vision. We talk about vision mostly, but it's all of the senses. You can see all the arrows going up. Why do we call it bottom-up? Students always ask me, where's the top? Where's the bottom? How does that work? Well, it's just that human beings are inclined to think that their brain and what goes on in their brain is above everything else. That's about as far as it goes. And in that case, it's just this model of there's things out in the world, and we perceive them by our senses. That provides signals to our brain, and it fits very well with the idea that Andy Clark calls the smart camera. It's almost like if you just had a camera that had a brain squished into the back of it, that would be sufficient, which he doesn't think, obviously. But it fits very nicely with the representational computational theory of mind, the idea that our brain sits there, it sucks this stuff in, and it represents it, and then it computes over it, and then it does what it does, tells our body to move and things. That's why I was very impressed with what Michael had to say before about the kind of chauvinism that goes along with the idea that the motor action follows everything else. And this is one of the reasons that people think that way. But now I want to share a slide that is my little simple way of trying to convey the very basics of the predictive mind model. And I use it with the students. So again, something that Michael made me think of, I don't like using terms like high level or high, like the idea of a hierarchy in that sense. But the basic idea of this predictive coding process is that we have, if you take a start point, any start point, we already have experience, we already have used our bodies, we have expectations from that, we have beliefs from that. And what the predictive mind model says is that our mental process, or our cognition, is making a prediction about what its senses will tell it from the world. And that's the line from the top down to predictions A. And this is, again, where the bubbles are, they're just suspended in space. And for argument's sake, say that the senses tell us that in actual fact, conceptually, what is going on is not what was predicted. And that information is fed forward. So this is the bottom-up idea. And the cognition process detects an error between the two things, so the prediction error. And then it makes another prediction that is attempting to get closer to what the senses told it, and hopefully it gets sensory return that is closer, and then there's another prediction error, but it's smaller than prediction error A, and if that's the case, then it's achieved some prediction error minimization. But that's about as simple as I can make it and get my students to actually tell me they were glad they saw it. And that's where the terms top down and feed forward or bottom up come from. But then Anil Seth and some other people have done some very recent work last year, I think, or 2022. They noticed that, well, there was some research, neuroscientific research, that showed that much of the visual processing required recurrent processing, which is going around and around loops until the minimization improved. But that couldn't be the whole story, because there were aspects of vision that were happening too fast, and particularly object recognition, very basic object recognition. And they've proposed a model, again, like I say, only 18 months ago, which is a hybrid model that says that there's an initial amortized inference, which is just a best guess, if you will, best sensory guess from every other time it's happened, that feeds up. And the top-down process is an iterative process, which over time tries to adjust the beliefs, the accuracy of the beliefs, by running the recurrent circle. I think this is a really hopeful idea, because it's difficult to believe that it's as simple as the brain just predicting the world or what it's about to receive, and then comparing that to what it actually receives. So this is the beginning of something that may be a little bit more plausible. But what's important to me about it is this. Hybrid predictive coding offers a new perspective on the functional relevance of the feed-forward and recurrent activity observed during visual perception. Here we go, this is important, and offers novel insights into distinct aspects of visual phenomenology, which we know is kind of the difficult part of all of this, right? The phenomenological part. But I want to add in a little bit on aesthetic experience. I actually feel that this isn't talked about enough. So I think if you want to read about this, where I first encountered this was a 2014 paper, so only 1 year after Andy Clark's whatever next paper, by Kesner, who's a researcher in Czech Republic, The Predictive Mind and the Experience of Visual Artwork. He's writing about static art, still painting, but it's very valuable, and he works a little bit, mentions a little bit about moving art, temporally based art and expectation. And he talks a lot about affect, and I think he points to things about affect that maybe are getting missed in some of the neuroscience work that goes bottom up, because a lot of that work is almost entirely bottom up. So obviously this is not controversial. Affect and especially valence are central to aesthetic experience and individual meaning making. That last part's important, how individual the meaning making is. The affective state of the perceiver at the moment of initial encounter exerts top-down effects on sensory processing. And I want to suggest that that's part of what filmmakers do. Filmmakers, as we put a film together and create the train of images and sounds that will be the film that people watch, we are setting up some effective responses that put the perceiver in particular positions that they don't know they're in and can't refuse to be in terms of what they're about to encounter. And then there are many eye tracking studies that suggest the eye initially fixates on emotional objects over salient neutral ones. Now, I don't know about you, but when I was first learning to make films, I was always told, I learned to use cinematographic elements as ways of attracting the eye. And you'll probably know about that. But this is interesting, and I'll show an example in a minute. There's also evidence, research evidence, that viewers can recognize the emotional gist, what's called global emotionality, very quickly, and often without needing to explore anything else. They don't need to read anything else. So that's got implications actually for what you would see in a neural context. And there's a second part to that, which is emotional saliency can override visual saliency, and however it's present, through whatever qualities that might be present. So now I'm going to show you a frame which I'm sure most of you have seen, single frame, and it's hard if you've seen it already not to think that it's, first of all, one of the best frames you've ever seen, but also that it's so effective because of film techniques such as directing, cinematography, design, lighting, all these things. But I want to say that this is an example of where this idea of emotional gist or emotional saliency is visible. This is a scene from Parasite, and it's hard to look at that any other way than emotionally when you first encounter it. Very, very difficult. And yet I show it to the students and they immediately go to the technical aspects. But when you see interviews with the director, it's a whole different story. so carefully crafted for affect. And so what you see before that and what you see after that, it depends on this frame, but more importantly, how you react to this frame depends a lot on what preceded it. And I think this is part of the challenge that comes up when we do use neuroscientific ways of looking at film watching and filmmaking in particular. So, I also want to just jump to this very new work that again Anil Seth and some other people are involved in, which is called generative modeling. I'm sure you know the word generative from AI, and the way that it can lead to a pretty interesting theory of computational phenomenology. So we'll run this down a little bit here. The first thing is that since David Hume, the Scottish philosopher, who said that basically you can never know a cause, the emphasis in certainly philosophy and a lot of science has been on looking for correlations and not believing that you can nail down causes in the way that you may want to. What the claim now is, and a lot of it comes from computational science, like a lot of the newest work comes from, we can now have mechanisms to infer causal relations from data, if you have the right data. This is very relevant to what's going on in the neurocinematics area. There are ways computationally to identify the process that most plausibly caused the data and claim that is the one associated with the least free energy. If you want to get into the free energy principle, you need to track down a guy called Carl Friston and read everything that he's written. I can't go into that right now, but it translates into things like evidence if you wanted to. So the idea of this model that these guys have is that they use abductive inference, and from that infer unobservable causes from observable consequences. So the priors, and we saw I had priors in the top of the predictive coding model. So these are the things that you have, the beliefs, expectations, experiences that you have before the next go around. In this case, in this model, the priors are the probabilistic beliefs that we have. What's probably going to happen? And then likelihoods is the term applied to what we actually observe given those beliefs. I think Michael was talking before about the Republicans and the Democrats, and this falls into that category, that you would observe. There's the idea that you actually observe based on your beliefs, or based on your expectations. Well, a lot of people do, certainly Republicans. So computational neurophenomenology, which is the target of this, what they aim to do, is the form taken by generative modeling or observations we want to explain. What we want to explain is our first-person phenomenology. And this is important, again, for the neurocinematics project, because first-person phenomenology is a part of the protocol, right? Okay. So now, speaking of that, let's go back to neurocinematics. And let's go back to my my kind of simplistic framing of it. How and where do data gathered and experiences reported come apart in relation to a narrative that is their shared source and target? So I don't think I'll stay on this one because I think this is probably pretty well known, but I will go a little bit. Inter-subject correlation, ISC, is effective for detecting responses shared at the group level as a framework for much experimentation, including in neurocinematics. Brain activity in response to many naturalistic stimuli reveals individual differences that often has conceptual implications. One approach to reveal differences in this way is by using intersubject representational similarity analysis, ISRSC. I don't think anybody has any controversy about that. But here's something you should maybe pay attention to if you haven't already. Chen et al. Published a paper in 2020 that reports research that they did. The title of the paper describes it. Intersubject representational similarity analysis reveals individual variations in affective experience when watching erotic movies. The bit that's not in the title, because it's already long enough, is that they also tested for self-control. So they modeled in the brain what was happening across these 26 experimental subjects when they were watching erotic movies, but they also monitored in the brain what was happening across these individuals in terms of self-control. The two processes didn't map to the same place, but the differences were significant individual to individual in both cases, which has some interesting implications. You can go read that paper. It's from Neuroimage in 2016. It's a very, very interesting paper. I think it has a lot of implications. Okay, now we go back to my little diagram, and we'll just jump straight up so that we have some time. Now, watch very carefully. There'll be two lines that jump up here. Bottom up. The basic fundamental underlying process is bottom up. That there's a narrative film, and it's being watched and sensed, collected, if you will, in the body and in the mind. And then the neurophysiological measurement is being fed to a data store, wherever it goes. So nothing wrong with that. It's all fine. Works great. But it is bottom up. But I don't think that the watchers are watching bottom up. I think that and I don't think that the data has to function that way as a receiver only of bottom up. So I want to, I wanted to explain the narrative and time thing. If we start to throw in the predictive coding idea, then the prediction concept is a looking forward concept. And that means that the interesting aspect of time is that the subject is looking forward in some way, as small as it might be, milliseconds. So that's why I put the time in that direction. It's a small thing, but it doesn't really matter. But now I'll just throw some more lines on there. It gets really messy, it gets hard to look at, but here we go. So, some possibilities here. If the blue line's down the bottom, is this a marker? Yeah, it is. These ones here would be adding in the idea that predictive processing is going on. This isn't predicting the narrative, by the way. This is actually operating on beyond the narrative across the senses. Up here, you could think about the idea that the narrative information is going to the data store at the same time as the neurophysiological measurements are going to the data store. And maybe you're doing that, but it's a possibility, right? And then if you think of it more in terms of prediction error minimization, you could do this, maybe. You could add in a very complex, starting simple, generative AI process. Yes? Yes. We have a deal? Yeah, I spent hours thinking about it, and on the plane too, which meant I didn't sleep, by the way. It just struck me that you have everything you need to train it. There's nothing else that you need. And especially the narrative piece. I don't like generative AIs generally speaking. I don't think they do what people think they do. I think they pretend to. But who cares? It can learn the narrative. And it can learn to predict the narrative, and it would have to be reiterative. and there are a lot of complications. But my suggestion, and that's why I came really, is to make a couple of suggestions. My suggestion is that the data store is conceptually passive, but has a huge amount of potential to be active in the process. So yeah, I guess we could talk about that for hours, but that's the basic idea. And then final thoughts. We got 6 minutes. So I have just learning, making, and watching interpenetrate. Cognition is simultaneously top-down and bottom-up, and it's I'm excited about the idea of hybrid predictive coding. Affect in response to narrative is likely to be highly differentiated across individuals in neurophysiological data. With respect to neurocinematics, experimental protocols, to me, emphasize bottom-up cognition. They'll benefit from incorporation of top-down, bottom-up prediction, error minimization, and AIF modeling, which is the thing I'm working on for pedagogy, but I don't have time to get into. Hybrid inference protocols may be of particular value, and inclusion of generative AI has potential to mitigate explanatory gaps around neurocinematics data. End of story. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. A lot of thoughts and a lot of suggestions that we need to perhaps discuss separately. But I mean, these predictive models, brain's predictive abilities is and this Friston's free energy model. I'm still trying to get my head around that, what it actually means. But if we simplify, does it mean that basically referring to energy that brain uses less energy? I mean, when brain uses less energy, you know, the predictive model works. Well, is more accurate. We don't have to go to that. Read the paper. Read the papers.
Just to be clear, the free energy principle is really a Bayesian model. It works it's a computational model, and it sounds like it's not what it sounds like, right? So,
yes, yes. Any questions, please? Yes, Karen.
Yeah, sure. So what I didn't mention, because I was sprinting against the clock, you know, I've been involved in education for film for a long time, film director and all of that. I feel very strongly that pedagogy is decades out of date. And it's decades out of date because it doesn't track with the development of cognitive models. It tracks with the development of technologies more than it tracks with the development of cognitive models. So we still have these kids coming into school. We talk about they've got cell phones, all this stuff. That's the reason, theoretically, why there's a problem. But that's not the reason from my point of view. The reason is that we've got more at our disposal in terms of our understanding of cognition, and we're not using it. So I have this idea, eventually, it's not going to happen in my lifetime, but I have an idea that eventually people will come to film school and they won't come to study, I told Richard this the other night at dinner, that they won't come to study cinematography or directing or something. They'll come to study, say, peace and conflict. And when they're studying that, they'll learn cinematography and they'll learn directing and they'll learn whatever they learn. Or it could be sustainability or anything. That's the future that I think is coming. But to get there, I think we have to create this new approach to pedagogy. So what it means is actually, Michael might know this. There's Andreas Wagner, who wrote a wonderful book called The Arrival of the Fittest. He has this n-dimensional matrix model, and I borrow a lot from that. The idea that that the embodied concept, or the 4E cognition concept, is only used right now as a methodology in education. It's not used as a pedagogy. So we put people physically, or we use their extension, the bodily extension, or the body immersion, or their inaction. We use that as a methodology, but we haven't built pedagogy from those principles. And now I believe that I think somebody mentioned, it was you, De Paolo. You mentioned De Paolo, right? So her and some others did a paper last year that I would normally quote in this, where they argue that it's called Active Inference Framework Goes to School. I don't know, you should go look at it. But Active Inference Framework, which is another form of the free energy principle, effectively it's predictive coding that's active. So it means that the motion, the action part of cognition is not waiting for the prediction cycle. It's actually making it happen. And that, I think, ties in a little bit with what Michael was saying. But they are going to use generative AI as a Montessori-type mechanism in the learning environment. So.
Thank you, Bruce.
Sorry.
I think we're going to let the next speaker come in, but we keep on talking.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Next up, we have Maria Ortiz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Maria Ortiz. I'm from the University of Alicante in Spain, and my research focuses on visual manifestations of embodied metaphors. As you can see on the screen, my presentation is about visual metaphors of emotions in BoJack Horseman. This series sparked my interest not only because it is artistically inspiring, but also because the reviews highlighted that despite being a comedy, the portrayal of depression was accurate. So I thought that maybe the visual metaphors helped to portray so well this inner state. The starting points of this study are the following. There are visual manifestations of embodied metaphors in BoJack Horseman related to depression. Thanks to these embodied metaphors, we feel with the characters as perceptual and sensory motor experiences are activated in our brains. Some of these visual metaphors might be considered humorous, and therefore viewers can understand what the character feels, but at the same time, the humor distances the viewer from the suffering. The structure of this presentation is the following. First, I will introduce the case study. Then I will review some embodied metaphors in moving images and animation films. Next, I will analyze the embodied metaphors used in some scenes from BoJack Horseman related to negative emotions, and I will study why they can be funny. And finally, I will summarize some preliminary conclusions. Let me start with some information on the show. It garnered critical acclaim and won multiple awards. The main character is a horse who was a very famous television star, but now, in midlife crisis, he has become depressed, cynical, and self-destructive. The plot begins when he decides to regain his celebrity relevance with a memoir was written by the human woman Diane. The show has been identified as post-sitcom because of the ironic, self-conscious style, and also as satcom, the intersection of tragic and comic types of humor where complex emotions are hidden behind a thick layer of dark comedy and nihilism. It can be considered uncomfortable humor, a mixture of suffering and merriment, where the spectators have a painful sympathy for the characters. BoJack Horseman displays complex storytelling tactics, intricate character arcs, meta-narratives, intertextuality, and self-reflexive references. These strategies require greater implication from viewers and call attention to the fact that they are watching fiction. So when the audience begins to connect with BoJack's pain, they are distanced from the narrative, what helps to explore deeper and darker themes under the veneer of absurdity. Let's now turn to embodied metaphors in movies. Conceptual metaphor theory and embodied simulation theory address how moving images convey conceptual meanings to the viewers and how they can infer this meaning from the evidence provided by the film. It has been proposed to combine the two theories. That is, some abstract concepts in moving images are metaphorically mapped within our sensory motor system, and embodied simulation processes enable the viewer to infer the meaning. For instance, the way the characters' mental states are embodied through mise-en-scène matches the viewer's own experience, so they can understand better the portrayed emotions. Now I'd like to give you some background information about embodied metaphors. In a nutshell, conceptual metaphor theory distinguishes between correlation-based metaphors and resemblance metaphors. The correlation-based metaphors are embodied metaphors that serve as the foundation for numerous figurative concepts. The minimal unit of the correlation-based metaphors are the primary metaphors. The source domains of a primary metaphor is a concept related to bodily sensation, whereas the target domain refers to basic cognitive processes. For example, in the primary metaphor happy is up, the source domain is the image of height, and the target domain is the concept of happiness. Several experimental studies suggest that embodied metaphors are essential for thinking processes, and many scholars have argued that embodied metaphors are used to arrange the elements in a certain frame because they are fundamental to human thought and essential to express abstract concepts. For example, bad is dark, shadows to express an ominous presence or negative feelings. Importance is size, the apparent size of characters to convey their power or relevance. Understanding is seeing. Image out of focus to express that a character is confused. Relationships are enclosures. Two characters isolated in their frame to convey a bad relationship. Happy or control is up. Characters placed near the top of the frame to suggest power or happiness, or conversely, near the bottom to evoke vulnerability or sadness. Cartoons are a rich source for the visual manifestations of embodied metaphors. These scholars have looked at the visual metaphors used in animation related to depression and say that the most common ones are depression is dark, depression is down or falling down, depression is a confining space or a dark confining space, depression is a huge wild animal, or depression is a monster or a dark monster. Let's now turn to BoJack Horseman, and I'm going to show you some examples of visual manifestations of embodied metaphors related to emotions in general and depression in particular. As I said at the beginning, I consider that thanks to these embodied metaphors, we feel with the character as sensory motor experiences are activated in our brains. However, some of these visual metaphors might be considered humorous, and therefore viewers can understand what the characters feel, but at the same time the use of humor distances the viewer from the suffering. Let the pictures speak for themselves. In this episode, BoJack takes drugs to help his creative process, and they lead him to experience a series of visions. The sequence looks like a nightmare and contains different visual metaphors related to his depressed state. As Diane makes him feel depressed, she becomes a big monster that corners him. But there are two incongruent elements here that do not match. This is a monster carrying a bottle of syrup and a pan. The incongruence of these two elements makes the metaphoric monster funny. After the monster captures BoJack and the camera goes inside his brain, he runs, passing by different images that represent painful memories. A metaphor of the experience of time is our own motion along a path. The figurative meaning is suggested by the quality of the drawing based on the nature of an entity is shaped, because the recollection is incomplete. The brilliant saturated colors stand out, metaphorizing that they are vivid recollections. He continues running, then the background changes to gray, and he falls. He tries to hang on, but he is tiny compared to his great enemy, and finally falls down. The funny thing here is that he's grabbing the characteristic T-shirt that Mr. Peanut Butter always wears. After falling down, he realizes that he does not have outlines. He becomes a sketch more and more simple, until being erased. Here we have a visual manifestation of the primary metaphor existence is visibility. Bojack is afraid of disappearing as a television star, but he will also vanish as everybody else. The scene is comical because Bojack is fully aware of being a cartoon. In another episode, we understand the roots of Bojack's depression. We see how big are his mother's addiction. This kind of visual metaphor is common, and you can see one famous example on the screen. And I think it might be mocked here. Later, he's watching television while his parents fight in another room. Bojack's mother is his dark shadow, his bad background. Dark shadows have been used since the early days of filmmaking as a metaphor of evil. Again, this visual metaphor, so well known, might be parodied here. After he sits down next to him, the formal characteristics within the frame seem to confine the figures. Finally, the obstacle between them is the TV antenna, and he will be a television star. You can see an example of the visual metaphor on the screen, and again, it seems to be parodied here. Let's now turn to another episode that shows Bojack's self-critical thoughts. This episode was particularly praised for the portrayal of someone suffering depression, not as someone sad and curling in bed, but someone who experiences an endless, self-defeating inner voice. From my perspective, part of the acclaimed representation is because of the use of embodied metaphors that convey Bojack's emotion. His inner monologue spirals into a series of self-despising words. When his thoughts grow darker and more aggressive against himself, the style of the drawing changes to a cardboard cutout style. As Bojack's thoughts became frantic and speed up, the images also begin to be more satirical and to move faster. On one hand, the changes of the features of the drawing can be considered, again, a visual manifestation of the nature of an entity is shape, because his thoughts are simplistic. Through the continuous monologue, the images have constant changes in color and size according to Bojack's emotions. For instance, Beatrice is in purple and Hollyhock in blue, but they are in red when he imagines that they are against him. The red color can metaphorize intense emotions, particularly anger. After Bojack's cutout became smaller and down. Another visual metaphor we can find is emotion is a fluid in a container. The volume of the head and the body can change to express an intense emotion. For instance, when Bojack suddenly realizes that success is ephemeral, the size of his eyes changes. The string of images also contains visual manifestations of depression is dark, or depression is a dark confining space made of harsh scribbles and violent lines. In another episode, the black scribbles are used as white transition that visually connects to suffering women. The last examples I would like to show you are from the episode in which Diane is trying to write her memoir while struggling with depression. Also, the characters are portrayed like cardboard cut-out style caricatures, and again, it can be considered a visual metaphor of the nature of an entity is shaped, because his thoughts are simplistic. The primary metaphor, importance size, frequently appears in these sequences. And depression is down and depression is dark are also frequent. The spiral of self-deprecating thoughts is metaphorized with scribbled bold black lines surrounding her and creating a confining dark space as a visual manifestation of depression is dark, or depression is a dark confining space. Out of those negative feelings pop out a fictional character named Evie. Contrary to the black and white drawing of Diane, she's vividly colored. When Evie asks Diane why she is so sad, she becomes very little and shatters. Finally, she recovers her size and shape when Evie convinces her to be happier. In conclusion, BoJack Horseman explores deep and dark themes under the veneer of humor. The analysis reveals the presence of embodied metaphors about depression, such as depression is a monster, depression is a confining space, depression is down, and depression is a dark, confining space. We can also find primary metaphors, such as importance is size, bad is dark, bad is down, existence is visibility, relationships are enclosures, intensity of emotion is heat, and emotion is a fluid in a container. Some of these metaphors might be humorous due to the incongruent details or the hyperbolic perspective, and sometimes they seem to mock or to parody certain metaphoric cliches. All in all, the analysis indicates that this satcom, among other narrative strategies, uses embodied visual metaphors to evoke sensory motor experiences related to emotions. Thanks to the embodied metaphors, we feel with the characters as sensory motor experiences are activated in our brains. At the same time, humor distances the viewer from the suffering. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We have time for a couple of questions.
Thank you for that very clear and interesting discussion. I wonder, and this may be outside of your realm of interest or expertise, but when I was a kid, there was a show on in reruns about a horse named Mr. Ed. And this was a kind of, it was not a sad com, it was a stupid com. But I'm curious about two things in relation to my memory of that. One is BoJack Horseman himself a metaphor in some way? Like, why is he a horse? And then also, why now for all of these metaphors about depression? Why is this show what's on, in a sense? Too big a question, I apologize for that, but I'm interested in your thoughts.
Okay, of course, the host is a metaphor of someone updated, because he is not necessary anymore. So yeah, it's explained, and some research says that, of course, they use an animal, they use a horse because it's updated, he's updated. And of course, it's an interesting question why so many shows are talking about depression. It's not the only show that talk about depression. Also, Adventure Times, for example, they includes character who is depressed, and also Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is also a TV series that talk about depression in a humorous tone. And it's Mr. Robot is also a character who is depressed. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Why so many characters are related to depression nowadays?
Hi, I'm way up here in the back. I know it's hard for you to see. So I'm curious about sonic metaphors for depression that you may have been attuned to in your analysis as well. Maybe you have been paying attention to that, maybe not. And at times, sonic metaphors can actually work in contrast to the visual metaphor, creating a different kind of a comedic or other rhetorical relationship. So I'm curious if you've paid any attention to sound and if you've noticed anything, any trends across the series.
But it's an interesting question. Of course, I've only analyzed the visual metaphors, but of course, it might be a relation between visual and verbal and another music and, of course, another resources. Yeah, I don't know if it is.
Okay, thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
And next we have Cynthia. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, there's a laser. Does this work? Yeah. Cool. Okay. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Cabañas. It's my second year in this amazing conference, so I'd like to thank the organizers for doing such an amazing job. And well, just a little bit about myself. I'm a final year PhD student in psychology, specialized in film cognition. And I'm about to defend my thesis next month. So yeah, that's great. This is a project entitled Understanding the Relationships Between Informational Density, Memory, and Emotion in Serial TV. And it's a project I have carried out in parallel to my thesis with an amazing team of interdisciplinary scholars, which I will introduce shortly. Okay, but first, let's focus on what... no, what did I do? Sorry. Yes. It's because since it's disconnected, it's a bit... Okay, so yesterday and today, we've had all sorts of presentations related to different aspects of cinema, film directing, acting, cinematography, editing. So I'd like to note that this presentation, the focus is more on like screenwriting perspective, in the sense of how we deliver information efficiently throughout different episodes in a serial TV. So what is serial TV? Or serialized TV. It's arguably the most popular form of fiction TV right now, and it's become a huge topic of interest, as the last speaker also was speaking about this serial TV. And it refers to a type of TV programming where the narrative extends over multiple episodes, often across several seasons as well. So unlike episodic TV and of course film, each episode stands alone, has its own self-contained story. Serial TV has an ongoing story with arcs and developing characters and plot lines that grow gradually over time. So what explains our experience with serial TV? It's a very complex question that we believe needs an interdisciplinary lens. So we have a great team of scholars in film and media studies, which help us explain the structure, like the form and the features of serial TV. Basically, what makes serial TV. And in this field, it has been a topic of great interest. Then we also have a team of cognitive scientists that have, I forgot to mention, the team is formed by Héctor Pérez and Víctor Santolaya. And then our team of cognitive scientists basically help us explain the psychological responses, so how we respond to the serial TV. And they also provide the methodological expertise to study these. And in this field, they have been a lot less studied, to say the least, like they haven't really been considered yet. And in this team, we have Catherine von Gettler, Joe Magliano, and David Rapp, and myself as well, which I am a cognitive scientist, but I position myself as what I call the interdisciplinary facilitator, in the sense that my background is in cognitive neuroscience, but I have done a master's in film and TV now that I think positions myself a little bit more in the middle, so that I can bridge a little bit between these two teams. And also, I have to mention that both Héctor Pérez and Joe Magliano are very interdisciplinary, but I think if you ask them, they would position themselves on their specific fields, whereas me, I'm a little bit more in the middle. So in regards to the overview of the presentation, I don't think I will have time for everything. So in part one, we're just going to talk about information density, and then I'm going to present a little bit the frameworks that we have been using to study this. Then I will present the experimental study that we have done, and the analysis is still in progress, so I will present only some of the results. And then I don't think we'll have the time, but if you want, we can discuss about some observations about creating interdisciplinary research teams and the difficulties and challenges and the good stuff as well. Okay, so because as a scientist, we love defining concepts, and obviously I don't have the time to define all of these, sadly. But I did wanted to mention that, of course, often we see all of these terms kind of mixed interchangeably, and we don't really stop that much to think about the difference. And of course, here, I'm not going to go through everything, but our focus is on informational density, which we have defined as the concentration or accumulation of information in a given segment of content, in this case, a scene, which can include a lot of dialogue, a lot of visuals, a lot of action, but it's regardless of the cognitive demand. So it doesn't really. It is obviously related to the cognitive demand and the cognitive load, but it's independent in a way. It's not exactly the same thing. And then I put in bold the important words that are related to these concepts. So in relation to cognitive load, we have that it's related to mental effort. So it's a feature of how we are processing the serialized TV. And then we have richness and complexity, which refer to other features of the text of the media, but that are not the same as informational density. And then we basically identified 4 different categories, although there's probably more as well. But we focused in this specific study on multi-plot convergence, which basically refers to the fact that in serialized TV, one of the main characteristics is that it has many plots. And of course, at certain moments, these plots advance at the same time and then converge. And so these moments, we believe, are very important for informational density. There's a lot of information going on. But there's also character evolution, rich and detailed visual and auditory information, and also intertextual references. Okay. Right, so I'm not going to explain anything about physics, but I did like this conceptual metaphor in a way, as we've been speaking about metaphors, that explains that we can find high information density related to multiplot convergence and low information density scenes. And basically, I use this metaphor of physical matter because in this case, I think it explains really well what it would look like to have a high-density scene in sense of that the information is tightly packed in one scene. And here, what makes something from gas to solid would probably be temperature. So in this case, in our narrative, we can also have moments of high and low density. And I will come back to this metaphor. This is why I put it here. I don't think we have time to watch these scenes, but I can briefly explain them. How many of you have watched Game of Thrones? Yeah, so quite a few of you, okay. So these are 2 scenes from Game of Thrones, and in the first one, I think it's I cannot choose which part to show you, that's why I won't show much. But basically, this is a conversation between
You'll be
two characters.
pleased to know our mutual friend is doing quite well in Lady Sansa's service.
And this would be a good representation of low density, because it's just a conversation between two characters.
And it seems the Grand Maester has found his way into a black cell.
Okay, and this is, you probably recognize this if you've seen Game of Thrones. I'm not going to show the scene, don't worry. But this is the perfect example of a high-density scene. There are so many things that will happen in this scene, and I'm going to change so I can speak. But basically, in that scene, you know that in Game of Thrones, the plots are also defined by the families, and of course, in that scene, many of the plots will advance at the same time, and it will be very impactful. So how did we quantify informational density? We have this kind of daunting plot map. Hector basically has a course in his university where he teaches students to create these kind of plot maps. And so basically, we can go inside the plot map and see that on the left, what students do is they put names to the plots, and then what they do is basically they put screenshots of each scene on top, and then they also map sort of how the plots advance, where they start, where they end, and each screenshot within the plot basically represents when the plot is advancing in that specific scene. So that helps us basically parameterize and be able to see how many plots are advancing in one scene, right? So then we can see, for example, in that one, there's 5 plots advancing in the same scene, and therefore we would categorize that as a high information density scene in comparison to if the only one advances. Okay, so now for frameworks. Okay, so I'm going to go very quickly through this, but we used Foy and Magliano's story world models framework, which basically talks about the fact that narrative comprehension is driven and supported through the construction of memory representations called mental models, and that these mental models represent situational content. They represent not only the events that are happening, but also characters, objects, and how their evolution, basically, spatial temporal frameworks, and then also their relations in time, space, causality, and their goals. So in this particular study, we're only going to focus on event models, but we have also included character models. And then there's rule models that we haven't included in our study, but basically refer to the fact that many series don't have the same diegetic reality as ours. So we need to construct or understand their reality. And to do so, this framework basically says that we create rules and we create models containing the rules of that world. And then we also consider the idea of the concept of causal centrality, which is very studied in narratology and refers to the extent to which narrative events are causally connected to other events in a narrative. So this has been studied in the past, and it has been shown that memory performance is indeed correlated with centrality. And we thought that the kind of informational density that we're studying, which is particularly the one focused on multiplot convergence, would also obviously be related to causal centrality, because when many plots converge, it means that they're also causally related, because of course they're not going to advance independently in the same scene. So we thought that we would see an effect in memory when looking at these high-density events. And we also consider the PET framework, which basically refers to the fact that we also need to consider emotions, because it is one of sort of like the sins of cognitive scientists to not consider emotions, because they're very hard to study. But here we wanted to consider emotions. So the PET framework basically says that we need to consider what kind of cognitive process people are doing, so whether it's recall, inference, so on. The emotion, which consists of both the balance, which refers to whether it's positive or negative, and the activation, which could be like very intense or not that intense. And as it says below, and as I just said, they also run like these two dimensions occur on continuums. So we can ask participants to basically rate them in with a rater, because it's a continuum. Okay, so this is how the model would fit in together, like these two models. I'm not going to go more into that. And these would be our research questions, which, as I said, this work is still in progress, so we won't have time to see all of it. And also, we haven't finished the analysis. But basically, what we want to look at is the interaction between these three. And see what's the relationship between information density, memory for events, and the emotional aspects, so arousal and pleasure. And this would be the hypothesis. I'm not going to explain them that much more. The most important for us is the first one, which refers to the fact that density, we thought that density would increase memory performance, and that it would also have an effect on emotion experience, but we didn't look into that in this specific study. And I called it this solidity hypothesis in the sense of what I was saying. You can think about it as the information is more solidified in your memory in a way. And I think that was quite interesting when I was preparing this presentation, because I was thinking about this concept that psychologists use that is called crystallized intelligence, which in a way also goes back to this specific conceptual metaphor of something being more established or in our minds. So that made sense for us. We don't have to worry that much about the other hypotheses. And then the study, basically, we had 300 adults answering a questionnaire in gorilla through Prolific, and they had to say whether they had seen one of these 4 shows, House of the Dragon, Mandalorian, Severance, and Chernobyl. And then they had to evaluate how they felt when they watched the show in general, and then they had to produce events. So they had to tell us from 5 to 10 events that they could remember, like the ones that first came to mind. And then they had to also rate the emotions of those events. And then, as you can imagine, any psychologist will be saying oh, that's going to be very hard to analyze. And indeed, it's very hard to analyze, so that's not what I'm going to present today. So what I'm going to present today is phase 2, which is basically, phase 3, which is basically that we not only asked them to produce, but we also gave them events from the show that we chose. Well, you'll see now. I'll show you in a second. But we also had a phase 4, which basically investigates individual differences. So we wanted to know whether people that prefer narrative complexity would process high informational density and low informational density in a different way. Okay. So this is what I meant. We would choose from the plot maps that I showed before, high density and low density events, and we just, participants don't see that part, they only see the event itself, and then they have to rate the details that they remember from the show, so not the number, but basically say I remember a few details or more details, and they also have to rate memory vividness, so how vividly they remember the event. And then they also have to rate how aroused they were, or they remember they were when watching that event, and whether it was positive or negative, the balance or the pleasure. So these are, as I say, preliminary results, but what we found for vividness ratings was that indeed people seem to remember more vividly those events, the high density events, which are in the column in blue. For all of the series except for Chernobyl, which is something that we found quite interesting, and you might have your own hypothesis of why this was the case. What we thought was that if you think about the shows and you know them, Chernobyl is the only one that is quite gloomy, obviously super catastrophic, very negative. And we thought that the most impactful scenes probably happen in the low density moments when, for example, someone went to see someone to the hospital and there was a very, powerful image of, I haven't seen this show, so I apologize, but I have seen the others. That's why we have such a big team. Anyway, so then what we did was we did complex models, so linear mixed models, to actually consider all of the factors at the same time to see which explained better our data. And so for details that they remember, this is only judgments of their own, ratings of their own memory. So for details, we don't really see a difference between density. This is not what we expected. We see obviously an effect of balance, where we see that they remember more details when it was more negative, which, yeah, interesting. I think it does go with the framework, the PET framework, which was made by one of the members of the team. But we don't see an effect of density. And then for arousal, the same thing. We don't see an effect of density, but we do see that they give more details, as you can see, when they were more aroused, which also makes sense. Okay, but this comes the interesting part. For vividness, we do see an interaction between the two, between density and valence. And what we see is basically that for the low density events, which are the yellow, we see sort of the similar pattern. So they say their memory was more vivid when it was more negative, and a little bit less memory when it was more positive. But we see exactly the contrary pattern when it was high density events. So they seem to remember more vividly when it was very positive. So according to this data, participants in an example as the red wedding scene, they would remember less vividly that scene. I don't know if you can also try to guess why. And then for arousal, we also see an interaction, although this is a bit more difficult to explain in a way, because what we see is that when they had little arousal, so on the, I can use this actually. So here, we see a difference between high and low density. So when they were not very aroused, the high density scenes had an effect that people would remember them more vividly than when they were low density scenes. But when they were very aroused, it didn't really make a difference because they were already super, like they would remember anyway, basically. That's sort of how we interpret that. So the discussion basically says that we found no support for the informational density hypothesis on its own. We found an effect for the emotional engagement hypothesis, and we found support for the density and emotional experience together. Okay, so viewers seem to be sensitive to the informational density of serialized TV, but its impact on memory depends on the emotional engagement of viewers. And here I put this metaphor because I thought, it was snowy yesterday, and I thought, in my country at least, we use salt often to melt the snow. And I thought this was a good way to explain how, even though it's temperature what drives from liquid to solid, there can be other elements which are also affecting, the solidity, basically. And what we find is that salt would sort of be like the metaphor for emotions. At least in Spanish, I'm from Spain, so in Spanish, when you say someone is very salty, it means a lot of emotion. So yeah, to be continued, because there's a lot more to unpack from this data, but that would be the end.
Thank you, Cynthia. I just realized that there is a very, very high information density in the presentations by PhD students because they have 20 minutes comparing to others. When putting together this program, it was very important for us, for the committee, to make sure that PhD students have a chance to present. So it was very, very dense, this presentation. Thank you.
Sorry.
I think in 2 years' time we will have to do a 3-day conference to have enough time to hear. Also, the discussion about interdisciplinary teams seems very interesting. Maybe we can do it during the discussion phase in the end. But there's a question in the back row.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you. That was very interesting. Having worked in storyline serialized television.
Who's speaking? I cannot see.
Here, way back. Okay. I worked for about 20 years in storylining serialized television, and story maps are, of course, how you do it, because otherwise you don't know what's happening in each scene. What I think would interest me to know the most is that when I'm storylining, what I'm driving for in a high-density scene is actually contrast. So one storyline would be having a happy sort of climax while another storyline is crashing and burning, because that seems to be what people respond to the most. And I'm wondering if this fact that the storylines can have different emotional valences, and you can have in a multi-storyline scene 5 or 6 emotional valences happening all at the same time. Did you consider that at all?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I actually forgot that if I had had more time, I would have liked to discuss actually the implications of this kind of work in like screenwriting, no? Which is the whole point. We haven't really considered sort of asking them about the balance or the emotions for each separate plot or each separate, but that's something we could do definitely at some other point. The only thing is like, I didn't mention this and you haven't asked, but the participants that did this experiment, they had to watch the show within 1 year because, of course, memory fades a lot. And the ideal would be to, as you suggest, including this kind of other research questions, but doing it more in a moment-to-moment basis. So basically, we can have them watch the show and ask questions just after, like episode by episode, or even while they're watching. Like there's studies where they can be rating as they watch the show. So you get like a continuous rating of how they are feeling in terms of, you can choose one, of course, they're not going to be rating both dimensions at the same time, but you could do that, and that would be like hyper interesting, of course, how they feel for each. Of course, what I'm thinking is, in a high density scene, if there's many plots converging, you would have to stop the show to ask them specifically about each of the plots, because otherwise, like, it would be very interesting, definitely. Thank you. Exactly.
It would be also possible to have a group of experts judging the material and marking which ones are positive and negative, so you don't have to ask it from the people who are viewing this. But there is one question there.
Yeah, thanks. So you operationalized information density in this very specific way of having these poor students annotate plots and then so it's kind of a plot density. But have you thought about automating information density measurements? I mean, you could use, probably like visual complexity and language complexity and all of these things. Have you, since you have this big team, have you discussed these sort of options?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, this is like literally we started like a year ago. So these are sort of like preliminary steps. When you're doing kind of these super big projects, it's super useful to start with the easier stuff, no? So like these maps had already been done because they're part of a course. So we didn't need to waste time, let's say, in doing that. But of course, as you say, like visual complexity or visual saliency computational maps, this is something we could definitely do. But it addresses another kind of informational density, which, as I said, we had like identified 4 different types that we are very interested. And as you were commenting, like one of the interesting stuff of this interdisciplinary project is that we also have professionals like helping us as well with their professional judgments. So obviously these are students, but they're highly trained to do these plot maps, and they will be professionals in the future. And then another aspect that we will be needing professionals is the intertextual references, because of course to a certain extent, you cannot really rely on the participants to, be aware of them, but we want to know which scenes have like more intertextual references, and then be able to see whether, this affects how a participant is processing that. So it's a collaboration that we want to put forward, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely things that we can train. And we will be using AI for some stuff, but also like we want to make use of like the students, that are interested in doing this kind of work. Also because this field is just starting, so I think the more people we bring in and use machines more as tools than as substitutes of, but definitely there's things that can be done like that. Yeah, thanks. This light is killing me.
Thank you for this great presentation, and I really liked your word, interdisciplinary facilitator. That was a really nice description of our role. I was thinking, because the 3 series that were in your study, if I know correctly, Chernobyl is the only one that is based on like real events, and the others are fictional. And that was also the only one that came up with low intensity being more remembered. Did you ever consider that kind of like facet?
Yeah, we did. I mean, it's an ongoing conversation because we still have to analyze like the connection with the emotions, because they also, as I said, they rated the whole show. So like how they felt about the show. So we need to make a lot more of analysis to see whether we find something more. But other than that, yes, it could be, as you say, it's very unique in comparison to the others for a couple of reasons. And that could be one of them as well, for sure. Yeah.
I think we need to move forward.
Thank you, Cynthia.
No, that was fine. Thanks. I left my everything.
And next up, we have Larissa, another very dense presentation from a PhD student.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for having me. My name is Larissa Barbosa-Curi. I am a first-year PhD student here at BFM. And my research concerns verbal account scenes in horror films. If you're a bit apprehensive, you're not a fan of horror films, I'll let you know I won't be showing any clips. There won't be any jump scares, no startling noises. As a matter of fact, a lot of the films that I use in my research are often considered thrillers rather than horror. But I'm grouping them together because they essentially evoke the emotions that I want to study. So fear and dread, whether they are horrors or thrillers. Now, before I get into the actual research, I want to tell you a story. A while ago, I had this dream. I woke up in the middle of the night in a bedroom in this high-rise building, not here in Tallinn. It was a city that I couldn't recognize. And I couldn't sleep. I just looked out the window and I looked at all the other tall skyscrapers, and I felt quite isolated. So I walk down the corridor, I go to the bathroom, I switch on the light. This is a very lit up, cozy bathroom. And I sit on the toilet seat just for a minute or two, staring blankly, just not thinking. And then eventually I go to the window. This was an unusual window for a bathroom. It was quite tall and narrow, but I could see the building across the street. And in that building, I saw a small window, and there was a woman. She was looking at me, and she was crying, desperately crying. Her face was all red and swollen. She was banging her hand on the window. She seemed to be screaming. I tried looking behind her into her apartment to see what was happening, but I couldn't see anything. I thought about grabbing my phone and calling emergency, but I didn't know which building that was. I didn't know the apartment or the floor, nothing. And as all these thoughts are going through my mind, something else catches my eye. It was another window in the same building, just maybe 2 or 3 windows down. And I see a man, he's on the phone, and he's also looking at me. But he's pointing. And I realize what he's pointing at. Because of the floor plan of my bathroom, the shower box was recessed. So when I walked in and sat on the toilet seat, I couldn't see into the shower box. And at that moment, I'm frozen in place. I don't know what to do. And I realize I can't run to the door, because somehow I know that the minute I understood what was behind me, it knew that I knew. And there was no point in running. Well, this is a verbal account. A verbal account is a concept by Julian Hainich. It is an oral retelling of an event or description of concealed visuals. And in my many, many watchings of horror films, I've come across some of these examples, scenes in which characters tell other characters about a horrific event that they witnessed themselves, or something that was passed on, or something that they can see, but which is hidden from the audience. And the verbal account is part of a larger concept that Hainich describes, called suggested horror, as opposed to direct horror. In suggested horror, the idea is that the audience becomes horrified by verbalization or sound or concealed visuals. And there might be many reasons to do that. There could be political or legal reasons for not showing something. It could be budget constraints, but it may also be an aesthetic choice, or rather, a narrative strategy. So that's what I'm interested in. So the hypothesis guiding my work is that verbal account scenes evoke sustained fear, which is different and distinguishable from direct fear, and analogous to reading and listening to horror tales. So to go into those details, I'll talk briefly about my first article. I'm doing an article-based research, and the focus of the first article is on a theoretical exploration of verbal accounts and the roots in literature and oral tradition. It makes a lot of sense with oral tradition. What I just did sounds a lot like a story you could hear around a campfire, but I'll explain in a bit what I mean by literature as well. So first, to start with the first aim of my research, I want to analyze examples of verbal accounts in horror audiovisual. It is mostly films, but I found at least one example in a TV series. And the examples are quite different from each other. So the verbal account could be in the form of an interview, as is the case with mockumentaries or false documentaries, such as the Blair Witch Project. And in that case, a lot of the verbal accounts we hear are not witnessed by the speaker, but rather passed on by different people in town that are interviewed. Or we can have a situation where it's not an interview, it's just a regular organic dialogue, as it is in the case of Jaws. The verbal account emerges from one of the characters. He describes an event of his past, an encounter with a shark in a very tense situation. Or you may not even be able to see the speaker. The third example is from BBC's Ghostwatch, which is also sort of a mockumentary. It was a live event that was said to be true, but was staged. And in that case, the character who delivers the verbal account does so through a phone call. So there is a mix of events that the speaker witnessed, but also some backstory that was just acquired through the years. So I intend to analyze these different examples I was able to find, but also draw parallels between the verbal account and, as I said, first-person narration in literature, as well as oral tradition. So we heard about first person, second person, third person earlier today, but it was a slightly different context. In this case, what I mean is, with first-person narration, think about something like Bram Stoker's Dracula, or Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, or many tales by Lovecraft, we are reading the account through a specific character. It's written in first person, and it therefore feels more subjective than what you get from the objectiveness of a third-person narration. And what I want to explore in the research is this analogy. Can the verbal account be our first-person narration version on the screen, as opposed to a third-person, more objective rather than subjective version, which would be watching the actual scene play out? So in my research, I am doing a lot of work theoretically on verbalization. Sarah Kozlov and Julian Hainich as well, David Bordwell, they all talk about different aspects of verbalization in film, not just the verbal account specifically with Hainich. But I also want this first article to be preparation for my next steps, which is where the neurocinematic methods come into place. So I'm exploring the different options from the traditional fMRI to EDA to EEG in order to find the best method that would work for the experiment that I am conceptualizing. And at the moment, this experiment looks a little bit like this. I would create materials that include different versions, at the moment 4, of the same story. So I would have a visual-oriented scene, what I'm calling it, basically a regular scene you would expect from a horror film where you see a monster or see part of it. But then the other material would be a verbal account version of that same event. It would also be shot as a scene in a film, perhaps with variations such as an interview, but in the context of a film. And for the verbal account, I consider having 2 variations, one in which there would be no sound cues and one with sound cues. And what I mean by that is elements of sound that echo the original story, the events that happened. Julian Hainich also calls these acoustic flashbacks, when you don't see the flashback, but you have just the audio version of it playing out throughout the scene. And then finally, written text, written in first person. What I would do is to collect psychophysiological data and also do a self-assessment via questionnaire at either, at the end of viewing or reading, depending on which version you get. The psychophysiological data, of course, would be during the viewing or reading of it. And my goal with it is, first of all, to find the differences and similarities between the visual-oriented scene and verbal account scene, and the verbal account scene and the written text when it comes to the emotional response of the subjects. With the questionnaire, I hope to expand this a little bit and perhaps find subtleties and gradations, so not only through the physiological data, but actually attaching that data to variations of fear. When we talk about emotions, we've heard this in many talks yesterday as well, we usually talk about some basic emotions. It's fear, it's anger, it's happiness. But what happens when we look into the variations of fear? Are they slightly different? Fear is not dread. What happens when you see something that is creepy but not scary? So this exploration of vocabulary and vocabulary clusters around the different scenes is what I'm eventually aiming at with my research. I would like to wrap up with this quote by Julian Hainich. If suggestive verbalizations stimulate us to imagine sensorially, we can escape these imaginations less easily than the filmic images on the screen. If you're watching something on the screen, you can very easily close your eyes. That's one argument that he makes. It takes a little bit longer to actually block your ears so much that you cannot hear it. And the point is that these suggestive verbalizations through verbal accounts force the listener, the audience, to imagine something horrific in their minds, which is much, much harder to erase. And if my short little verbal account at the beginning of this presentation managed to elicit any kind of fear or chills or emotion on at least some of you, then I would argue that exploring the effect of verbal accounts in our horror films is invaluable to filmmakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. Okay, any questions for Larissa? Okay, I can see two. David first.
Thank you so much for that presentation and for opening it up with some storytelling. I think that was really lovely for everybody in the room. I'm curious to what extent you might have looked into some of Michel Chillon, particularly on the acousmatic, the acousmaître, which is a voice that is heard but not seen, which is a little bit different but is enormously powerful, and there's a lot of circling around these same things. There was one Kinoai student who did a master's thesis where she coined the phrase the non-existent acousmaître, which was exactly this, right? Where we don't hear the voice of the thing we're imagining, right? But we're getting it through the storytelling. And also Chillon talks about the non-iconogenic image, the non-iconogenic voice, which is so I'm hoping you've been going down that path, and the fact that you are also doing an A/B test with and without sound as a representation of the unseen is really tremendous, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing that. So if you have been engaging in any of that, please share a little bit with us what you've learned or what you're thinking.
A little bit. I haven't gone back to Chillon. I actually looked into Chillon in my master's, which was Kinoai's as well. But I started off with Kozlov and Heinrich, and yes, Chillon is also part of that. I didn't mention it, but I'm including it. In terms of the sound, that was it was a bit of a question for me, because at first, the first examples that I encountered of verbal accounts were just verbalization, were just simply characters talking to each other, and the sound effects were non-existent. They were mockumentaries mostly. And then I started to come across some variations of that. So even scenes that show a hint, a little bit of the flashback, just a flash of it, but also do the sound exploration. And it was through talking to my supervisors that we came to the conclusion that doing this experimentation with sound would also be beneficial.
Hi. Well, thank you very much. It was great. I really liked it. And I'm really happy that you're using psychophysiology and all this, and that you are doing triangulation as well with the questionnaires. I had two questions. One about the questionnaires. I'm not sure if you indicated what kind of dimensions you're going to study. I wonder if you are actually interested in the topic that has been, I think, one of the main focus of this research of this conference, which is like how they embody this, or how they simulate maybe in their minds these scenes. And the other was more methodological in the sense of the study, whether you are going to have them do this experiment isolated, like the episodes will be isolated, or whether there will be some context to it, because I think that would change it quite a lot, like whether they had a context or, yeah, thanks.
Yes, absolutely. The plan at the moment is to have isolated scenes. I would like to further explore after this first experiment to explore the scenes in a larger context, because that's where they belong in the context of a film, and how those scenes affect our understanding of the film and the fear perception throughout the film, if they affect that. It was a bit hard to come up with an experiment that was feasible for that, at least to begin with, but that is something that I'm considering. And in regards to your previous question, I've been exploring a few options. The measurements, I mean, it could come in the form of engagement, in the form of transportation. I am really interested in the emotions and the variations within this larger concept that we call fear. But as I think you mentioned before, studying emotions is always a bit complicated. We kind of tend to step away from it, but I want to still continue to step forward for a little bit. But other concepts that were mentioned here that I've encountered and might mention even in this first article or in subsequent articles, embodied simulation and theory of mind, I think there are some parallels with that as well when it comes to these scenes and the scenes that I'm comparing it to. So yes, that might be included.
Yeah, I also was wondering what the difference might be, or what the reason might be for the impressive character of this verbalization, and also the example that you brought yourself. I mean, that was really impressive. And you said, well, it might be that the experient or the spectator is more engaged in imagining, etc. But couldn't it also be that there is much more focus? So, I mean, if we have visual input, auditory input, etc., we might be a bit distracted. I mean, there are similar strategies in music. I mean, if you have solo music, one musician playing, or just in theater, one actor standing on the screen for 1.5 hours, and if it works well, I mean, it could be completely messed up, but if it goes well, then it might be much more impressive than a great stage play with many actors, etc.
I agree. I think the way through which it's done is verbalization, it's the words. So I often get asked, okay, which aspects of those scenes will you be analyzing? Because when you look at a verbal account scene or any scene in a horror film, I could look into acting, I could look into cinematography, it could be set design. There are a million things that influence how we perceive the scene and our emotions. And in the interest of focusing on what I want to find out, I'm focusing on the words, basically, the vocabulary that is used, how that verbalization is delivered. And I think that is part of what makes these things effective. It's the words that are used, as well as the fact that most of the time it's a close-up, or at least there's only one character in focus for most of the time, even if there is some intercutting.
So 2 more questions and then rest to the coffee pause. This is actually luxury for Larissa, so that's why we keep going a little bit. So
yeah, okay. Thank you so much, and great to see your performance.
Richard next.
When you are comparing these 4 different instances, how do you account for the artistic gestalt differences? Because you can have a really shoddy delivery of a verbal account, comparing it to an incredibly compelling, complex, cinematic expression in the visual. Like how, because they are different modes, so how will you account for the complexity of the artistic expression that differs in these very different modes?
But you're referring specifically to acting?
Not.
Or
I mean, it is a combination of all of these cinematic components that will generate whatever the impact is. So how can you compare the reaction and draw conclusions as to what was encompassing in how many different, how can you compare a verbal account to a visual scene when the parameters in terms of how they are artistically executed, or the gestalt expression?
It's a very good question. I would say I don't think I have an answer for that question. What I would say about it is, what I want to compare is how it affects the audience emotionally with the experiment. So I wouldn't be looking into necessarily the aesthetic qualities of the scene, although that will be part of the examination in the first article as well. So there are examples from films that are very low budget and compared to high budget films, and the aesthetic choices that are made for whatever reason evidentiate that they're quite different. But through the experiment, what I want to do is to have something a bit more controlled, where I have one story and that same story is presented in different ways, created by myself and the team, and then focused on the variations in emotion. So that would be my my way of answering, but we can talk further. Yes. Yes.
Hey, I really enjoyed your performance. I think it's really exciting. It's that kind of presentation. I don't know if this is really part of your thing, but I'm interested in whether or not the use of text in genre films is something that is normal, or because in a lot of Hollywood script writing, there's a kind of avoidance of lots of text. Things are told through imagery. There's a huge sort of taboo against voiceover, but then you do have this sort of technique of we'll raise the stakes by someone saying, "Oh my God, that's the worst one since ever." So that's sort of the sort of building up the stakes. I'm just wondering, are you discovering something particularly unique to horror films, which is not in other films? I had this sort of direct monologue question, which is kind of, as you say, goes back to Shakespeare and stuff.
It's not particular to horror films. When we talk about suggested verbalization or verbal accounts specifically, there are examples in many different films. The reason I'm choosing to focus on horror is that, to me, it seems it's almost counterintuitive. You in film in general, you're used to, you want to see. It's always show, don't tell. But in horror films in particular, it's very much about the image that is built, it's the suspense that is built through what is not shown sometimes, but not often verbalized. Not showing is different from delivering that idea through verbalization only. So while it's not exclusive, I think there we have a very interesting example to analyze, particularly in horror.
Thank you, everybody. So not to run into the same problem that yesterday, that the coffee break grows into too long session. So let's be back 20 past exactly, so that we can keep up the program, which also will include my presentation, so that I don't have to skip it again. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
about it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. You're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
oxygen, but I sound like the same.
And then, it's true, I went to film school and film, the school film.
Yeah.
And after that, people asked to have a drama therapy because I had that film. And I'm still today, I don't understand what did I wrong. What did I do wrong?
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to new arrivals. So we are continuing with the program. A very tiny bit of housekeeping again. So as I mentioned, there has been a change in the program, and Pia is doing a talk at 4 o'clock. And after this, we will have a closing discussion where we really want to include all of you. After this, we're going to move to the cinema, and there will be some snacks before cinema. So if you don't run away. And the film that we're going to watch is called Smoke, Sauna, Sisterhood. I will talk about it a bit more during our closing session. But now, next presenter, we have David.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Alvarez. I'm a PhD student at the Bauhaus University in Germany. And my project is titled Cinematic Intuitions. And for this presentation, I want to start by showing you the results of an experiment that I made many years ago in the distant year 2010. It's a film that sort of was the inspiration for many of the ideas that I'm now exploring in this project. And because this is a project that started from practice and went back to theory. So this is a film that requires a little bit of context, because in order to make it, what I did was to bleach a piece of 16 millimeter film, about 140 feet that I had laying around somewhere, because I was very interested at the time in the work of Len Lai and Stan Brakhage and many other filmmakers who were doing work on cameraless cinema. So I took this piece of film, I bleached it completely, and I left the transparent surface laying around the garden of what back then was my house. And I left it there, and I let that film to be exposed to the elements, to the changes in weather, and basically to anything that would happen there for the next 3 years. That's why the film is titled 1,000 Days. And this is a film that is, because it's a little bit old, the resolution is not that great. And the scanning that you see wasn't done at the best quality. I mean, the scanning was what allowed the film to actually exist, because it was the light of the scanner that actually brought out all of these things that had attached to the surface of the film. And this is a film that also has no sound, so I ask you to be a little patient with it. And we're going to see it, and then I will briefly explain why this film is related to the project and describe briefly my ideas. Okay? So please watch the film. Okay, so that was the film. And what I want to explain first is that this film was born out of a kind of necessity that I was feeling at the time, because this place where I left it is the garden of my childhood home, and it was a place that I had photographed many times, where I had done many of my assignments when I was studying art, time-lapse videos, all kinds of things. So it was a place that I already felt that I knew very well, but I didn't know exactly how to capture. I was worried that I needed something else that wasn't exactly a photography, or that wasn't a drawing, or any other thing that was representational to capture that feeling of the time that I had spent there, because it was really something that was very dear and very, very subjective, of course, because it was a place that was only important for me. And I'm sure that this film would be completely different if you repeated this experiment in other places and under different circumstances, right? So what I was feeling is that because I wanted to have this like a portable version of this place, I decided to focus on time, how to capture time, and because time is such a abstract concept, right? And it's very difficult to get a hold of it. But this project, I don't mean that it was a successful experiment, but at least it allowed me to really start to understand that there is a certain materiality to time, and that there is a certain materiality to things that we often think that are very abstract, or that are very complicated to put in terms of affect or emotion, because there is not necessarily any affect or any emotion there, of course. But I feel like for me, it reflects something on my own subjectivity that is very hard to convey in other terms. So the origin, so this project made me understand that sometimes there are things that we can feel a sort of a reflection or a sort of resonance with certain aspects of reality that are abstract, and we can feel the same kind of relationship with them that we feel with other things, like many of the things that have been discussed here in terms of affect, in terms of emotion. But sometimes I think there is an underlying layer, And I'd like to talk about layers when I mention this project, because what was created there in this film was a geology. There were many different things that were coexisting at the same time, and this accumulation of layers, it's what I feel that it's how we should look at the film screen. And I feel that sometimes we forget that the film screen is also something that sort of reacts. It's something that has its own materiality, that is also something that has its own geology. And that geology sometimes resonates with the same geology that we have in our perceptual system, right? So basically, my project is about finding this kind of resonances and finding this kind of what I call cinematic intuitions here is based on a concept that was coined by an art historian named Martin Kemp that is called structural intuition. I decided that this was the theoretical framework that I needed to talk about this, because he says that structural intuition are the resonances between our mental structures and patterns of organization, dynamic and static in nature. And I feel that this is a concept that was born from the interactions between art and science, because Kemp, for a very long time, he was writing this column for the journal Nature, where he discussed these interactions. And he's also, more than anything, he's famous for being a scholar of Leonardo, who was a scientist. And he always felt that what Leonardo was doing over most of his career was what we would call today artistic research. It's just that he wasn't aware that it was research. And he appreciates that when artists are doing processes of experimentation, what they're doing is basically very similar to what scientists are doing, and they're creating models of the world, and they're creating forms to visualize things that we often feel that are unseeable. He always talks about in terms of seeing the unseeable. And this structural intuition, this is a way to name this innate ability of our cognitive system to always resonate back to the things that we see outside of our own, outside of subjective experience, and how they resonate back to our own inner construction of perception, to the way in which we articulate our own relationships with, weight, with things that are, with our sense of balance, and how all of these things are enmeshed in this kind of geology. In the same way that Merleau-Ponty talks about how there is a horizontalization of the senses, right? That we experience everything, and one of these things is cinema, right? We experience it in the same way we experience, with all of our senses at the same time. And then Vivian Sobchak says also that we experience in the same way we interact with subjectivity. And how, she says that cinema is basically experience being articulated by experience. And that's a really interesting thing, because it allows you to understand that cinema has an access, to some layers of our own subjectivity that are a little bit more abstract than feeling, like I said at the beginning, right? So I try to use this concept of structural intuition to explain how there is a resonance between inner and outer acts of perception, how things that we think are not necessarily affective are actually are part of that construction or of that geology that I'm talking about. And I was proposing that we could consider the screen not necessarily as this flat surface, right? This square, you know, where things are inserted and where things just happen within this square. But we should look at it as a kind of layered surface. And that this layered surface is not necessarily it doesn't necessarily have edges, and that's why I'm proposing maybe to look at the screen as a cylinder, because when we think, for example, anybody who has played Pac-Man, for example, knows that the screen doesn't necessarily have to have an edge, you know, and this wraparound effect that we see in many video games and things happening always allows us to understand that there is a sort of continuity between what we call these corners, you know. There is a direct continuity between these corners and our own perceptual space, you know, our own system of cognition. And sometimes we're not aware of that. But for example, sound, because we've been talking about sound here, sound doesn't have any edges, you know. And there are other aspects of experience that don't necessarily have edges, and don't necessarily relate to a finite or to a because this is, you know, like this is something that comes from painting or from an entire tradition, you know, of framing things, you know, and cinema doesn't necessarily, these things don't necessarily apply to cinema in the way that we often think. So I like to think that maybe we can conceive the screen in a different way, to conceive the screen as something that emanates. And I was thinking like that maybe one of the best metaphors for what the cinematic space or what the screen is. If we try to amplify the definition of cinema or to expand it a little bit, we can include other things like site-specific installations that use video or video games and many other forms of media that are cinema-based or cinematically based, but are not necessarily restricted to a screen. And I was thinking that a very good metaphor was given to us by Stanislav Lem in the novel Solaris, you know. If you've read the novel, it's very interesting that there is an aspect of the novel that none of the film adaptations of the novel have done. And it's that there is this part, maybe some of you who have read the novel remember that there is one particular chapter that is a little bit disturbing that is called The Monsters. And it's where he describes these structures that start emerging from the planet Solaris, from the surface of the planet, that some people consider that it's maybe a living entity, some people don't know exactly what it is. And there are these structures that are emerging all the time from the planet. And they give them names. They have classified them very carefully. They have said these things are called symmetrias, these things are called mimoids or whatever. But they don't know what they are. They insist on naming them, you know. And yesterday I was talking with somebody precisely about that problem, that when we look at the poem, like knowing the name of every single part of speech is not going to tell you what the poem is about, right? There is something deeper. There is something what the poetry scholar David Hinton, who writes a lot about Chinese poetry and Japanese poetry, he calls the reality of contact, that those points when you feel that poetry and language are reaching a deeper level of existence because they're actually equivalent to what's in reality, you know, and that it often happens in Chinese poetry because there are a subset of Chinese characters, or in Japanese poetry it happens too, that are really representations of things, you know. Maybe a lot of you are familiar with the idea of the ideogram, which is only a very small portion of what these characters actually do, but there is this notion that you see the poem before you actually understand it or before you actually read it, you know? And this is something similar to that, how these things are accessible to us in a way that is pre-linguistic, and in a way that it's very difficult to explain, and that's why Kemp uses the word intuition. And what I liked about Kemp is that he uses the word intuition without any sort of mysticism. He tries to demystify this and say, this is not something that is magical, this is not something that comes from inspiration, it's nothing like that. It's just an understanding that our perceptual system is finds a lot of gratification in looking at these things happening. And this is when there is an aspect of this theory that is about pleasure, you know, that we find certain things pleasurable without them necessarily being affect or emotion, you know. And I decided to give a name to these structures, you know, to classify a series of intuitions that we feel that they're sources of pleasure, but they're not necessarily only sources of visual pleasure. And they refer to aspects of existence, of subjective experience that are very abstract. So the first one of them is what I call time-light, you know. These are doodles that I'm trying to make to sort of visualize how they should work, you know. And like time-light is, for example, this idea of leaving everything except time out of the surface of the screen, you know. Try to visualize, try to deal with this materiality of time, which is exactly what I was trying to do with this film that you saw. And of course, you will be the judges of whether that's successful or not, I don't know. But the thing is that these attempts at trying to visualize things that are not necessarily visual and that are a little bit abstract is something that it's, it's part of this idea of that there is a basic enjoyment in looking at time just passing, time just precisely taking its time, And there is a certain, some people are very attuned to this kind of perceptual experience, The next of these intuitions is what I call embodied rhythms, And I'd like to tell a small, it's like aesthetic story about this embodied rhythm, because I feel that when we talk about rhythm, sometimes we forget that part of the rhythm, part of detecting rhythms, includes something that is about a certain process of depersonalization. Like, for example, in the early cinema, a lot of you perhaps remember these films, the early symphonies of cities, right? Where you took these machines, and there is a certain enjoyment in seeing the rhythms of these machines, and then suddenly they're contrasted with dancers and humans, and then we start to sort of remove all of this affect or all of this or our own reflections about what these humans are or what they mean, and we start just looking at them as things, And a few years ago, I went to this retrospective of the artist Olafur Eliasson that was done in Shanghai, and there was a particular work that had been done specifically for that exhibition that consisted on this white room that was very, very, very large, and whose edges had been sort of smoothed out to make it seem like it was a little bit bigger than it actually was, and it was completely white. And we had these lights, these very, very, very subtle, light changes happening all the time. This light being projected, these colors being projected all over the room. And they only allowed like 10 people to enter at the same time in the room. And after a while, after you had been there for a few minutes, you started to see that the people who were there, you started to feel like they weren't really people, You started to see them just as light, as the light that was being reflected around them. And suddenly you started to conceive these people as if they were screens, And in this sense, I feel like there is something about like removing all of these layers that we have of seeing these people. Like, for example, I was with my brother, and suddenly it's very interesting to stop seeing him as my brother and started to see him only as light, Only as this walking, reflecting surface that is going around. And it's a very interesting perceptual experience. And I would say that this is a sort of expanded form of cinema that allows to reveal a different layer of these interactions between rhythm and light. So this, for example, this would be an example of this embodied rhythm and the previous one about time light. The next one is what I call the Umwelten, which some of you might recognize as the German word for environment, but with actually something that means a surrounding or an enveloping world. And this part is what I divided into 3 levels. The first level is this is a concept, This is a concept borrowed from the project of Jakob von Uexküll, who was a naturalist, a biologist. And he talks about the Umwelt as being the perceptual space that is inhabited by a particular self-being and which necessarily shapes its perspectives and attitudes towards experience. It's like a bubble that envelops the people. The being, the thing that is experiencing. And I divided this category in 3 parts, as I said. The first one is what you would call this perceptual bubble, or the cinematic equivalent of attempting to place the viewer into somebody else's sphere of sensation and observation. Umwelt 2 would be the immersive, or the process of constructing the subjectivity of the other without mediation. And Umwelt number 3 would be what we call a synesthetic alterity, which refers to attempts at representing the Umwelten of forms of being or becoming that are contested, unfamiliar, abnormal, non-conforming, neurodiverse, and so on. The next one, what I call the space stream, it's about our relationships with space. And it's a kind of, it's where we use spatial metaphors that are able to articulate the interweaving of time and navigational motion, that sometimes there is a special enjoyment in simply moving around things. And that's why, right now there are a lot of video games which they call walking simulators, which are just about exploring a space that has been created for you, right? And it emphasizes this idea of a perceptual experience that has been structured for you by somebody else. This is another aspect that I'm trying to experience. And finally, we have this intuition called anamnesis, which is about what I call mnemonic pleasure. The idea that there are certain images that immediately evoke ideas about memory and about the confrontation of memory and the different layers that are there between projecting self-memory, or what Marianne Hirsch calls self-memory work, which is the process of a generation that follows another one that lived through a traumatic event, and how these inherited memories sometimes interact with images that are actually indexical and actually belong to this original history. So it's about the confrontation of memory and confrontation of different subjectivities in relationship to memory. You know? So finally, I just wanted to leave you with a short quote by John Lechte that explains, I think briefly summarizes what I'm trying to say, and it says that cinema reminds us of the impasse of analytical procedures. For cinema is an open-ended and complex whole, not a closed whole, like a fairy tale. We are literally always inside the world of cinema, never completely outside it, as we are always inside of time. So that's the presentation. Thank you.
We have time for one single question, if there is any. Meanwhile, I can mention that Jakob van Wykskul was actually an Estonian scientist. So Umwelt has been described here.
May I begin by thanking you and congratulating you on this kind of energy and passion for these huge and felt kinds of concepts that you're bringing out today, in contrast to many of the kinds of ways we've been approaching understanding and knowledge, which is refreshing. I would love to ask you, though, if you could be more specific about the relationship between the film that you show at the beginning and some of, one or two maybe of the concepts that you mention.
Well, that film belongs to the category that I mentioned, that is timelight, because I feel like there is, like I said, there is a certain enjoyment that we feel when we look at this kind of cameraless cinema, or at least that's the way I perceive it, that you feel that because there are no edges and because the film is just flowing, there is a certain, you enter into a certain rhythm that allows you for a moment to forget these distinctions that are supposedly happening between the frames. I think one of the most interesting contributions of cameraless cinema to film theory is the point that they erase the space of the frame, So you can just follow and it just flow. So it's discussing, this was the first category that I felt that was something that was saying something about subjectivity and about our relationship with time, and how difficult it is to actually visualize it or to make it tangible, But I think that if you think about it from different positions, maybe you can get to a strategy that allows you at least to temporarily personify it or give this film a kind of body, So it relates in the sense that this was the first of these intuitions that I felt when I was making this film, And then I started to think about more categories and about more relationships. It's just that I don't have enough time to go into detail with specific examples of these categories, but I have found films that relate to this. And one interesting thing that I would like to add is that a lot of these films that I've discovered that relate to these intuitions are films that are experimental, non-narrative, Because I feel like these films are attempting to do something that other films usually don't, and is that they're trying to find what is it about cinema that makes it very specific, and that makes cinema cinematic, that it's only film could do, in a way. So I'm trying to get at those ideas, and I think that this is one of those things that only film could do, And from then I moved on to these other categories. That's how it relates.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next up, we are digging even deeper into subliminality. And we talk about some subliminal stimuli, which is embedded in theatrical films.
Thank you. Hello, we are Javier Sanz, Juan José Caballero, and Ana Tarragó. I am Javier Sanz, and I'm going to talk about the location and study of subliminal stimuli embedded in theatrical films. For all the possibilities of subliminal stimulus in film, we are focused in this that is too short time in the screen for the spectator, is not enough reading time to identify in a conscious level for the spectator. Then when you have this stimuli that is too short in the screen, the next stimuli, that could be in a cut or could be the previous shot, the continuity, act as a marked trigger inhibition. It means that the process triggered by the subliminal stimulus are inhibiting, but for this next stimuli. If we put in a timeline the stimuli, the visual stimuli, between the 2 to 30 milliseconds, start the low-level process. This is the objective threshold. And this low-level process developed in a bottom-to-up hierarchy until the consensus perception, where there is the subjective threshold. When the stimulus is in the conscious perception, it's called supraliminal. Then we are interested in this stimulus between the objective threshold and the subjective threshold, that we can call subliminal. Then what's the point about the subliminal stimulus in films? Okay, the spectator don't identify this, then there is no possibility of integrate in the narrative, but our brain is used to perceive in a continuous time. What it means, the process of the reality is a continuous update, bottom to up and top down, and in this update, that is not a cancellation, is where the effect of the subliminal stimulus works. The process triggered by the subliminal stimulus condition the next stimulus. Then there is the effect of the subliminal stimulus. There is not a direct integration in the narrative, but modify the after stimulus that are integrated in the narratives. In a previous research, we tried to temporize which stimulus could be subliminal in a number of frames. That is a useful measure for films. And in this research, we defined that subliminal stimulus should be one frame, only one frame, for 24 and 30 frames per second, and 2 or 3 frames at 60 frames per second. We defined that 3 frames should be considered supraliminal in 24 and 30 frames per second, and the results were inconclusive for 2 frames at 24 and 30 frames per second, and inconclusive 2 for 1 and 4 frames for 60 frames per second. Then we have defined the temporal length that should be a subliminal stimulus in film. Then the next step we have to do is know what is the use that the cinematographers have do with this kind of visual stimulus. Then the first step is locate subliminal stimulus in films. That is really complicated because the subliminal stimulus in films are designed to not be located. And when we have films when we find this subliminal stimulus, we analyze how subliminal stimulus can be used in films. Then, when we know the different ways that these stimulus have been used, we can understand the specific effects that these stimulus have on a spectator. For this step, we will use mainly EEG experiments. And we are going to start how we locate the subliminal stimulus in films. The first step is have a battery of films that potentially can contain this kind of stimulus. Then we have applied 3 lines, and we have tested 2 more that we have to apply in the next months. The strategies that we have used and were good results are using Cinemetrics. Cinemetrics is an open database where researchers that analyze films frame by frame share their knowledge, and you can consult different films, the length of the shoots of different films. We make our research in bibliography in academic publication, and we also send questionnaires to professionals asking if they know films that contain this kind of stimulus. We send to editors, curators, and film archivists. The other lines that we are exploring, and it looks like we can have a result, is take these films that we have locate subliminal stimulus and research all the filmography of the directors and the editors. And ChatGPT is not very successful, but it has given us in some trace some potential films that can contain this kind of stimulus. Okay. The strategy of the bibliography, we analyze Scopus and Web of Science, looking for combination of keywords in the abstract, title, and keywords. We find 65 useful papers that use films or is about film studies and so on. And from this, all this research, we find 8 films that potentially can contain this kind of stimulus. For the professionals, we take FIAF, the International Federation of Film Archives, and we take Tempo, is the Federation of Film Editors Association, and we send in a first step a mail to the association, 209 Association for FIAF, and 26 Association for Tempo, asking to send the questionnaire to the associates. As we don't receive a lot of questionnaires, we make another step. We search the mails of the professionals in these associations, and we send the questionnaire to each professional that we get the mail. From all this process, we only find 30 films that could contain subliminal stimulus. The most fruitful, exitous line was Cinemetrics, where in Cinemetrics, for each film, you have a field where there is the shortest shoot in the film. Then we take all the films in Cinemetrics that have the shortest shoot less than 0.1. It was basically 0 or 0.1. It's in seconds. And from this research, we find 1,280 films. In total, because because many films was in several lines, is 1,232 films that could contain subliminal stimulus. Then we cannot search subliminal stimulus watching these films. Then we prepare an automated detection with Python. We use that called video sound boundary detection. This is a strategy that is not really successful. It's more like a challenge to detect automatically the shoot change by cut. And we add the condition that the shoot after the cut should contain only 1 or 2 frames because of the previous research we have done. Then we created our own pipeline for this video sound boundary detection. Then we put the film as input, and then we apply first the filters more faster to reject a lot of frames possibilities, and the last one is the slower filters where there is less frames to compare. The comparison is frame by frame. It compares frame by frame all the film and extract the shot change by cut that the shot after the cut is only 1 or 2 frames. The results, the output we have in this automatic process coded by Python is a text data where you have all the times, and these film strips where you have 4 frames, and the second frame is the target of our analysis. If we have a shoot of 2 frames, the second and the third should be the target of our analysis. So boundary detection have a lot of mistakes. This is why I say it's more like a challenge to get than a strategy that works. For example, have a lot of mistakes with fire, with lights, also with camera movements. Then these strips of frames is really useful because after the automatic analysis, it needs a manually rejection. You have to watch all the strips and reject all this that is not an isolated frame or a shoot composed by 2 frames. For example, the 2 first strips are example of success. Okay, when we make all this manual rejection, we find that not all the cases we have found were subliminal stimulus. From this cleaning, we get 404 films that contains one isolated frame, and 287 films that contain shoots with two frames. The first case in insomnia is a clear case of subliminal stimulus. There is a frame with blood, but we have another things. For example, in the second strip, we have restoration issues. This is in films until 940 that have problems in the negative. If you see here, you can see damage in the negative. Here is a clear damage in the negative. And to have the time, to keep the time of the film, put isolated frames or pair of isolated frames. The system have detected this, but we have to reject manually. And this is another interesting case, but we are not going to analyze now, that there is when you have a chain of different isolated frames or a pair of frames that we have called rapid visual serial presentation, because it reminds a lot this strategy to analyze the consciousness in visual stimulus. Then, when we reject all the possibilities that are not subliminal stimulus, we find two big groups that when the subliminal stimulus are figuratives and when they are not figuratives. The most habitual case of isolated frames is the white frame, and if we analyze the figurative group, the more habitual subliminal stimulus in figurative is a face. A frame with a face, like we have seen previously in the case of 7. Here, we are in a work in progress of the classification, but we have made the analysis of all the white frames we have detected. We have 122 films that contain at least one white frame. We have a total of 832 white frames in different movies. And with two shoots with two frames, we have 40 films where we have detected this. Here is an example in Terminator or in Cloud Atlas. Then we make an analysis about these white frames, more technical at the beginning. Then we analyze if this white frame is in a cut or is along the shoot, and we find a good balanced distribution. There is not a significant difference. But if we check if the white frame have a sound mark, this is a punctual sound that happens in the same time that the white frame, we find that is really common have a sound mark when the white frame is used. Here is a case where there is no sound mark. We have to imagine this in the exorcist, but these examples are cases where there is a sound mark. This is an interesting case. We have a lot that the white frame is not in the cut, but we have the white frame, we have one frame, and we have then the cut. It's a strategy that is used a lot of times when the white frame is added along the shoot. The first case is a white frame added in the cut, where we have the shoot chain, and in the middle we have this white frame. We make an inductive classification. We establish 6 categories to group the white frames we have found according to the use related with the narrative. The most common use of the white frame is with detonations, shoots, or explosions. Here we have an effect, the last man standing. In the middle of the explosion, we have a white frame. In the shoots is really common. Here in Resident Evil, we have a white frame used after the shoot. And we also have a lot of cases related with lights. Here in Boogie Nights, we have a white frame used after the flash of the photography. This is interesting because it has also a technical use. If you see this face is looking to the left, and here is looking to the right, they have used this point to change the take. and the spectator don't know that the take have a change here. And this is not diegetical light, it's increase of the light, and this is a wave frame suddenly to increase the impact of this effect in screen. This is not so common, but are also interesting. Here in Terminator 2, for example, we have a wave frame to increase the impact of a hit. Sarah Connor hit with a stick to the Guardian, and in this point introduce a wave frame. And this is another use of the wave frame, that is when change from color to black and white, and it's also used when go from black and white to color. That is chromatic change. And we have also space-time change and mental imaging, return to the reality. These two categories usually go together, but sometimes it doesn't happen. In Dark City, in this scene, people that have seen this film, there is a lot of going in, going out to the subjectives of the character. There are remembers, and when go to the remembers and go back to the reality, use this wave frame to make a break between these different temporalities and external reality and internal memories of the character. We also have analyzed the relation with the wave frame with events, specific events, for example, a shoot, for example, a hit, when there is anything that triggered the wave frame. It is the most common, and is more rare when the wave frame have not an event that triggered the wave frame. Here in Escape from Elia, for example, that we have color to black and white, there is not a specific event, but in these two examples we can find a specific event that makes sense the apparition of this wave frame. For example, in Aliens there is an explosion, and in the middle of the explosion there is a wave frame. In The Happening we have a shoot, and after the shoot we have a wave frame. And I think the most interesting cases related with the event is when the wave frame appears before the event, and mainly when appears separated to the event by one frame. We have found several cases where it happens. Here, for example, in Go, we have the photographer, we have a white frame in the cut, we have the people that is going to be photographed, and here is the flash of the photography. The white frame is anticipating the event, one frame before. And here in the blow is going to be an explosion in this shoot. Here is a cut. Here we don't have explosion, and here happens the explosion. Then the white frame is anticipating this explosion. Like in the case of Go, I think this is like for me, the most interesting cases of the use of white frames in films. Then what we are going now, and what were our future tasks, we are going to expand the sample of films with subliminal stimuli using the filmographies of directors and editors that we have found subliminal stimulus. We are going to expand the analysis to all the stimulus that are not wave frames. We have started with the wave frames because we think it's the more simple, the more easy, and it's the most usual, and it is useful to establish first categories for the analysis. And all of this is to know what is the use that the directors and editors have do with the subliminal stimulus to go to the lab and make an EEG experiment to understand what happens specifically with this stimulus. We have started the EEG experiment with wave frames. We started the last week. We have to make more registers in the next weeks. And when we finish these three tasks, we expand the EEG experiments to other kinds of subliminal stimuli. Is very I think the next we will do should be with faces. That is the most habitual in figurative subliminal stimulus. And when we finish this, we want to board this kind of stimulus that we have called rapid serial visual presentation, chain of suits, because it's different than subliminal, but I think it's close, and I think it's also interesting. Okay, thank you for your time. If you have any question, I'm here, or you can address to me or my colleagues in the mails you see in the screen. Thank you. Oh, yeah, water.
Thank you. As an editor, I'm of course very curious. Are you also interviewing the editors or directors of these films about their intentions, comparing that to the reactions to these stimuli? Why did they decide to do it, or are you including that in the?
We have sent questionnaires to the editors in Tempo. And it was nice because some editors write, I have introduced a single isolated frame in this film, and at the moment we only have the information of this questionnaire, but I think it's a good idea, as we have made a first contact with editors, maybe we can contact with the editors that we find have films that introduce this kind of stimulus, and make an interview or ask some explanation for the intentions. I think it's a good point. We will do it.
Okay, if there are no more questions, thank you.
Faster?
Movements to relax.
Sí, mi vida es fantástico, ¿no?
Yeah. Going to change the slides. Okay, so now I'll have my floor for fame. Floor for fame. I've been talking a lot, or mentioning many times here that I have started a 5-year project funded by Estonian Research Council. It's a team grant for 5 years to work on topic of cinematic minds behind the scenes, a neurophenomenal window to filmmakers and active cueing of expectations. The project goals are to understand, from top level, is to understand embodied intersubjectivity between individual film experts in the act of creation of narrative scene and the audience in the act of viewing the narrative scene. The bottom-up, more targeted goal is to describe by means of cognitive neuroscience and empirical phenomenology filmmakers' experience of cueing of expectations of narrative payoff and film viewers' experience of cued expectations of narrative payoff. So what we are doing here, we are kind of stepping from studies of neuroscientific studies and experimental studies of film viewers to the filmmakers. It's a big step. Here I just will briefly run through, as many other speakers, with a very fast rhythm, a big project. So cinematic mind, first a couple of theoretical backgrounds, then a little bit of epistemology in this, then an example of neurocinematics, then more on a research focus, and then challenges. So cinematic mind, basically what is cinematic mind? It's a cinematic storytelling emerges from the enactive mind. Enactive mind has been mentioned here a couple of times. What I emphasize in the enactive mind is also its ability to simulate worlds. So imagine unimagined. So mind is enactive in my terms, and I hope it's also enactive in terms of what Bruce Sheridan draw the circle around the people, so enactive. So mind emerges from systemic interrelations of brain, body, and the world. And this builds on enactive cognitive science approach by Varela, Thompson, and Roche, 1991. From this basic, I then elaborated my idea for enactive cinema, so trying to think of how enactive approach works with cinema, and then later on enactive media, Tikka Kaipainen and others. And I specifically emphasize with mind is enactive, also what has been emphasized with Karen here, and some also other presenters, that enactive sense-making is in the core of the enactive mind, and enactive sense-making is context-dependent, life-motivated, and embodied activity. So the new method that I bring into this, I've been writing a lot on neurophenomenology, a research program proposed by Varela 1996 to study structure of experience. But here the idea is to really put more effort on the phenomenology side of the neurophenomenology. So aims are to identify mutual constraints between scientific data and experiential data in order to allow multidisciplinary insights to dynamics of brain-body-world system. So what we are especially going to work with are phenomenological descriptions of experience of the narrative context, and also neurophysiological descriptions of experience in narrative content. In addition, we welcome and we want to turn to other disciplines, like for structural and conceptual models from narratology, explanatory models from cognitive science, psychology, social science for empirical evidence. Narration. So narration is the core of sense-making function of enactive mind. So narration is not only for arts or culture or whatever, but it's essential part of the enactive mind. And a new concept that we've been introducing with Kaipainen, my co-author, is the auto-narration. We introduced this in Unfolding Now, 2020. And this auto-narration basically should describe that pre-conceptual embodied sense-making by simulating situatedness that emerges from autopoietic self-determinant condition of the organism. So from homeostasis stage, we rise up the awareness of self as an experiencing subject, and this can be compared, for example, to Damasio's core consciousness and how core self emerges, the awareness of self as observing person. And auto-narration is actually in our focus, but we cannot really approach auto-narration without turning to shared narration. So also a key structure of the whole thing is that we are dealing with a dynamical system. We are dealing with dynamic structure of flowing, unfolding complexity of films. So again here relying on neurophenomenological model of experiential time by Varela. So we turn to look at the narrative events of various time scales, and one example of various time scales is proto-narratives. So proto-narratives are, in my definition, they are the shortest meaningful moments in time that you can describe, and this can take place in milliseconds, but they're still narrative elements. And we think of the rejection. So you know in milliseconds, you know that you have been rejected from the other person's eyes. And it's not a minor thing. It's like a world-chasing thing to be rejected. But it's like a proto-narrative in milliseconds that extends to lifetime long experiences. So this is adaptation from Varela, 1999. And Here we have like a narrative nowness in the middle, which is the experiential you, we, each person in the moment, in the specific moment. And we have retention, we look like the pretension is looking for the future, and with pretension we refer to the past and experience and path. And what is important, of course, is that pretension builds totally on retention. So in that sense, they are inseparable, of course. But what is here in the middle? We have the experiencing self in that moment of within this moment of nowness. And this moment is then also can be described both with the shared narration, so we can ask how I'm feeling, and then the auto-narration, some aspects of the auto-narration, the awareness of that moment can emerge, can be shared also with others. So hypothesis is that experiential nowness structures can be identified also in neurophysiological observations. That's what we hope to find at some point. So assumptions are in this project like embodied intersubjectivity. I've referred already to Di Paolo and De Jager, and their projects are moving towards an embodied science of intersubjectivity. You heard Nummenmaa talk yesterday on intersubjectively shared social world. Vittorio Galles's work, of course, comes from the shared manifold of intersubjectivity, and Yuri Hasson's work, etc., etc. So many people have contributed to this, and here is this one example of the Nummenmaa Lab's work on annotating emotional experiences. You heard about that yesterday. So, okay, I continue with this embodied intersubjectivity. So, embodied intersubjectivity. So, assumption is that experiences between creator and viewers correlate to some extent when engaged with same narrative event. So, we talk about some extent. We don't know how much that is, but this happens due to shared inactive simulation, mirroring, and mentalizing. Second order simulation is the other assumption that underlies the project, where first order simulation, creator simulates protagonist fictional experience, and second order simulation is where creator's experience of protagonist experience is a simulation of viewer's experience of protagonist experience. This was mentioned before. So again, in the act of creation, the protagonist works as an anchor for these two simulation, first order simulation, but the question is to what extent this happens. So experience, actually I have a huge amount of time here on the time scale, they maybe, I have still 30 minutes. I know. So I'm, okay, anyway. So I don't care about that. So epistemology. So triangulation. Two domains of knowledge are not enough to explain each other. So we need a third domain as an angle, an interpretative angle to the two domains for the gaining any interpretation. Three sources of data in this are annotated context data, first-person descriptive data, asking how people actually feel and experience, and then neurophysiological data. So triangulation, in some sense, allows then, for example, subjective descriptions, allow interpretation window to how film context explains neurodata. Okay, and a little image of the narrative nowness implemented to this triangulation. So we have three forms of data, domain of data that we're going to study within the timeline, always looking at the narrative nowness at the specific points. So neurocinematic case, I here only have this how to capture narrative reconstruction during movie viewing, because I've talked about this with several people here during the conference, so mentioning the Memoto study, which I consider one of the key studies of my group. And in this project, we managed to track brain functions that relate to the moment when viewers reconstruct the narrative story anew. So Memento, those who don't know Memento, it's basically the story is chronological, but it's edited in reward manner, so that you get a new info at these Q frame points. You get new information related to the image that you've seen previously, and this allows you to reconstruct totally new understanding of story. So we looked at these key frames, and this is a fingerprint pattern that we discovered. Basically, this fingerprint pattern thus is interpreted here, and also in this new project, is interpreted as a fingerprint, neural fingerprint for the moment when you reconstruct something new, you get an aha moment, you realize something that has not been realized before. So research focus, still running this fast through. I see I'm quite okay with time, considering our last session. Okay, so second order simulation. So basically, first order sense making, creator simulates imagines protagonist experience, and also first order sense making, viewer simulates lives by protagonist experience. And second order, again, creator's experience of protagonist experience is simulation of viewer's experience of protagonist experience. It's a kind of a model, but to what extent is the question, and there are some assumptions that we can rely on. So one assumption is, and these assumptions are based on previous knowledge of previous scientific studies, body of literature, in both in phenomenology and in natural sciences, etc. So, shared way of simulating protagonist behavior due to the cultural homogeneity. So, yesterday, Lauri Nummenmaa was showing you data of such shared experiences in relation to cultural data. Embodied intersubjectivity overrides idiosyncrasy. So, as we think that we are very individual persons, but when we look at the embodied bodily responses and even look at what we actually share in a cultural domain, we can argue that this kind of embodied intersubjectivity actually overrides idiosyncrasy. And the most challenging, secondly, most challenging assumption is that viewer's narrative construction resembles creator's narrative construction. So this is where we don't have any kind of knowledge, but the assumption is that we can use the data that have been collecting with viewers for last 20 years in neurosciences, etc., psychological sciences, even longer, and we can use that as a background for trying to reveal new aspects of a creator's minds. And then, of course, very difficult thing is how to capture on fly the creator's narrative construction processes. So there are challenges in the project. So just again, simplified creator's cued payoff, where based on organization of narrative cues, creator constructs new understanding of protagonist situation at the moment of payoff. Okay, so that's the creative process. And then we are assuming that based on the cues, these cues, viewer reconstructs the new understanding of protagonist situation at the same moment. And then this builds up to viewer's cued payoff, as we showed in Memento. We are using this fingerprint pattern as our first experimental anchor to the first experiment. We assume, okay, creator's cued payoff, what kind of brain neural processes we capture in creator's brain, we don't know. What extent there's isofunctionalism is there between creator and viewer. These are the challenges. Methodological challenges, how to identify similarities between creators and viewers, and how to capture these creative psychophysiological activities, and then how to relate viewers and creators, how to analyze the data, a lot of questions that we need to kind of find solutions for in methodological side, and then epistemological challenges is then how does this all come together? How do these different data, domain of first-person experiences, domain of physiological brain-body domain, numerical data, and then the narrative complexity in its all cultural, everything that you can embed into the experience of narrative moments, how these all come together and how we can put them to talk to one another and understand something. But luckily we are standing on shoulders of a giant, so extremely rich knowledge about humans comes from the first written text in the human cultural history to the neuroscientific findings that are published and different scientific findings that have been published and shared with the scientific community. So I see that this is really challenging. I love complexities. It's crazy, but that's how you keep on going and living by new adventures, also in the science world, not only in the jungle of the art world. Thank you. And no questions needed. We are in a hurry. Somebody wants to ask something. I just said no questions, but okay. Okay, maybe, yeah, later, yeah. Because we are in a kind of tight time frame. You can ask while we are having conversation.
Yeah, so we are getting closer to the closing discussion. I will ask after the presentation also Martin to come here. And just now thinking that maybe David could come and maybe Karen could come and maybe Michael could also come here. But the whole idea of the discussion will be to include all of you. But before we go to the discussion, just very quickly, I will try to frame the discussion because we don't have too much time, so we'll try to somehow focus the discussion. And one of the things that has come out during these 2 days is something that speaks a lot to me, is this this idea that has been expressed by very many different scientists, that artists are neuroscientists, but they're just not aware of it themselves. So while creating art, they are actually doing science, but they just don't know it, whether it's through generations of artists, whether it's through one singular artist. What they actually do is something which is very, very close to what researchers do. And maybe the only fundamental difference is the replicability. But the rest of what artists are doing, whether consciously or unconsciously, is something which is very, very similar to research. And my experience is that film schools are the primary places where filmmaking practice is taught and trained. So it really does not make any sense to me why film schools don't have more activities in terms of especially film and cognition, because this is the place, this is the hub of knowledge. Whether we could, there are so many ways that film schools could contribute. So it follows logically that the best place to study the practice of filmmaking is in the film schools. Here we can study both how the practice shapes the brains of the practitioners over time, how the practice is taught, how the practice is learned, and how the practitioners interpret their own work and the work of others. So in a way, it is the place where the trained brains are. I am not saying that it should be something that film schools do alone. I'm a very, very strong proponent of any kind of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary endeavors, because I see that there is a lot that film schools can gain from working with schools or departments that teach psychology, neuroscience, etc. And I don't want to make this last part about me and Pia, but the reason why I'm talking about some of the research we're doing here is just to share it so that in the discussion we can see whether there are others who have similar research interests and whether there are ways to kind of join what we're doing. So here is just some small stuff which we have been engaged in BFM with. So one of the reasons why we're all here is also this pilot project that Martin, David, Mehmet, Pia, and Tarun, who is not here, have contributed to, which we call artistic research and cognitive film studies towards transdisciplinary understanding of cinema. So we came together representing different schools and different fields of expertise, and we just thought that we like similar stuff, so let's do something together. Pia already mentioned her personal-led project, which will be going on for 5 years, which is called Cinematic Minds Behind the Scenes. And then we have a number of smaller things that we do. So there is, I'm running a small study of how the tacit knowledge is developed through workshops with film practitioners. So one of the things which is very, very common in film schools is to have filmmakers teach. It's something which is so common and so natural, we don't even think about it as something special. At the same time, usually, in order to teach something, you need to be a teacher, have teaching education. In film schools, it is very common that we bring in professional practitioners who are not teachers, who don't do teaching on a regular basis, who just share their experiences. So I wanted to see how this experience sharing, what does it do to students, and how it helps them to learn this tacit, unworded knowledge that filmmakers have. Then there is a project Cinematic Point of View in Film Directing, the creation of material corpus for artistic research. There is the film that I'm going to show is about this. And event segmentation in audiences compared to the intended structure of a film by a filmmaker. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to involve filmmakers in the study, and we're trying to do it through the artistic research lens. So now I will just show you two short little clips. Some of them will be also shown during the RIT Summit, but I know that not all of the audiences are the same, so let's watch these two films and then I will forward us to the discussion. Vajadus aru saada, miks mingisugune konkreetne pildiline lahendus toimib, selleks, et ma suudaks seda meelde jätta ja kasutada. See on mul alati olnud nii sügavalt sees selline pakitsev miks, mis ei lase öösiti magada. Mina olen Ellen Lotman, erialalt olen filmioperaator. Aga loovuurijana ma olen põhiliselt siis uurinud seda, kuidas kogemus kujundab operaatorite ja operaatori töömeetodeid. Ja teiseks on mind alati huvitanud inimese aju. Nii et minu loovuuringud sageli on kusagil seal neuroteaduste ja loovuuringu piiri peal. Kuidas operaatori töö mõjutab vaatajat, kuidas operaatori töö mõjutab seda, kuidas vaataja tegelasele kaasa elab. Kui ma olin noorem, eriti kui ma õppisin ülikoolis, et siis meie erialadel, loovatel erialadel õpetatakse hästi palju mingisuguseid reegleid, mis justkui nagu on reegel. Aga see pole päris nagu füüsikas, et see on mingi valem. Dramaturgias näiteks me räägime väga palju Aristotelesest, on ju, kompositsioonis me räägime sellest, kuidas juba Lascaux koobaste seinamaalingutel olid mingisugused asjad, mis on siiamaani siis pädevad reeglitena. Et minu arusaamine sellest, et üks asi, mis meid ühendab nii Aristotelesega kui Lascaux koobastesse kunagi maalinud inimestega on aju. Et need reeglid tulevad ikkagi inimese ajust, nad ei tule kuskilt väljaspoolt. Ja kui ma sain aru, et niivõrd suur osa sellest, kuidas meie taju toimib, kuidas me maailma üldse tajume, tõlkub filmi, siis see minu jaoks kindlasti tegi kõike seda arusaadavamaks ja avas ühe sellise ukse, kust ma sain aru, et siit ma saan vastuseid lõputult. Täna me filmime ühte loovuurimuslikku projekti, mis siis on seotud Tanel Toomi doktoritööga. Et Taneli selline eriline huvi on vaatepunkti vastu, et kui film on üles filmitud, siis selle käigus tehakse terve hulk otsuseid, millise tegelasega me samastume. Ja nüüd me oleme selle loovuurimusliku projekti jaoks loonud situatsiooni, kus meil on 2 identse välimusega tegelast, 2 vennad, aga me filmime üles terve hulga erinevat materjali, mida siis saab katsetada hiljem manipuleerida ja vaatepunkti muuta. Sest vaatepunkt on mingi selline asi, mida filmides teoorias me teame, et on olemas, aga seda, kuidas vaatepunkti režissöörid loovad, seda on väga vähe uuritud, väga vähe katsetatud ja see on üldiselt selline asi, mis on tavaliselt intuitiivne filmitegijatel. Ja miks ta just loovuurimusliku projektina on huvitav, et üldjuhul, kui me teeme nii-öelda päris filmi, siis me peame tegema mingid väga olulised otsused enne ära ja me ei saa filmida üles kogu stseeni kõikide erinevate nurkade alt. Ja nüüd me oleme siin loonud sellise situatsiooni, kus meil oleks võimalik tekkida materjali, mida tavaliselt sul filmi puhul ei teki. Kui me õpetame filmi, siis me sageli õpetame seda välist. Me õpetame, kuidas teha kadreeringut, kuidas ehitada stuudiot, et need on need välised asjad, mida me näeme, aga see sisemine, kogu see selline loomingulises protsessis põlemine, et see jääb kuidagi väga intiimseks ja see sageli tudengiteni ei jõua esiteks. Ja teiseks, mulle tundub, et see on ka tegelikult väga põnev ikkagi ajuuurijatele, et mis toimub loomise hetkel inimese ajus. Et kui monteerija ja režissöör istuvad kõrvuti montaažis, siis väga sageli neil tekib nagu selline ühine mõtteväli, nad lõpetavad üksteise lauseid, nad ei pea isegi asju ütlema, nad mõtlevad koos ja korraga. Ja see on üks selline asi, mida mina ise operaatorina olen kogenud režissööridega, et mul tekibki nagu selline jagatud, et me justkui nagu oleme 2 pead ühes kehas. Inimese aju küll istub ühe kolba sees, aga loomingulisi protsesse uurides me võime avastada, et inimese aju on tegelikult võimeline 2, 3 ja 4 muutuma üheks mõtlevaks organiks. Filmi tegemine üleüldse on meeletu meeskonnatöö, et minu jaoks on, kui ma just ei räägi sellisest väga isiklikust dokumentaalfilmist, mida tõesti vahetevahel ma teengi täitsa üksi, et siis mängufilmide puhul alati on meeskond kõige tähtsam element, et inglise keeles on selline väljend standing on the shoulders of giants, et ilma oma meeskonnata ma ei teeks midagi, oleks täitsa abitu. Mina isiklikult loovuurimuse osas mul ei olnud kunagi mingit ambitsiooni saada teadlaseks või uurijaks. Aga kui ma mingi hetk sain aru, et kui sa filme teed, siis sa intuitiivselt lahendad kogu aeg mingisuguseid uurimuslikke küsimusi. Ja mul on see muutunud oluliseks sellepärast, et läbi selle, kui ma leian mingisugused vastused ennast vaevavatele küsimustele, siis ma saan lihtsalt oma elus edasi liikuda. Et renessansi puhul öeldi, et renessansi inimene on see üks inimene, kes on nagu Da Vinci, et ta on korraga insener ja teadlane ja kunstnik ja et ta valdab väga palju erinevaid valdkondi. Noh, mulle tundub, et tänapäeval on kuidagi spetsialiseerumine on läinud nii nüansitäpseks. Kaasaegne kunstnik ei ole lihtsalt see, et ta on inimene Molbert, vaid meil on terve meeskond spetsialiste, kes oskavad üles panna tema näitust ja kes teavad, millised, seal on ka tehnoloogilised lahendused, on ju. Teaduses täpselt samamoodi, et me muutume aina rohkem spetsialiseerunuks ja mingis mõttes see renessansi inimene kuidagi hajub laiali sinna paljudesse ajudesse. Et mulle tundub, et kõige suurem vajadus inimkonnal tänapäeval on ikkagi see, et väga palju erinevaid teadmisi tuua kokku ühte ühisesse mõistmisesse, et nii neuroteadustest kui ka loovuuringutest kui ka inseneeriast kui ka füüsikast, et kui tuua need erinevad teadmised kokku, siis sealt saab sündida mingi täiesti uus teadmine. Ja selle tõttu mulle tundub, et loovuurija kõige suurem väärtus ei ole mitte see, et sa oled looja, kes läheb üle akadeemiasse, vaid sa ikkagi püsid, oled praktik edasi, tegeled oma erialaga, oma praktikaga, sa tood sealt teadmisi akadeemilisse maailma, mida on võimalik siis teiste valdkondadega segada ja sealt uusi teadmisi sünnitada ja siis ikkagi jätkad oma praktikat kogu aeg, sest sellepärast, et mulle tundub, et loovuurija jaoks kõige suurem toit on ikkagi praktika, et praktikast sul tekivad need küsimused, mis sind vaevavad. We don't do films about me only here, so it's a series of short documentaries about different artistic researchers. There's 6 different films about this. So I think we here see neurocinematic studies in film schools as a way to put already existing resources in the best use, both for the film school and the general scientific community. And now we really want to hear your thoughts, but I will ask Martin, David, Pia, Michael and Karen to come in the front to have some chat, concluding thoughts, and definitely hear from the audience. So it's not a traditional panel discussion because the aim of this conference is and has always been to put so I can talk on to put people in touch with each other. So ideally, we want all of you to participate in the chat. But I will just open it up. Something that really resonated with me during these 2 days is this kind of collective. I don't even know how to put it in words, but I think one of the biggest differences between what I have heard here during the 2 days and between an understanding that has been quite common is that it's not one person locked inside one skull, but it's a interactive co-creating unity, especially in film creation where the creation is collective. It really shows. So maybe Karen can start. I'm blocking you from...
That's all right. Is there a specific question, or can I jump in with a question that I have at this point? It's been fascinating these 2 days, and thank you, Martin, Pia, Ellen. It's wonderful to be here and to meet you and to gather this energy together. So I agree. Many people have talked, especially filmmakers, have talked about this inactive process and the ways we're embedded with our tools, the ways that our understandings are embodied and so forth. We, nonetheless, with all the goodwill and all the energy that we all bring, there's still methodological and vocabulary gaps that open up. So in my casual conversations in the lobby, people are saying, I did not understand a word they said about one thing or another. I feel quite fortunate to be sort of sitting in the position where I pretty much get something from everybody, but I wonder especially maybe Pia with the project that you're just launching into, do you have thoughts about overcoming these methodological and vocabulary and disciplinary gaps?
I have many thoughts, but okay. So something that is really important when you go into the interdisciplinary field is that you have experts of specific skills, specific fields in your team. And typically this then relates to the funding. If you have resources to, hire 10 different disciplines working with the same phenomena or same topic, that would be marvelous. But typically it's less people, so you have to kind of concentrate on methods and experts that are available for you, and also that you see that are most relevant. So in my project, as I very quickly, I don't know if anybody understood anything, but anyway, the data that we are collecting is going to be very multidisciplinary. It's going to be, first of numerical data. We call it neuroscience data, so it's numerical data. So it's patterns in time synchronized, or hopefully synchronized to some extent with different people. But then we're going to ask them questions. How do you feel? Can you describe this? And this is where this specific microphenomenological interviewing method is one very potential way to get hold of how people describe their first-person experiences, or how they turn their experiences into words that then we can categorize and kind of bring together and see if there are any intersubject correlations or intersubjective shared concepts within that time window that we're talking about. And then audiovisual media. So things that happen in our minds when we watch without, and how to describe this. So then we need experts, dramaturgists, but also social scientists to describe the social interaction between people in the narratives, or why is this meaningful, etc., etc. So the palette is large, and then you just have to pick up from there. Yeah.
I wonder, to your point about the sort of vocabulary, I wonder if we could, even with starting everybody in this room, create a sort of a crowdsourced cross-disciplinary glossary, so that we could see how, what are we talking about when we're talking about the phenomenology of the spectator? Well, we're going to have 20 different answers to that could be very interesting to put in conversation with each other in some kind of a digital glossary. So can we fit that into your grant? Would that be okay?
To some extent, yes.
I have a suggestion as well. I mean, I'm a philosopher, and when we started, let's say 20 years ago or 25 years ago, in Germany, the situation was such that the philosophers had proven that they don't need the scientists, they can find out everything themselves, and the scientists didn't care what the philosophers did. And then we had a discussion particularly about the problem of free will, where a certain experiment that had been done by Benjamin Libet 20 years, even before that, in the 1980s, was interpreted by the neuroscientist as something that would throw over all what has been done in philosophers. So the neuroscientists basically had solved all the philosophical questions. And that started an effort to bring these different camps together. And the important point, and that's my answer to your question, or part of the answer to your question. What you need training of young scientists who are familiar with both camps, with both, and then the common vocabulary. And it's not only a common vocabulary, it's a common understanding of the vocabulary and its scientific background, so that the neuroscientists not only understand the word free will, but also to some extent the arguments that have, and the science. So this kind of training, that's.
And we need creators who understand that vocabulary, right? I was saying to some people before, whenever I have a high school kid ask me, I want to go to film school, I wish I go to film school, my answer to them is always, don't go to film school. My answer is, go get an education first, then go to film school. But first get an education. That's going to be broader. That's going to give you different understandings, different perspectives, different vocabularies, and bring that into your art and bring that into your teams when you move forward.
That's a wonderful suggestion, yes, that you said it aloud. I mean, maybe you are not safe anymore here in the film school, but it's very true.
But what can I add? I think maybe a good thing would be like to identify clear, concrete problems, identify good questions that can bind different disciplines. And I think I want to make reference to Bruce Sheridan. He was talking about the question or the challenge of these educational strategies. And I thought it was very interesting because he mentioned this tendency to address this challenge because there is this tendency to approach it from a very technological approach, like educational strategies understood through technological models. Question mark, is that the way to address this problem? And I think there the answer would be interdisciplinary, by looking into cognitive models as a way to approach this very fascinating challenge of artistic development. How can we learn young students to develop themselves artistically? And cognitive sciences offer very interesting concepts. And I think Karen Portman, for example, was talking about this participatory sense-making. But that's a beautiful concept. And it's a very beautiful framework that could be applied very concretely, like why not analyzing film students' exercises? A very concrete way to evoke this kind of dialogue with students, with scientists, because the cognitive scholars have the frameworks, the concepts, but this concept can only be very strong when they are applied. And that's when we can, I think, transcend the differences, when it's made concrete, when these abstract concepts are too abstract. And it's in the exercises, in the practices, that we can come together and yield new knowledge. And that's important because that's the epistemological component of artistic research. That's my...
Actually, you mentioned something that we're already doing. Maybe you can say 2 words about studying film students' exercises.
Yeah, for me it was like, maybe for those who are not familiar with my work, but I'm a film scholar, so I'm not a neuroscientist. I'm not a film practitioner, but I'm a film buff. I like to analyze and see films. And I found a lot of interesting conceptual tools in cognitive film studies. Among them, the tools of Karen Portman, because they're very illuminative when analyzing the students' works of, like Ellen bombarded me with all these YouTube clips, but you can see the development, I make some notes, like the act of coming to shape structures and to come to shape rhythms, and that's where you can see the development, the cognitive development of students when they are able to create relations, and not only visual ones, but I think we should emphasize also the sonic ones. And you can see the development if you analyze and compare first etudes or exercises with like the finalized exercises. You can see a development, and cognitive sciences provides beautiful tools to unfold this cognitive development.
I think when you refer to cognitive science, you're specifically thinking of cognitive models of mind, like we think of the Gestalt theoretical models, different models that are easy to grasp, you understand how you group things.
Embodied models, it's embodied cognition because it makes intuitively sense, and those are concepts that can allow a bridge between students, between teachers, and
we share them. I mean, they are embodied in that sense that we share groupings, we share understanding. Some things are bigger and some are smaller, and this kind of
and it's
visual.
all about embodied metaphors. I think embodied metaphor was a key concept throughout many presentations, but we can intuitively understand these metaphors, and that's also a very beautiful concept because it binds everyone, because it speaks from our own embodied experiences. And when those concepts are rooted in embodiment, then we have a way to connect with different fields. That's what I would say.
So a small practical explanation of the student exercises that Martin is talking about. I have, for my first year film students, there is a series of exercises that they do during the very first semester when they come in. And this series of exercises goes through, in a way, the history of film, although it's not to study history of film, but I divide them into groups, and they have to make a very short film with 2 people and 1 thing happening. And for the first week, they do it black and white without sound, 1 wide shot, no camera movement. And then there is a screening of this. Other students give feedback, but the feedback is not in a form that I like this or I didn't like it, but they only say what they saw on the screen. So, and the authors are quiet, so they don't speak. They just hear if what they wanted to show was conveyed to the audience. So it's like a translation exercise. So, and after the classmates have spoken, they say, oh, actually we wanted to do this and that. So there is a discussion how to do it better. They redo the same exercise. Next week afterwards, we add editing, and again redoing. Then we add sound, then we add color, and then we add camera movement. So through the semester, they go through, in a way, through a film history timeline. And when they see at the end of the first semester, the very first works and their final works, a very important thing happens. They can actually see that they have evolved and they have learned, because it is something that I experience with very many of my students, even PhD students. Many of them are established filmmakers, but they are so insecure about their knowledge. When we speak about Tanel, for example, who is doing the research on perspective, he has won student Oscar and he was nominated for an Oscar. But when I speak to him about let's say, a concept that he mentioned, he says, no, it's not. It's just something that I feel. And I'm saying it's knowledge. You have expert knowledge. It just doesn't feel like knowledge because it feels like intuition. So I think an important part of evolving as a filmmaker, both as a student and afterwards as a professional filmmaker, is the awareness that this embodied knowledge that feels as an intuition is actually a very, very important form of knowledge. It's just not worded. So, and filmmakers tend to feel that it doesn't have value because it's not worded, but it does have a lot of value.
I think that's really interesting, and I recognize a lot of my own teaching methods and the kinds of things that you describe. I have, as I mentioned yesterday, a long-standing interest in this problem of tacit knowledge or intuition, and I'm in a way wondering if when, say, filmmakers in this crowd don't understand something that experimental psychologists are saying or philosophers are saying, if there is a level at which certain things are very, very obvious to filmmakers at this unspoken, intuitive level, and then hearing it verbalized in some formal kind of vocabulary makes it foreign to them. So I think it's interesting to try to think about how do we articulate this tacit knowledge, this, or bring students to recognition of their tacit knowledge, and how can we connect other disciplines to that tacit knowledge in terms of naming it or seeing it, recognizing it when they see it in filmmakers.
Yeah, I think we need to allow them to share allow a filmmaker or a filmmaking student in particular, to express what they know or what they recognize in something, and then help them understand that that's really where it's coming from, right? With my undergraduate sound students, who are not all film focused, I'm doing a study now where at the beginning of the second year, I have them watch opening sequence to a film called Clean Shaven that has some very abstract sounds, most of which are recognizable, but they're being used abstractly. And I say, before I run it, I say, I'm going to run this for you. You can't write anything down. When it's done, write down every sound you remember hearing. And then I do the same with them at the end of the third year. and they have a much longer list.
Love that.
You know, they don't remember the film, they watched it a long time ago, but they have a much, so they understand the embodiment of their professional development, of their sensitivity, of their perception, like the eye study, right? The eye study with professionals, how different it is than it is for people who are not.
I can see that Michael has picked up the microphone.
Yeah, I mean, there is quite a long tradition in philosophy, starting with phenomenology, but also with romanticism in the early 19th century, where philosophers tried to come to terms with the shortcomings of conceptual thinking. And that is, and one of the things that you can do is by focusing on case studies and try to analyze them, and always being aware that the concept and the descriptions that you use are only a shortcut to what you really want to point out.
And I have a sense that maybe there's this is some of the value in artistic research, in that when we're creating something, it has a kind of richness and depth of metaphor and ideas. We're not taking a shortcut. We're taking the long route around to saying something big. And I suppose that raises the thought for me that, you know, when I first started working in film, I went screen studies and screen filmmaking at the same time. And I was always kind of set back by reading certain film studies. There would be this long description and explanation, and then I would go, well, yeah, we did that. The filmmakers, we did that. That's what we did. We put in there. So I'm very excited by this research that's happening here that is connecting the filmmakers and the film audiences. And maybe you have some more you want to say about that.
No, I was thinking like we definitely should go beyond language as a tool to convey. Actually, film artists are always engaged in the process of perceptual thinking. They generate meaning, but in perceptual ways. And if we can articulate it to the students and show them you're making meaning all the time, you're not using words, but you're using perceptual means. And there is a beautiful sonic visual logic. If you analyze their activities, they generate concepts. Of course, there's a concept that's very close. It's a non-dualistic concept. It's very close to Arnheim's thinking.
I think that a good. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm terrible. But I wanted to point out exactly this kind of taking the long route and filling up. I think David Alvarez's presentation of the cinematic intuition, the description of the 1,000 days of a film wheel and how he then described it. Are you here? Okay. So just for example, that's a way how you kind of create artistic concepts and live them through, and then that grows and grows and grows. But then at some point you have to come to the podium and present it as conceptualize it. But anyway, so yeah, I think that's a good example of really going into, you know, that artistic, creative thought that is, I don't know how, in what other ways it could have been expressed by that particular cinematic presentation.
I want to speak a bit more about including filmmakers in maybe a more traditional empirical studies. So the eye tracking that we showed here, it was a super small pilot experiment, very, very unprofessional. I just wanted to see if I can do eye tracking myself. So we started it as a pilot. So and it was we did it on a number, 9 different people. Some of them were first-year film cinematography students. Some of them were 10+ years experienced cinematographers, and some of them were people who mostly had editing experience. And it was interesting. I was sitting next to this when the eye tracking was happening, and I saw already a number of things which I know that I recognize them only because I'm a filmmaker. So I could see that the saccadic movement was very specific. So there was one person who was a cinematographer, and the cinematographer was looking at the further eye of a close-up. You could see it in there. And I was looking at him, looking at this person, or this shot, and once we finished, I asked, are you a focus puller? And he said, yeah, of course, because focus pullers always look in the further eye when they're focusing. So, and it is something that it looked like an anomaly. So if I hadn't been working on a set and knowing this is how focus pullers pull focus, I would have thrown it away as some kind of anomaly, because usually people look at both eyes.
I think that's an example of what I would like to refer to second person perspective, where you are actually to some extent expert when you try to find out what the first person experience of something takes place, and so that would be like one example of having a second person perspective where you already are familiar within the field of the person who are studying or so. But maybe we should, I don't know if we have any time to give a word to our audience. Actually, we love to talk, and we are in control.
So any kind of reflections, questions, thoughts, ideas, and also if volunteers for the glossary.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. This has been a totally fascinating experiment. I mean, I think of this and I look at experts in your fields, and I'm in awe of the way you were able to communicate all the different disciplines, knowledge, and in such ways that we can try to understand. And one of the barriers, and I'm wondering, I'd love to know about this barriers about true interdisciplinarity, would be basically that there's openness and trust between all of the disciplines, that they give up their tools, their language, their methods, their paradigms, everything, into a common pot, and then come with this base level, not just language, but we need common understandings of models of what it is we're talking about, the lowest common denominator of understanding. And I feel in my own area, psychology can be a bit, we jealously guard certain things for fear that should we share, and I'm sure we're not the only ones, should we share, we would be deemed to be less respect, we would, have less respect, we would be somehow opening our field to being challenged maybe, but I think that's a risk that all fields probably feel as well. And I think the compromise and understanding has to come from respect and a recognition that what we're looking at is we're all looking at the same thing, really, but within our own lenses. So what I'm asking you as a field, I'm really fascinated, I've learned a lot, is what do you guys see as the barriers, first of all, and what can we do to go out there and try and start this true interdisciplinarity?
I would say that for me, the biggest barrier to this kind of trust and shared understanding that I encounter in my academic life and in my filmmaking life from a different direction is respect for the idea that there are certain kinds of knowledge that are not declarative. So, you know, if there's knowledge that can't be understood through data points or can't be understood through analysis, it is knowledge of intersubjectivity, to use a word we've used a lot this in the last few days, or of emotion, or of the effects of the world on the body, its posture, or these are all knowledges that are not declarative, and because they are the forms of knowledge that I'm always seeking in my artistic practice, we find that artistic practice comes up against distrust from other forms of knowledge.
Yeah, I think this is really an essential point. I mean, I try to, this difference between motor knowledge or intuitive knowledge, I mean, this is something that has become obvious in computer science, because the computer scientists struggle to teach computers this motor and intuitive stuff, and they're very bad at that. And it's very easy for them to teach computers the formal stuff. So that is and it's not completely new, right? I mean, the limitations of conceptual thinking, I think we need it. Yeah, don't get me wrong. We need it. We need both sides, and we need an understanding of what the difference and what the advantages of each side is. And I think your point with respect to fear, I mean, in philosophy, it's not only in philosophy, but in many disciplines. I mean, I'm at a university with a lot of disciplines, and in each department, there are many people who don't want interdisciplinary cooperation. Yeah? They are focusing on a specific field, they feel themselves comfortable in that field, and it's kind of a challenge if you have to look and to go beyond your field, and that is the problem. And then they try to show and to prove that it's not necessary. It's a crazy idea to deal with other disciplines. Yeah, and I think again one of the strategies to prevent that is to teach a young generation of scientists who are familiar from it from the beginning on.
I have a couple of thoughts about this. One of them is, it's like we're all describing the same elephant, but somebody is describing the foot and somebody the trunk. And actually, we should just switch on the light, and we could speak about the same thing. And I think it's always interesting to think about. Louis Richardson has this. He describes a coastline paradox. So if you look at a border between land and sea on a map from very far away, it's very clear, the border. The closer you go, the more sophisticated the border becomes. There are like nooks and crannies. And if you look like from 1 meter, there is no border. It's just sea going back and forth and sand going back and forth. So if you're very close to the border, it's fuzzy. When you look from afar, it's clear. And I see this happens everywhere when I think about cinematography and directing. When I describe what the director does and what the cinematographer does, it's easy to describe. But when I am working as a cinematographer, we blend. It depends. Every director works differently, so the way I work is really different. So I feel that in order to kind of blend the borders, there is something that you need to look at it very close, and the closer you get, the less there are differences, the more it's just an interesting blend. And I really liked Cynthia. How did you call yourself in this? Did you say you're interpret? What did you do? Interdisciplinary, like interpret. Facilitator, yeah. So I think there are people who are, maybe it's young researchers, maybe it's people who are more curious about different stuff, who are more inclined to cross the border, and maybe this facilitation is something that can really help. And of course, art practice is something that in itself is a borderless activity. So,
but Ellen, I also think that we also need, and I mean, artists. I mean, intuitive creation of artists may sometimes go really wrong in terms of if it's something that you're supposed to share with others, and then it kind of introduces to the world something that then from social science point of view, for equality, from aspects that ethical aspects from bigger picture side of may include biases so I mean, it's like when we talk about artists' intuitive knowledge, it doesn't mean that the intuitive knowledge is always something that nicely settles with the shared community. So that's also where like the critical meeting
I think
interface.
that's a really important distinction to be made between knowledge and bias here. When someone, and this is the thing that really frustrates me with students when they say, oh, it's intuitive. I'm going, wait a minute, can you separate out what you just believe because, yeah, that's how you were raised, or, you know, that's what you've come into contact with, from what's actually knowledge there? And I think that's, and I think, yeah, that goes all the way through. I don't think, I personally, from the perspective of an artistic researcher, I'm very happy to ratify the necessity that I also be able to articulate what I have done in verbal terms and to explain it to the world as necessary. But I do think that although I can explain my films and I can justify them as research and point to where the new knowledge is in the film, that knowledge is only discoverable through making the film.
But to the question up there, I mean, the academic silos, which is a big deal to deal with. I think that the reason why this has been successful to the point at which it has thus far, including all of you, is because I think when art, especially cinema, because it's so Wagnerian in the sort of layers upon layers upon layers, when art is the subject of study, any discipline can come at it. And I think it binds. And I think that maybe that's part of the secret sauce that will enable down the road more disciplines to be able to work together. I think it's sort of an easy carrot to take through that.
Yeah, I think it's also how, in terms of showing the results, I remember with Martin, yeah, we have 5 minutes.
5 minutes to walk to the kino, okay.
It starts at 6 o'clock,
Oh,
the film.
Beautiful.
We have snacks in between. I remember when we started collaborating with Martin, we discussed one of his articles, which was extremely interesting, but it was a written article with schematic descriptions, and I read it like 4 times and I struggled understanding. And then Martin made one video essay, which was like 15 minutes, and I understood everything. So one of the things that we have, I think, out of our pilot also found that if we're talking about audiovisual stuff, we should actually show and listen. So this is also why we really encourage the presentations here to show, not only present in written form, because this is the form that speaks.
Yeah, I think writing about film, and it's mainly like all these journals are still verbal. And we're talking about rhythms, we're talking about motion, we're talking about a new vocabulary. And then I'm struggled, like I'm trying to manifest these new concepts with rhythm, movement. How can I put it on paper? And you can feel the limitations of academic resources. And then for me it was beautiful to just go in PowerPoint. And PowerPoint has animations as this beautiful tool. And it allowed me to visualize and manifest these rhythms. And I had found a new academic resource, which was not verbal, but which was visual, graphic. And that's where artists can provide academics with a lot of knowledge and expertise. Like watching David's film, he was visualizing rhythms. That was like visualizing structures, visual relations. And that's the kind of source and the kind of expertise that artistic researchers can bring in, and that's definitely an added value of interdisciplinarity.
Questions from the, yes.
Congratulations to you and everyone. I kind of just wanted to follow on what you were saying there, a few of you, about the idea that taking the long road round to art, that art is a very hugely rich and complex expression of a lot of things that are unsayable, and that it's a part that all the different disciplines can come to. I want to encourage that bigger picture. I mean, I think if you think about philosophy, if you think about what Dave was talking about with sound, think about the depth of the philosophical ideas that Martin's talking about, and Karen's ideas, and yours with all the different ways of seeing, that there's an opportunity for a very big and deep thinking. And I would my sort of feedback from this would be to make sure to encourage that the projects that are then working in this field are not reductionist. Because I feel like some of the times I'm looking at, I'm like, actually, somehow it's come down to picking up a whole bunch of fairly irrelevant data. So it's sort of like, maybe you could respond to that question of like, I really feel that there's a big challenge here, and the big questions that Martin and Karen are asking, those are the ones that should be guiding the work. And then if you're doing an individual project, it should be within the frame of big questions, not to reduce. That's my offer and question.
I think the reductionism is unavoidable when you start to take complex stuff and move it into the models or descriptions. But to avoid that to greatest extent is I think the only thing that this disciplinary project that work with data, for example, can do.
I mean, it would be interesting to, sort of do an index of, say, we took all the papers of the last 2 days and said, okay, what are the findings, and lay them all out and find out. Can we see what, how this data relates to that assertion, relates to this hope, relates to that action, and so forth, because to me, this comes back to the question or the problem of methods and vocabularies being so distinct. And with very different methods, you're going to produce very different findings or data points. So how do we, it's not so much that any individual study is reductive as that it is focused, and then how can we take that focused finding and build a mosaic that gives a bigger picture in some way.
That's actually a problem with films and with art, because each artwork is unique. It's like a unique thing with unique things emerging when you experience that. And then when each research group is picking up a different film, a different genre of the film, documentaries or horror films or whatever, then at some point, the question is, the aim would be that all the studies done here and done in the world, we could actually bring the data together and then just kind of throw it into the big basket and just, get stuff out from it, just shaking it very hard and see that how they overlap and what kind of similar patterns there are, etc. But that is exactly the challenge of working with, and also it's a challenge of working with human experience, because even though I said that the people are very similar in many ways, because also not only because of biological body, but also because education, cultural, where we were living, and so on and so on. So at the end, there is still sufficiently noise there. We are not like all robots.
I think the only way we can deal with this paradox, or with this tension, is between the different individual descriptions of individual phenomena. And of course, we don't want just the phenomena standing beside each other. We want to find some common ground. And this common ground, if we have some basic similarities, they will be reductionist. That's unavoidable. But that's something we cannot avoid. What we can avoid is to say, well, at this reductionist position, that's the truth, and we should go beyond all the phenomena. No, we have to keep this tension. We also have to keep the tension between the different disciplines. Yeah, that is something that one has to learn. That this tension between these different perspectives. I mean, there may be cases where there are two claims that we cannot reconcile. Then we need a discussion and we try to sort this out. But there are many cases where we have different descriptions of different phenomena and different perspectives, and that's what we need.
Yes. Any questions?
Yeah. So loud. I had just a question, thought. Thank you, everybody, for the conference. I'm thinking there's a potential to use the understandings of cognitive sciences to understand viewers and thus also understand something more about creative potential that is not about finding answers or coming up with solutions, but actually refining the kinds of questions we ask to promote more questions, to complexify the world further and be able to stay with that, staying with the troubles, staying with... So articulating the cognitive processes as a way of making the creative processes more nuanced, more complex, allowing more perspectives, rather than looking for answers. So maybe not a question, but a reflection.
Thank you. Good point.
Okay, so thank you for the panel. Thank you for all of you for surviving these 2 days. I'm just going to quickly. So next up, we are going to the cinema, and we'll have a screening. Thanks we really want you to continue the discussions. So for this, there will be snacks in front of the cinema. And I will just very, very quickly talk about the film, although there will be talk there too. So the film is called Smoke Sauna Sisterhood. And it says that in the darkness of a smoke sauna, women share their innermost secrets and intimate experiences, washing off the shame trapped in their bodies and regaining their strength through a sense of communion. So it is a very unique documentary which speaks about a very, very Estonian thing, something called smoke sauna, which is a traditional form of sauna that has been considered healing for centuries. And the way the sauna is heated is these saunas don't have chimneys. So when sauna is heated, all the smoke stays inside, and before people go to wash, the smoke is let out. So it's the film itself is also a very cleansing experience. It's a documentary, and the producer and sound designer of the documentary will be there also for the Q&A. If you don't want to see the film, the snacks are still in front of the cinema, so let's all go to Nova, and there is supposed to be some drinks too. And I really, really want to thank everybody for coming here. We're super happy that you were all here, and I really hope that this kind of bridge building continues over the drinks. Pia, do you want to say something?
I want to see the film.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I just wanted to say thank you for everybody. We have had wonderful keynotes. We have had wonderful talks from different disciplines, and also a lot of students showing their initial steps towards disciplinary sciences in this, what we are aiming to do. So, I mean, we are extremely happy with, and Karen, maybe we can find data analyst expert here who can do exactly what you proposed. Find keywords from each of and see what words actually and what aspects connect these papers. We don't promise that, but it's a good idea.
And we're looking for volunteers for David's proposed glossary. Okay, thank you.
One more.